we had some animals brought to a birthday party of one of our kids, and the chinchilla was the biggest hit. The chinchilla was running around my house. All right, so GME Magic, thank you, 4XAU there. Looking for some GME love. So thank you for the super chat. I mean, GME down today. Is today, what day is today? September 5th. Okay. Wasn't this GME's reporting, what, on the 10th?
10th.
Right, yeah. So there it is, GME right now, just a 9% short float. And there it is, September 10th after the close. So I don't know if there's a story specific here or not, but thank you, 4XAU, for that one. We've talked about GME. It's, it was holding levels, and then this happened, and now I don't know if you can really trust it. I was going to say, we've been looking at this level right here, 21.75. We talked about 21.50. It looks like we can hold it again. This could have just been a blip, right? Dow, nice recovery for sure. So to go from just on the 28th, 29th, from $20 up to 24, I mean, $4 on 20%, you might take that. Now we have to wait to see what happens holding again, 21.50. So yeah, giddy up. I think if you can hold these bottoms, looks like a decent long right now with only a minute, and a half to go.
Oh, Tesla.
Guys, we're continuing the trend talk today. We're going to talk about the relative steepness of the trend line, how to use it, what does it mean. If you're into that kind of thing, check out How to Trade with Adair and I at 11.
Yeah, Tesla just dropped a couple bucks. Well,
coming in
a couple dollars in here. The imbalances came out, but I see NIO's a small buy, ChargePoint's a small sell, Plug's a small sell. Nvidia's a 100,000 buy, so there were no significant imbalances, but that didn't seem to matter as Tesla dropped 225 down into 223 half, so maybe $1.50. It wasn't quite $2. Apple continued to the highs actually, so Apple continues to be strong. That Huawei story kind of came out of the ether on us and didn't really have this one on the note. But Apple 222 with resistance. I don't want to punch long on a breakout of Apple, but if we start trending, note that there was a positive story here and it looks relatively strong compared to some of the others. Nvidia's back underneath 105. We'll see where the short ends up being. You might not get that 107 opportunity. Or even 110 today, headed right back down to the lows. Double bottom at 104 on Nvidia. I'm not interested in sitting on that bid, but if we do get a chance to short the pop, that was the plan of action here. As Adara is on the bell, look at that look. Go get him in 3, 2, and 1.
All righty then.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, it was a good one. I'm going to take Apple long at 222. Well, we missed it. So it does not come in. Apple breaks through 222. We get the long now. We're long Apple. We'll give this a little bit of room to see if it wants to work. Apple early long here, breaking that level. Could easily fall, right? That's a nice little early motivation there for Apple. 221.50, looking at that as a level.
Yeah, Apple, nice moves to the upside there as the market is trying to go back up. Oh, yeah, there was a big spike in C3AI. It went about 70 pennies to the upside, waiting for that $20 level for it to come back in. Tesla's testing out the lows. It looks like Tesla's going to have to settle down a little bit here as it's still working its way to the downside.
All right, we're absolutely monstrous right now on Apple. So here it goes, man. Nice little move to the upside. We tried to learn from the other day. Take profit when it goes up. We've been in these positions before. We're already out of almost half. I'll put another piece out to get out of half here on Apple as it's trying to break through 222.40s. It's battling it out right now. Market not doing anything, but Apple is trying to go. There we go. We get that 49 fill. Now let's see if it goes. We're also waiting at 68. We'll take another piece out there at 60. Here it goes. Apple, nice little sort of early start here. Amazon does rip up as well. There goes Apple.
Yeah, Apple looking very nice. Look, the market is absolutely flying. Amazon's gone. Google just flew as well. Noting I said I didn't want to break in NIO. NIO false broke 450 and pulling right back in. So still looking dip buy as opposed to any breakout on that. Here comes Tesla finally joining the party into the upside. But what's going first is going to be C3AI. So C3AI is really starting to pump. It just tagged that $20 level. Wow. 20 to 1950 in a matter of seconds. On C3AI. That was fast. It was just up at 1990. We're going to fade this. We have to let this one calm down. That was absurd.
Man, this is a monster. And it's Apple, man. I mean, we're 70 cents in the money right now and still have about 25% of this trade. Whew. All right, that was a good one. All right, you mentioned Tesla. Yeah, Tesla's going the other way. I had mentioned 220 We had written down 226 break. That didn't happen, so we're not in it yet. It just made a bottom right there. This could be a good take of VWAP as we continue to rip a little bit higher here on Tesla. So this could be the play. I just typed in VWAP in my charts. All right, so this could be a play on Tesla. I just wanted to see where VWAP was exactly on E-signal as well. Yeah, 224.13 right here. So, okay, there it comes. That's probably a decent spot there. We are now $1 in the money on Apple. We really like this 222 break, man, and we put on shares. So far, so good here as that's starting to go upside. And then our Amazon, which was the other long that we had, is an absolute rocket ship right now to the north side. So congratulations, anybody that hit that Amazon. Again, you know, you sort of didn't have a chance other than buying the open. So we're glad we did it on Apple, missed it on Amazon.
Yeah, that's one of those things. Like, you had to get it right away. Tesla's still trying to go in here. Okay, Intel just backed off 19.5. Tesla's trying to go. It didn't quite give you a consolidation or anything down at 222. It might just end up a breakout. I didn't want the break. I thought we'd get a better chance of the dip buy. Intel tagged the highs. It closed at 1943. It just tagged 1942. So I want to short pops in Intel. We're still on that realm. If we get back down in 1920s, want to be taking it out in front of the low of the day. 19 even is going to be a level for sure. Oh, wow. Here comes NVIDIA's at 107 already as well. So Intel still want to be short that one, but NVIDIA does want 107, and Tesla's about to break the high. Here it comes.
So we had a great day yesterday, and today is infinitely better on one trade. Yesterday we only traded two names off the open. It was Amazon and it was Nvidia. Today we switch it over and go right over to Apple and just absolutely nail this one. Up $1.40 now on this Apple trade with serious shares. All right, so get back into here for Tesla. Yeah, Neil just mentioned taking out the top. It did try to do that up there at 226. That was a level for some kind of a concern for us. A little bit of a drop in now. Let's try to take some longs here. I think we're a little bit early on reloading it. I like the long, but we could drop into VWAP, which is that 50 level or so, 224.40s or so there. So watch out for a little bit of a drop down in here on Tesla, but I think it's worth a shot. Give it one more go here. If we break 224, we can get out, but we are absolutely just electric right now on Apple. Apple's at 223.40s and still going. That's $1 right now, 34 in the money as we wait to see what's happening here with Tesla, though. This one could give it up, but we're going to wait for a 224 break.
Wow, Tesla does not want that breakout just yet. I'm still going to wait for 222, 223 unless it's the breakout trade. But Nvidia is at 107. If you see me go into Nvidia, at this point, it would have to fail the 107 level. All right, here comes the Tesla break.
Yeah, buddy.
Got to stay on level 2 here. It's about to take out that 226. No fill. No fill.
What are we even doing?
Don't chase.
Guys, already another $1. We'll take two names today. Both names, Dollar Club members right here. Nice play for Tesla. All the way back upside right now. Huge trading for Tesla today. Huge trading for Apple. This is a face slapper. We're already net-wise where we were yesterday, and we talked about battling that back. So there goes Tesla. Monster moves to the upside, man. We are $1 in the money on that reload, but we just did try 226.50 long. So let's see if that can hold it, man. What a day, Neil. It's happening all over again.
227 looks like, okay, so it eventually did get picking back up at that quarter level. So I did not get the break at 226. I actually got quarters on the way back in. I'm sitting bid, but this is looking very top heavy as the market's really starting to extend into the upside. So I'm worried of this being a false breakout. I don't want to give it past 220, 225 and a half. Do not want to give it past that. If we lose that, I don't want to get trapped at the highs, but it looks like it's absolutely flying into the upside here. Google's going, everything is heading to that upside. You got to have some longs in here. There's like half that's halted, but my level of a concern is going to be, hey, if Intel gets dragged into this mess and breaks 19.5, I got to get the you-know-what out of Dodge. So if it breaks 19.5, I'm jumping out. We took 10 cents, and then now it's absolutely flying. I'm not going into a long on Intel, but I am getting the heck out of that short. 227 is already come and gone. Now 228 coming in on Tesla. As far as resistance, $232 is the biggest level I can find on the daily chart. but I want to make sure we grab this profit in front of 228. It feels like this is too much too fast.
We're $2 now, Neil, in the money on Apple right now as that continues to go. And look, yeah, you'd be surprised, right? Look at this, 226.50 break right there as listed on the sticky notes. So some of these times you guys are like, hey, let's figure out some trade levels. What is this guy going to be trading? Yeah, we're trading this one. And now it is $1.50 in the money. We've made multiple dollars. Our first buy was $2.25 on Tesla. There it is. It's $2. We are now higher, much higher than we were yesterday. So there it is right now. Today is another one. And we're going to props it up to everybody. As there it goes, Neil. We are now $2 we're $4 in the money now. We're $2 in the money on Apple. We're $2 in the money on Tesla. This is a day. This is a day. Hooray, hooray. The NFL is here. TIFF is here. We're here. This is an awesome way to start off your Thursday. It's good to be a bull, man, but we just had the right names. Tesla, huge. Amazon, I mean, if you guys took that one being bullish on that name, there is almost no better of a trade there than Amazon, but, you know, that one's just straight up. Like, you didn't even have to worry about it. But honestly, this Apple trade here, the amount of shares that we took here is probably the most in a long time here. So we're really, really happy and proud that we're able to do that one. So $2 both ways here.
Yeah, and both ways, and great looks to the long side. Just very quickly, we're at 19,000 on the NASDAQ. I trailed out the second I saw we're up there. I'm going to take it station to station. I'm not trusting after yesterday the way that the market turned off that initial move to the upside. So when we came up and down the 228, I grabbed out. You're getting a bit of a turn in Apple. That's the other thing that I'm seeing happen here. And if Apple starts to, I mean, it started the mess to the upside. So if it starts to pull back, then I think it can drag us with it. NEO didn't dip quite into the 420 level, but it's now starting to break it out. I still like the NEO long, but I wasn't willing to take it off of the top. I do want to join this off of VWAP or just a retest of the $450 level on NIO. It's starting to go with everything else. Adara.
Small cap stock on watch here, HOTH, Hoth Therapeutics. This one currently halted. Here, seeing a theoretical auction price of $1.32. Announcing some positive data here from its treatment for skin toxicity disease. Only using one patient here, but saying there were results within a week. So HOTH, nice move up, guys.
Oh my God.
All right. Yeah, hit all the sound effects, my guy. All right. Tesla is just absolutely huge. Congratulations, man. Everybody that believed in this name. Congratulations to the traders behind us, man. It's Moneybag Yo back there. I mean, this is just absolutely getting crushed. Yesterday, Nvidia was destroyed. Today, Tesla ownership on that one, man. Buy yourself a Model Y. There, nice move to there it goes again, Neil. Let's go. What a day this is happening right in front of everybody, man. We wrote it down. It's $226.50. Welcome to $3. Apple is $2 in the money. I don't know. This has just been an absolutely fantastic day. I've canceled all of my shorts. I am not shorting Intel. I am not shorting Palantir. I'm going to let to see how far this thing can ride upside. But right now, it's Apple's huge. Tesla's huge. Great day over here, Neil. Let's go.
Yeah, it's been a great day so far for those longs. We just broke 19,000. There is a bit of a pullback coming in. So if you're looking to buy dips, this might be your first opportunity. I still don't necessarily love C3AI. I'm looking to short that one. But we're going to go back over. If you're joining Apple, I think that 222 is going to make a little bit of sense. Sorry, still on C3AI. I don't want to miss this turn here. It's looking a little bit top heavy. So here is... That is AAPL over on Brazil. I have no idea why. Here's Apple pulling back in for the first time. VWAP is going to be 222 and change. What I'd like to see is dip back into that price if we get a chance at it. NIO for what's next. It's now starting to hold the 450. I don't know if we'll get VWAP. You did have that one dip and rip if you wanted it. I'm going to sit on VWAP and see if we can pick that one up. And yeah, I do like Tesla still. But I was cautious at that 228. It's actually holding 228 back in. But we're at 19,000. If we lose 19,000, I'm still sitting at 226. There's no need for that. I don't think we're going to be able to get that again. Oh, and I know a lot of people mentioned Starbucks did that flat bottom break. Yeah, that was a missed opportunity. But it's actually right back above it. So thankfully, we didn't short Starbucks. That's a liquidity grab under big support for Starbucks. I like the V shape. I'm fortunate not to be trapped in this because I was looking at taking that last night. Suddenly it looks like a long like everything else if it can take out the top. I never want to get short when you're doing a V shape like this that Starbucks just did. It's about to go red to green.
Okay. Oh, wow. All right. So we have like not as many shares left. So we're pretty much out now. We'll hold that 10%. We have way less than 10% of Apple. Apple, we took probably an irresponsible amount of shares off the open there, but we really like that break. We really like the action that was happening there. We like the story with Huawei. And I've already said my piece for Apple that I thought Apple does get to. I mean, the last couple of days have not been nice for sure. I thought we could get to and break these highs in and around the Apple event and then sell off from there. So anyways, good coverage up there. We now have like, and I want to thank everybody in the chat, first of all. We have about 5% left of that one, and we have probably something similar, a little bit more though, on Tesla left. So Tesla 229 and change. Very, very kind words in the chat. Thank you very much. Make sure you do hit the like and the subscribe, man. And you can see it. It's just trading, right? I mean, this is trading. So Eli Lilly though, going the other way. So Eli Lilly right now down 2%, still continuing to flush here. GLP-1s not have had their day. They've had their day for sure. They've had their year. So don't be surprised if some of these winning stocks get hit a little bit here, as there's some nervous hands, right? And I think that's fine. That's what happens in these markets. So I would say Eli Lilly right now is getting close to a breaking spot of this 920. So I'd watch out for that. I mean, you break 920, maybe you get into 9. So I would watch out there. I don't think today.
You might get rotation,
yeah, a little bit of that. And the thing is too, they're not a huge dividend. We talked about some dividend plays. I think as rates start to cut down, those could be plays. Stock like Eli Lilly doesn't need money or anything like that, but it does affect the market as a whole. We're pulling back just a little bit. We've done nothing but. So right now we can afford to just relax a little bit here, as today is going to be a very, very big day. It's only 9:45. We're not going to rest though. We're still going to look at our names: Tesla, Amazon, Intel, Palantir, and the TQQs.
Yeah, what I like about the market is it's giving you opportunities, but I'm looking at Apple pull back in. So we did get a top on C3AI, right? In here, it bounced off to 220, wait for it to calm down, put the first red candle in since the open, and I'm looking to short it back into VWAP. So if it breaks a high, I'm out. If it gets to VWAP, I'm out. But I'm watching over in Apple for this first dip right back into VWAP, and it just tagged it, not 222, but 222.80. So it's trying to hold back in on the back end. Like to see the buyers start to step back into this one. Nvidia doing something similar, but not at that 107 just yet. We're going to have some economic numbers throughout the day, but one of them is coming out right about now with Adara.
We're just going to get the first numbers of the day here, another round at 10 a.m. But right now we're just getting the S&P Services and Composite PMI final prints here for the month of August. S&P Services PMI coming in here 54.6, so above expectations here, 54.1. S&P Global Services PMI final here, 55.7, above estimates 55.2. So both Global Composite and Services PMI final prints for August coming in above expectations. Bit of a tick higher here for the S&P 500. Also, just a note here with regards to Eli Lilly, there are a couple of different catalysts here. They did sign a global research deal with this Genetic Leap, this AI-based company. So research deal here for Eli Lilly could be explaining this move down. Let you guys know if I see anything else.
So I have no idea why I punched. I must have put the wrong price on Amazon, but we punched in there. So we are going to be long Amazon. I got out. Like we punched long there, 177.50. I'm not really sure why. I think I must have put something at the wrong price right there. So we're just getting out. I don't necessarily want to buy this price. That's weird. I don't know how that would fill because it's coming back in right there on Amazon. I feel like that's a mistake. I don't know. I didn't think I put that price in, but okay. Just want to talk about it because I'm in it. But anyways, either way, to the upside there, Neil, it's Tesla. What a ripper there for Tesla. We are now $3 in the money over here on TSLA and loving life today, guys. So, we talked about we had a rough day there on Monday, but you got to battle back every single day, and that's what we continue to do and just get stronger and better every single day. We are much better today than we were a couple days ago. So, really into our spot here and really found comfort the way we're trading. So let's just keep on that. Again, Amazon, I'll have to find out. honestly, I have no idea where that order came from. So Amazon right now, 177.50 upside move there. I might have put it on the wrong stock. So
just very quickly, I'm going to get to Apple. I canceled my bid on Apple when the number came, or right before the number came out. I got picked up on the way back in. But first things first, C3AI just bounced off 20, so I took some out there. I'm going to wait for VWAP at 19.5. At this point, it's an SSR name. Obviously, it's got a 23% short float. Well, it does. Maybe you didn't know that. If we break out, forget about these wicks. If we take out these quarters again, I'm going to jump out. It just did a pretty big wick to regain the $20 level. So I want to respect how strong it is, despite my opinions on C3AI. It doesn't really matter what your opinion is. So Apple, I didn't get it on VWAP because, like I said, I canceled my bid when the number hit, figuring I didn't want to get swept up. I ended up getting 220 in front of 223 instead of in front of VWAP. So if we lose VWAP, I'm going to get out and just tag the 40s. We'd like to try to get this back to the upside. If you can get to 225, that's a big one. We did have that East. So Sharif was talking about this East stock. That's also halted. East trade, whatever it is, to the upside at 293. So watch out for that flyer. And then I forgot to mention, I did tweet this out this morning, that 650 was a big deal for FFIE. Yeah, couldn't get through. So no break on Faraday. It looks like it can't get through that 665 level. I was looking for that to be a pretty big breakout, but nothing doing on that one. So Apple, we're in. C3AI was working for the short, but I don't want to fight it if it takes out those highs. And Nvidia kind of in no man's land right now. So we're going to have to sit back and maybe chillax a bit here on Nvidia. Might need to just take out that 109. VWAP's nowhere close. So we're just going to have to play it by ear on NVDA.
Yeah, good couple trades over there. AI, Nvidia, we'll see what's going on there. Apple, I like that long. We're long Apple right now as well. We're long Tesla, and we did drop out of Amazon. That was a keystroke error. We did lose 10% of our day there because, again, my default's too high. But so we got out. That's why we panicked and got out. So not much of a hit there, but that does suck. We just bounced off 230. So, I mean, you know, we want to still try to buy some VWAP here, but yeah, Tesla right now, huge move off that bottom, 227.75, right up there into 230. So we'll still hold on to it. We'll see what's happening. Apple, again, we've already gotten out a huge level there, up at 224. Let's put another level, up in and around 224. It seems like that's pretty good to get that, so we'll be happy if we do. Apple right now, upside again to 224. We'll see if we can get that. I'm not going to take the break of Tesla 230, but I don't think there's anything wrong with that. We had actually written down in the fight. I mean, it's not fun. It's not funny. It's nice when it happens. But we had written down here that if and when, I mean, here's the number one. Bless you. The number one trade idea today here is 226.50. So it's on the sticky note. There's the long break. FSD in China, we like it. 232 could be resistance to the upside. We should test that. So, I mean, we mentioned that. So the fact that this is at 230.50 and right now it's a $4, Neil, winner right now on Tesla, you know, it has more upside. But let's wait to see what happens now as we get above that 230. It's $4 on Tesla. It's $3.50 on Tesla. It's $1.50 right now, $5 in total holdings right now in this market. As it's not even ripping. I mean, I just think we got the right names. $4 right here on Tesla as it was posted on the sticky note. Congratulations, everybody.
Yeah, congratulations. Well, Tesla 230. I'm not taking. I'm muted. I was,
Sneeze. Yeah.
I got the mute button for the sneeze, but you can probably still hear it anyways. But look, I didn't take the break. I'm not chasing anything when we just lost 19,000, so I want to be a little bit careful with that, as I do think we could run under some pressure here. We did reverse the move yesterday, and I'm not thinking shorts in anything but a C3AI right now, and we're getting into VWAP for that. If we break 1975, I should say, and do not get to VWAP, I'm going to trail this out here as well. It's looking like it's starting to curl a little bit in the other direction for C3AI. And if it bounces and makes a bull flag, I want to cover this. Let's get to the desk with Adara.
This part of the show is brought to you by Benzinga Pro. Tired of being late to the trade? Always playing catch up in the market? Missing out on the big moves because you're too slow to the news? Benzinga Pro is your unfair advantage. Get breaking news alerts up to 30 minutes before everyone else, pinpoint exactly why stocks are moving, and join a thriving community of traders who share their strategies in real time. Ready to see how Benzinga Pro can transform your trading? Visit benzinga.com/pro and get a free 14-day trial. Also worth noting here, we just got another catalyst coming through in Eli Lilly within the last few minutes. Apparently, their once weekly insulin shows non-inferior blood sugar reduction compared to the daily insulin. This is in long-term trials, so basically some positive results here for Eli Lilly's insulin drug as it starts to find a bit of a bottom here around that 920 area, guys.
Oh, let it snow. Randy, my guy.
Don't let it snow.
Tesla, we wrote down 226.50. So we bought 225s. Then we bought 226.50. It's at 230, Randy. So the bull today is going, and there it is, man. Yeah, I know. I mean, that was exactly what we wrote down on here, was that FSD in Europe, both in Europe and in China, obviously the thing.
That's been a big challenge for them. You got so many different countries and
Amazon going
laws and stuff. It's so good for them. Good to see.
It's great. We said that they're in bed now with China, so that is great as well. So there it goes, man. Tesla up to 230. Great trade here, 350 in the money. Apple continues to go, man. We get the price we wanted. Oh my. Nice move there on Apple. It's too bad because we would be 3 for 3. I'm not even going to count this Amazon trade, but if you had held it, it was a good one. We had to get down, well, we'll count the trade, but down to 177, I think, would have been something there. VWAP now at 176.80. So that was a great trade to buy the dip. Again, I think it was a keystroke error getting in, but we are still right back up to the top now on Tesla, man. 350 in the money here, $2 in the money on Apple, and today we're up more today than we were yesterday. It's 950.
Yeah, that's the truth. And look, I'm out of Apple again. So it bounced off VWAP. It got right to the high of the day. So we'll take it station to station on Apple. I don't like what I'm seeing in Nvidia. While everything else seems to scream higher, I said I'm going to play Nvidia by ear because it's not at any of the levels that we're even remotely looking at. So whether there's Apple off the highs, I did get out of C3AI. I said I was feeling a little bit skittish about C3AI forming that bull flag. So if it couldn't break through that 1975, I was going to jump out of the trade. So the short did work, but trust me, that's actually a strong stock right now, even though it's down 12%. It's a nice SSR bounce for that name. Nvidia, if you're playing it by ear, it doesn't care about VWAP. It doesn't seem to care about that 107, but what it does seem like it's holding is afternoon range yesterday. 107.5 and then 109-ish. So if Nvidia loses 107.5, I'll probably be looking for some shorts. I didn't check AMD, but AMD looks maybe better. AMD can't even get green on the day. So I'm going to throw out Nvidia temporarily. And if the market's breaking out and AMD's not going with it, then on a curl of the market, that should be the one that I try to short. If it's red while everything else is green, I think that kind of speaks for itself for advanced micro devices. Still looking at some other names, obviously, but right now the focus is going to be on re-entry, potentially in AI. Apple, if it comes back into VWAP, AMD still could be a short, and I'm thinking Nvidia looks a little bit stronger, and I shouldn't be considering a fade here when it's stronger than advanced micro devices.
Yeah, we're going to tweet out the Tesla play here, but look for other plays as well. I haven't even called up Nvidia yet, and it was yesterday's absolute monster stock.
It's strong now.
Is strong all day. It feels like 107.50. I mean, another great spot. We saw those dip opportunities in the other strong name, Amazon. Well, there's a lot of strong names, but Amazon there today as well was a spot. So. All right, I just wanted to, so I was actually waiting at 230.75 there on Tesla. It only gets as high as 50s. So or maybe 60s. What does it say the high is? 230.55. So it only gets to 55 there. We are about off by about 20 cents, which is fine. But I'm thinking about getting out if it comes back up into that area. Not just because I think the market's going to stop. I don't. It's just such a good win right now, upside, and clearly, I mean, sometimes I can see clearly. Seems to be having. I might just get out. I might just get out around here. All right, let's get out like 30s. See, it just stopped again. It's clearly having some kind of issues there. Like I just canceled my order because I didn't want to get overfilled. That's how much I thought it was going up. And then it just completely stopped again right there at 230. So I don't want to really be too shy about this. We don't have a huge percentage, but again, with the amount of shares that we had initially, this is still a part that will put us nicely. So we'll try to get it out right here, 230, 30s. maybe even just 230. Ring the register on 350. That's something there. I'd hate to look back and it's at that 232, but if it is, it is, and good on everybody for holding that. So yeah, so far so good here. I think we'll probably just now. You know what? Now I'm going to get it out at 230 if we're lucky enough to do that. One more little bump up. I think we'll take it. Be happy with that fill and move on. I mean, it's absolutely running right now. This is a hot dog cannon of a trade. Apple just continues, guys. This is going to be quite the move. It's too bad. The amount of shares that we had here, if we had still held them, that would be great. But we still got a piece, and sometimes that's what you need. We talked about having a chip in a chair, and Apple right now, $2.50. So right now we're $6 in the money. I mean, remember we talked about that as the market. We were $4 in the money. Now we're $6 in the money. We're talking about Tesla and
another one.
Apple, but there it is right there. Tesla comes out. That's enough. Only two. There's Tesla right there at 230. Man, oh man, that's 350 right there on the posted trade of the day. Go find it at Trader TV Sean on the sticky note. Apple still $3 now in the money. So only three trades for me today, but two real trades, Apple and Tesla. And it's one of those days again, guys.
It's one of them days. It starts with it ends with a Y, I should say.
Man.
Look, I said I'm not going to short over in Nvidia. Change of plan for that one. When it bucked off the top, I said I'll go over to AMD because I want to play relative weakness. It's running the highs. It just double tapped this high in here. So I'm short 50s into the high. If it breaks the high, I'm jumping away from it as Nvidia is about to break 109 as well. So if we break the high on AMD, it's going red to green. I don't mind being a joiner, but until it's strong, I don't want it. Nvidia is about to break its high of the day at 109. I think Nvidia is looking a little bit stronger. That's just my opinion. We'll see what happens here. It's at 93, 95. It's about to make the break any second now on Nvidia. So AMD just came out before Nvidia makes its break. I like a 109 break to 109.5 and then 110, as you can see yesterday's highs. That's why we're zoomed out on it. But Nvidia forming a double top, the market's breaking out. We thought maybe you'd see 100 on Nvidia at one point this morning. You're getting the exact opposite. Of course, as usual, when I look at a break, it doesn't make the break. So I'm going to have the order out there. We'll see if Nvidia makes this break at the 109. Hasn't happened just yet. It should happen any second now. Rather be a joiner at this point if we're going to make a break here. We got happening now in economic numbers, but hopefully we'll make that break in the next few seconds before the number. Adara.
Bringing in some ISM numbers, should have these coming in just about 20 seconds here. ISM Services PMI for the month of August, chief among them. Consensus here of 51.1, forecast of 51.2, previous print of 51.4. Just to recap, at 9:45, we got higher than expected S&P Global Composite and Services PMI for the final print for August. Let's see what we get here with ISM in just a moment here. This coming on in 50.2 here for the ISM Services employment. So that's below the previous number here of 51. In terms of ISM Services PMI, slightly higher than expected, 51.5 versus that forecast here of 51.2. Business activity slightly below the forecast, 53.3 versus 54 expected. New orders, 53, so above the forecast here, 52.2. Services price is also higher, 57.3. versus the forecast of 56.7. Just to recap the main number here, ISM Services PMI August slightly above estimates, 51.5 versus the forecast 51.2, and echoing what we saw with higher than expected S&P Global numbers as well. S&P 500 itself continuing higher here, holding some nice support at that 549.50 area. Tomorrow should be another interesting day for economic data because we will be getting unemployment and non-farm payrolls at 8:30 a.m. In terms of the stocks moving today, in addition to the entire market, some of these Mag 7 names, we have names like JetBlue, JBLU, raising their revenue growth forecast here for Q3 2024. We also have AI, C3 AI, still down about 12%, trading higher here. They did beat across the board, but they had a little bit weaker than expected here. Revenue forecast for fiscal 2025. They also missed estimates for one of their services revenue. So interesting note here for AI, guys.
Tesla 231. I mean, again, props it up to everybody, man. We said 226.50 break, possibly gets it to 232. I mean, Neil, I don't think we could call it any better. Right there, that right there, 650 for that trade on Tesla. We got out at 230. We weren't sure about that. We're pretty happy with it, but wow, that really worked out there today. Tesla, trade stuff that's strong, trade things with catalysts, and trade off the sticky note. I mean, good note there today. Amazon, even 179. I mean, the trade that we had and we got out of is now where
everything is looking way higher.
Everything, I'm sure.
19.1.
Printing here.
Look, Nvidia actually tagged the $0.50 on that. On the number came out, it flashed it up and down. I had the long. We got about 50 pennies on it. Then it came right back in, smashed on the number coming at the same time. I jumped right back on the bid the way back up after we got the release. It's going to have to wait for it to come back and see if we can pick it back up. Look, the market's flying to the upside at this point. The Nasdaq's 19.1, so we're not going to get the Brecher ledge that we talked about breaking in the afternoon show. It's about where to try to join again. So there is, VWAP is going to be a thing of the past at this point for a lot of stocks. So when you're asking what's next, I'm going to start looking at trends because they've started to form. So you got VWAP. You have a bit of a double bottom here. It's a very, very steep trend on Apple. Not going to bother drawing on that one. I think it's a little bit too much. Nvidia in here is going to have a little bit more of a reasonable general trend. If we break the trend line, let me get off the bid here because we wanted that right away when the number came. If you lose this trend on Nvidia, then I back off to support. If you hold the trend line, want to look for a consolidation above and then a re-entry up top. I'm going to double check to see what's going on over in Rivian, because if Tesla's doing this and Rivian is not looking strong, yeah, Rivian doesn't look strong at all. There's not going to be a breakout on Rivian. I'm on the bid of NIO. Just to everybody, I haven't forgotten about NIO. You saw what has happened in all the big cap tech names. So for a minute, NIO was not going to be it's just not going to be the priority. It's holding on to VWAP. If it trends up, I'm now sitting at VWAP just to join this long into the upside. We didn't want to take the break. We said look for a dip buy. We're going to try and grab the higher low here on NIO. All right, Apple's starting to come off that 225. We're looking for a chance to be able to buy the dip again. I don't have VWAP in my sights. I got to look more towards that previous top at 224 as it's starting to lose 225 even.
Yeah, I'm going to try to get out at 225 and a quarter right now. You know what? Now we'll cancel that. We'll just wait on it. See if it wants to continue to go a little bit higher. We only have the one trade on right now. We really liked Amazon today. I mean, this was another one of those names here that we had put up on our note one more time today. And so it was I just want to review it to see what else we had on there. But right now we had Amazon long 172 with a dip into 174. It gets as low as 174.50, I think. But a huge move up there. Palantir, let's go look at that for a short near 31, and then Intel with a short near 20. So we can look at that. The TQs, we were like, hey man, if it breaks the bottom, we want to go short, but that did not even come close. Still $3 in the money over there.
Intel's getting close. It's not there yet, though.
Okay, so we'll have a quick look because I had a little bit of a different level. 30.66 right now for Palantir. We wrote down 30.75. That came to 73. We would not be filled, but that was a good call, it looks like. Anyways, for now, INTC, let's see where we're at right here. Yes, so we like 75. So that was the level that we wrote down here for Intel. So let's just try it. We'll see if we can get a little bit of a piece. There it is. Okay, well, it gives us some at 79. So right there, we are going to try to go short. This was a very, very spur of the moment thing here because it was a level that we had liked. So right there, the high so far is 85s, 83s. So we'll put on a small piece here. Now we can actually look at this 85, the high for Intel, trying to give this one a little bit of room. You can see here, it's just, okay, so already breached the 50 period. So yeah, so that's, probably a switch up there and maybe think about a long. We sort of broke that trend line. You see, we just followed it all the way down and now broke it back up. So that little level right there is actually, 1985. Good year, I guess. But we'll have to see. That's going to be where we'll wait to see what happens on this trade.
Jays won the pennant in 1985. It was a good year, but they didn't go all the way. Kansas City Royals, maybe. 92, Kansas City Royals, I think, won that year. You just said trend line, so I'm looking to get back in. I liked AI for shorts, but it was short the pops on a squeeze name, which makes it a little bit dangerous at times. You want confirmation. So I got a bit of a trend after I got out. So I got out when it double-barreled, held 1975. It's been holding the line. If it breaks this trend, close beneath, I'm looking to go short that. I had 20 for Intel, and man, it is, the market's at 19.1. So it might get to that $20 level. We got to be patient and just sort of let it get there. So AI, I'm looking to jump into that short if we can get it. Not a guarantee. Nvidia's now starting to form. There it goes. Now you've actually got a higher low on Nvidia. You just want more data points. So it looks like it's holding 109 for that higher low. All right, C3AI is now going to be the moment. Nope. Okay, C3AI is trying to hold on to strength. It's kind of, you're threading a needle for it to break a trend line into the downside on C3AI. So I keep looking over, and it's actually going higher. So good thing we're not already in it. Nvidia now holding this trend. Guess I'm going to like it back 109 if we get a chance at that. If it breaks the trend line, wait for VWAP. If it holds the trend, play it to the top.
Everybody, we absolutely nailed Tesla. Congratulations to everybody out there. Congratulations to the guys behind us. Tesla's by far the #1 name here today. And it just continues to keep going. Look at this. We wrote down 232, sorry, that was a possibility today on that break. Possibility, yeah, it was a possibility for sure. It ran that over right there, 232. But here's our longs, 225 long. So that's $9. 226.50 as it was written right there. Nicely done in the money there. Apple, I think we're starting to agree here that 225 might be something there on Apple. Let's wait to see on that one. We can't just, I mean, we can keep on talking about the same names, but they're all doing the same thing, going higher right now. A little bit of a pullback. We do know that we faded Nvidia yesterday, and I believe it was around here. This was the biggest trade for me yesterday, just the way it based out there, and it was at this 109.50. So we do admittedly miss this trade right here today, for sure. This is a missed trade on Nvidia. This just went up into that high again, where we shorted and made a decent amount of decent trading there yesterday on that move. So yeah, we have to relook at that one. There goes Intel. So we'll fail on that one, man. We will lose 3 cents on Intel breaking above 85s. So a 3 cent hit right there. It's looking like it was about 7% of what we made there on Apple, and we're still holding Apple, so more than that. All right, what's up, Adara?
Applied Digital gaining volume here as it's trying to break a new high of day, APLD. This one announcing $160 million strategic funding round. Nvidia, one of the investors involved. This was reported by the Wall Street Journal. Then Applied Digital confirmed it and announced it about half an hour later. So APLD on watch here. This one is a small cap, under $1 billion market cap, and a 16% short float, guys.
The short float and the deal with Nvidia, that actually looks somewhat appealing. But, you know, we got other fish that we're frying. AI did finally lose the trend at least a little bit in here. So you're closing this next candle underneath. Looks like we're going to try for a VWAP retracement. $20 is a big psychological level. Obviously, it had a bid at 1975. So those are the first two places to look, in addition to 220 and a quarter. So the quarter level was big, $20. And then 1975 on C3I is where we're going to look for this pullback. We've been short this one twice and able to sort of get away with it as it's been, I mean, it's doing a pretty big move to the upside, 11% now. But remember, this stock was down 20 points. So it is a relief rally here, maybe a dead cat bounce on C3I. We are now shorted. Nvidia does not hold its trend line. So there's... Anyways, I had it drawn before, it held. If it broke, I'm getting out of it. So I got out when it broke that trend, but it's AI that I wanted short. So it's AI that we ended up taking. Maybe Nvidia is a good one as well, but I was looking for this one to the south side. Intel is not going to 20, it doesn't seem. It looked like it was going to get there, went to 19.9, it looks like, and then already starting to pull back. So I am favoring the short in this range. It's just not quite at the top yet. Maybe I go for a trend break as well on Intel, because I am looking to fade at this point. Like if Intel's going to pull back, I had it short early, and we want to short it late as well into this move. So I'll probably look to join this trend and see if we can't pull back on Intel as well.
Yeah, so Intel was our last trade. We talked about that. We were short, again, decent amount of shares up there, but it does break through that 85, and we got out on that top. So I just reshorted a little bit more there at 82 in case that is the failed top there at 90. There it is. Take some more profit on that one as we'll make a little bit back here. We did slap the fail when we lost. So now that we're in the money 5 cents, we'll throw it back, hopefully, and make this back here. It's still crazy. Like we get stopped out there by a couple pennies, but that is trading. Let's put some bids now down here and just take out a little bit more on Intel as we pull back. We'll see if we can get a 75 or so on that one Apple pulling back, everything's starting to come back just a little bit there. Good out on Tesla at 230, but 234 or so was the high. Intel, there it is. Yes, sir. A little bit of money right there coming in on that one. We'll drop it down for Intel. Oh, there it goes. Let's go. We're waiting also. And we get a 73. So bang on Tesla, on Intel right now as that comes back in. We did get stopped out. We talked about that, but we're back in that name. What's up, Adara?
Speaking of Microsoft here, this report from the information came out around 10 a.m., circulating a lot around social media as well. The information reporting that OpenAI is apparently considering some higher price subscriptions for its chatbot AI, including a potential $2,000 a month subscription, though the sources are saying it's likely not going to be what they go with. Just keep Microsoft in mind here as we have OpenAI mulling over some more expensive chatbot AI subscriptions, guys.
God, so...
Well, it's going down now.
We just reviewed Palantir. 30.75 short sell on Palantir is what we had wrote down. And it was up here, it was at $30.65 or something. And I was like, nah, let's see. That's $30.73. So beautiful pushback right off our level again. And it's like, I don't know if Adam's here today or not. I haven't really been paying too much attention to the chat. I got a little something going on here. But at the end of the day, it's the levels, right? And so that's what it is. We'll figure this out here with Palantir. Good level. We're definitely seeing the board correct today, and it's been a good one. So let's just continue the love here, continue the love on the show as Intel, again, trying to push a little bit lower. We already got a 73. I feel like mid-60s would sort of be the next level there, but I'm not really feeling like the market's coming in too much now. I mean, it's coming in, but I'm pretty still bullish on this. Right, it has to talk to 19,000, it looks like. 19,040 right now. Looking at 19,000 would be sort of that ledge and where the 50 period is, so good.
Yeah, and speaking of ledge, it's a ledge, but it's a high one. It's kind of like a high diving board right now, the way the market is going. So it could flush fast if we lose that 19, but it just caught a bit of a bid. I got some out of C3AI, and again, you're threading a needle because the stock's been going up, and it just bounced off that quarter level. So I went to the bid at the 2020. I'm going to sit there. If it regains the high, I jump out. No questions asked on that one. Do not want to be fighting it. Apple is doing a pretty good job of not getting to VWAP. So you can like VWAP as a level, but it just held on at 224 in there. If it just goes sideways off 224, then I think that's what I have to respect. You're above the 50 period on the daily, and you're trend up, and this is the last time we were at this price area. Just go back a couple of days. It was a big resistance right off the opening range, about 224.5. So I feel like it's at a pretty good decision spot. 224 looks pretty solid in here. You can like VWAP, like I said, all you want, but it's just a line on a chart. If buyers come in at a different price and you want to join the trend, you have to be willing to buy where they are, not where you want it to go. And it looks like 24 is that.
All right. Good job on all of that. Yeah, look, AI. I mean, I haven't traded any earnings names today. Obviously, that's going to be the biggest one. There was also HPE. There was also NIO that we looked at.
HPE was a bit of a nothing bird.
That's hilarious. The last time I looked at this, it was, it's still right here, 444. So, yeah, that's funny. All right, so not much of a movement there at all. 232.50. All right, I mean, we're at this level right now for Tesla. Let's see if it is a push down. All right, we're 10 cents in the money right now. Okay, let's go. Intel right now. Coming back into the downside. I might take a 70 fill. What? There's something really, there might, okay, did we get a bug there? No, I don't know if there's a bug here or not. Like I thought I just pushed bid there and it came out at like $100.
For the record, just Sean's the kind of beta testing, right? He's on a version that is
more than beta, but it's so far so good. I don't really have anything really to complain about. But I tried to put something out there. It got filled anyway. 68's right there. So let's go, man. We slapped a fail on it when it doesn't work, but we go money bag yo when it does. So there it comes in. It's 15 cents for us on Intel. It's $2 for us on Apple. We're now into Neo and AI over there. So let's wait to see if that can work out. But so far,
well, maybe we should have left Neo alone.
Should we have?
I just got to VWAP on Neo, and if I'd had it earlier, it already gave it to you twice. And sometimes the third time at the same level isn't a charm because it's more obvious to everybody. But it just held on to 440, which I creatively put my stop underneath the even level. Okay, so we'll see how that goes. But I just picked up 444s. The high of the day is 54, so it needs to break into 48, 49 for a first take. and then up into the high of the day. So NIO, I don't really know what the other ADRs are doing. I haven't looked at BABA or whatnot, but we're in this because it had earnings and it's holding the upper end of the range. Like that's it. Like it dipped, it held previous highs, it's making higher lows. If we lose 440, I'm out. Thankfully, C3AI decided to join the selling a little bit more, but remember, this is a strong stock. Like both these trades have threaded the needle, but they are against the grain. It is trending up, even though it's down 12%, was just able to get filled there at 2020. Now I'm looking for VWAP in here at 1975. That's where the bid came in before. I'm not just gonna reload this in the ether. The first time I let it make a top, and once it had made that top, I looked to get in, right? Like it made a top that was defined, and I looked to get into it. The next one was on a trend line break. After that, I don't have an obvious level on C3AI. Okay, so Apple, I guess we didn't get filled on Apple, putting it back in there, just kind of sticking to the same names. Apple's already bounced away from 224, so no fill underneath the 24 level yet on Apple. You can see the consolidation. Try to give it one chance to push back underneath. It hasn't done so. I don't know that I want to chase this one. We want to get good prices when we're on these names. Price is your everything when it comes to trading. So I don't want to be chasing this 40, 50 cents at 10.15. Early in the morning, when it's got bigger moves for it, like that $5, $6, that's different. You chase it 20 cents, not a big deal. But when you're expecting the move to be 70, 80 cents to $1 to the high, you got to pull back just a little bit.
Okay, so now you want to pay attention to this, everybody. This is actually a game changer for stocks.
You can get funds to trade stocks and don't even have to be a professional trader. Anybody can join, Sean.
That's amazing. Trade the Pool is a prop firm that funds stock traders worldwide. No more risking your own money and no more PDT rule. You can even get You can even get funded with up to $260,000 worth of buying power, Neil.
You trade real shares. You can short any penny stocks, including Mullen, and you don't trade alone. You can trade with other traders in the Trade the Pool community on Discord. Search for tradethepool.com. You'll be able to find all the information you need. Check that QR code below. I wish there was something like this, Sean, when we started trading. It's absolutely amazing. And maybe we should get the backwards hat going so we can be as cool as well, get tatted up.
Yeah, you can wear those glasses. Yeah, no, you want to be...
Got to be cool.
I mean, that's the thing about prop trading. Make sure you check out tradethepool.com there. It's completely different, right? I mean, we sit here on prop as well. Make sure you scan that QR code below to grab your 10% off as well. So I think that's very, very important. But there it is, man. You guys have been asking for a prop firm that you guys could also join. We've done it for you. There it is. It's Trade the Pool. Go check them out right now. All right. Well, it's 10:20. Thank you so much for everything today. Thank you for the support. I mean, thank you for trusting some of the plays, that they've written down here. Some days they'll work, some days they won't, but today they definitely did. So we want to thank everybody for continuously supporting the stream as well, man. Make sure you hit the like, hit the subscribe, share it, tell all your friends about it, talk about it at the dinner table, invest all of your time and energy in getting better as a trader. And I think if you're watching the show, hopefully you're seeing us get better every day as well, learning from us. And today we actually have a lesson again every single day on the Midday Show at 11 o'clock. If you're a beginning trader and you're starting the prop, Fabian, I got you, my guy. Fabian talking to me an essay in my ear right now when I'm trying to promote the stream.
He's got a lot to say.
Yeah. Shout out to Fabian there as well. But honestly, check out our midday stream at 11 o'clock with Adara and Sharif. And now, Fabian, we will go to the big screen with Adara.
Definitely less directional here for the IWM than what we're seeing with the S&P 500 or the NASDAQ. Basically continuing to top and churn throughout the day. Slightly positive right now for the Russell 2000. Quite a few small cap runners to talk about, including Hoth Therapeutics, HOTH. This one's still up about 80%, though not near its highs of the day. Announcing positive results for the test of one of its patients here for its skin toxicity treatment. Under $10 million market cap, so about $8.5 million market cap for HOTH. We We also have here WHLR. This is Wheeler Investment Fund. This is a REIT here, so this is in the real estate space. Up over 100%. No catalyst that I was seeing, but we have about 550,000 share float for this. What about $1 million market cap and about 1 million shares for WHLR? 500,000 shares, $1 million market cap. Last but not least, here we have Eastside Distilling, EAST. This one's still up about over 200% right now, kind of chopping and churning. And I'm seeing this merger deal here with Beeline Financial Holdings. So good look here for EAST, guys.
Beeline, take a beeline for that. Why did we just
The East Stains Massive.
What is that from?
You're wearing, wait a minute, isn't that the Ali G?
Yes.
Yeah, but you're wearing the Ali G outfit.
Okay, I should have known that then. That's funny.
That's his, I don't even know where Staines is in England. Maybe it's like a town or something, but that's just Ali G back in the day. East Stains Massive.
Ali G. I mean, I so much prefer that guy as that character than Borat. I thought Borat lost its way a little bit there near the end. But anyways.
When he interviews, like he interviewed Newt Gingrich.
Yes.
Big ups to my main man, Newt Gingrich. Like, he's just the guy
nobody
kills
knew
it.
about him as much.
Nobody knew him. Now everyone knows him. It's not the same thing. He got too famous for himself.
Cohen.
Absolute legend. This East stock, I don't know if it's legendary, but it needs to break $3. So there you go. It's a high flyer. I don't want to say we're ignoring it, but it already failed once, maybe even twice at the $3 level. If it gets through 3, I think this one can absolutely fly. But it's kind of a blue sky setup for those types of names, always, because when you, well, it is what it is. When you have charts that are nothing, when you break those highs, you have nowhere to go. So NEO did bounce off VWAP the third time, but it can't seem to get to the high of the day. It's really slow. And I'm going to show you, I said I hadn't looked at any of the Chinese ADRs. I'm just very quickly going to throw up Alibaba. Baba, with the market absolutely flying, can't go anywhere. So I don't love the fact all it did is fail a break at the open and now can't go anywhere up. I think that could be a little bit of a problem for NIOs is trying to rally. As Baba, I usually use it as a litmus test for the entire Chinese market, which is probably overly aggressive, but it can't go, and the market's going. So NEO will have to take it station to station. If it never breaks a high, then we just take the 10 cents to the high of the day.
Yeah, man. I mean, whatever, 10 cents on NEO is nice. Okay, Mara, 14. Mara's still here. So, yeah, we were watching Bitcoin here. Just broke above 57,000. So not just broke, but is now above 57,000. Nice drop out there, 14.6. I mean, you're kind of picking at straws or drawing at straws here because I don't know what level exactly is going to hold downside on Mara, but you're at 1460, looking to break lower through 1430. I mean, if you're going to really nitpick, it's like 14 and a quarter, that little wick down. I don't really ever want to use August 5th lows until we actually get there, but like that's 1350. So that's a ways away from now. And again, that was a panic sell. We know, Japan and all that, the unwind and, I'm just hearing like that Tesla's up 7% right now.
Did you hear the guy? He's like up
$10
up, and then he had no idea what to say.
Yeah, $10 now in the money on
the Benzinga guy.
Yeah, the Benzinga guy. Wow. You know what's even more impressive? It's not more impressive. It's just we had way more shares of Apple. Apple's now Sharif, as I know this, because Sharif is an Apple shareholder, I believe.
Yes, sir. Hold on.
Apple right now. It's up, we're $3 in the money. Apple right now is at 226, 225.50. Let's see if it continues to hold. It's going to be a good one here as the NASDAQ. And I said today, I was like, yeah, when the NASDAQ was down 0.34, I was like, maybe we get to that down 1%. Flip it around, flush that opinion down the toilet right now as Apple leads the market. Tesla, my tailbone is still so bad. Tesla leads the market. Huge upside now, up that 1% right now. And that's very, very important to see these kind of stocks hold, right? I mean, it's been sort of the Nvidia. I haven't even looked at Nvidia today, so my bad on that one. What a 50-period hold. We talked about that yesterday. It held the 50-period to the downside. Now it's holding it long. Looks like this could break that 109.50. I mean, this was that short that we had yesterday. It's just today's a completely different beast altogether, man. Yesterday, we were underneath VWAP. We were bouncing off of here a couple times. I'm not sure it's worth too much to short this against that level. But if you are going to be short, you got to get out if it breaks like this 109.70 or 80 level. I'll think about it. I mean, Apple's just so strong. And we only have 15% left of Intel. It looks like it's trying to take that level again, 90s. I'll put on a little bit here, but not a lot for Intel. We'll just take that short if we can. Tesla 235. I mean, we thought 232 was the high. 235 ripping right now for Tesla. I don't really see a short level here. I mean, I don't want to. This is how we lost on Monday, right? We didn't believe that the long was going to keep on missing, and it did, and to the point where we lost, on pretty much everything. So right now, I don't necessarily want to fight this trend. I'll pick on a weak name, and it's not weak at all today, but I'll pick on Intel just because it's at these levels. But if Intel breaks 90s, then we are out of this trade, man. We'll take another 5-cent hit on this name. We made some back. Looks like we're giving some more back right now, as both of us actually.
Well, but I just got in, so definitely give some back if it takes out a fresh high. You know what? It's not even at $20, man. It's at $19.90 as a local high. I'm zooming out because this is where I was short every time yesterday. And when the market's this strong, if it takes out the high, I'm punching out and we'll wait for another entry. But the reality is when the market is strong, if you want to short a name, you've got to be patient. So I think waiting for 20, I'm in it now, and if it breaks 1990, I'm just going to jump out. But you got to be patient. And what I mean by that is allow it to get to somewhere, show you a top, then take your shot at it. Allow it to get to somewhere, show you a top. This was a trend line break on AI. It doesn't get to VWAP, but at least we're waiting around for that one. Neo looks like I'm on the offer. Oh, yeah, right. What am I sitting on? EdgeX, probably? Let me just.
Neo? Yeah.
NASDAQ.
I always go on the free ones, man, just because
NASDAQ.
you get those sort of like.
I was on NASDAQ.
Yeah,
no, but Neo,
fine.
Look, see, Neo can't break the high of the day, so 44, the high is 54, and now it's at 52. I'm just going to sit on the offer there. It doesn't want to go, but I think the level of concern would be if a stock in this market is pressing the high and you're short. So right now, my focus is if I get wicked out or if I get punched out of Intel and it breaks into the 20 level, it was 20.05 yesterday where the shorts actually came in. That's the level that I should be waiting for here on Intel. What do we have? Hash is saying short FDX. Look at FedEx. I don't mind. I have a stop order on Intel, so it's not like it can get past that level without me getting out. So FedEx here. I don't know why we're shorting FedEx because it doesn't do a lot of volume, but we don't mind looking at any chart. Relatively weak. Answer yes. Volume not very good. Trend looks good on the daily chart. They get markets up and it's down, so that's a good thing for a short. And it's at the lows, but it's done 250,000 volume. So I have nothing against looking at any name, but 250,000 shares worth of volume on a $287 name is a no-fly zone. Swing trading mostly, I think, if you're trading something like this. That's not very liquid at all here on FedEx. But you're right, it's relatively weak. When tech gets that rotation back into it, sometimes these names take it on the chin. I bet you JP Morgan, actually I shouldn't say that.
Some of the banks, actually I didn't even.
Yeah, the banks are relatively weak today because they've been, when everyone was running to the hills, these were running to the upside. JP Morgan could have 3 days in a row to the downside. Wow. The last time it did this, the fourth day was a screaming buy, just for the record. Every time it's been down for a few days, down for a few days, screaming buy. This was only 2. This was 4 days, but then everything rallied. JP could get interesting back into 217 here.
What's getting interesting right now is making a little bit more of this one, and we'll just talk about it because it's Intel. Both of us short this name. We just shorted some more of it right there at 1985s. We talked about that being a good year.
Dave Stieb should have won the Cy Young.
Yes, exactly, Dave Stieb. Probably, I like Roger Clemens. Jimmy Key also as a Blue Jay there. Remember Todd Stoudemire? Of course.
I love Todd Stoudemire.
Yeah, his dad was also a coach. Mel Stoudemire as well there.
Todd Stoudemire had the greatest speech at the parade.
Throwing to your boy Pat Borders there behind the plate there. World Series MVP, I might add you, Patrick Borders. And we have, I'll get that little, I don't know where the guy is there. I have a troll here from the 92-93 World Series. You have to go find that one. But without any further ado, someone who does, I don't know. We haven't really talked to Adara about baseball. We'll throw it over to Adara, but I want her to answer if she's if she's been to any Blue Jay games this year or what her opinion is on Major League Baseball.
I've been to a couple Blue Jays games, none this year. I'm more of a CFL person. In terms of crypto, though, we have a bit of a level trying to form here at this 57,000, holding on to this level. Yesterday was a pretty interesting candle. I actually ended up looking pretty bullish here with that move down below 56,000 before recovering back above 57,000. Generally, though, we're seeing a bit of a tighter range for the last week or so as we kind of curl below that 60,000 level further and further. We'll have to see if Bitcoin's able to break above that key level. We do have BTC right now slightly holding on to that 57,000. Ethereum waffling kind of on the edge here between positive and negative, almost flat here and trying to hold on to 2,400. Lots of strength though in some of these other names actually compared to Ethereum and BTC. Solana up 3%, Dogecoin up almost 3%, Cardano up more than 5%. So some strength in these other names, but BTC and ETH a bit more muted today, guys.
Yeah, I was just looking at Mara, and I'll get to that in a quick second because you're right in that they're muted. When the market's this strong, you'd like to see Bitcoin join. So C3AI, our first short was at the quarter level. Last time we got it off the 50 level in here, we got 45s. Now it's into VWAP. So this is exactly where it bounced last time, 1975. If it bounces again, I have a trail at 20 that I'm likely to move into the 1990 range. So I want to make sure we're tightening it up, but it's at 20 for now. If we get to VWAP, I'm going to tighten that one up. If C3AI decides to bounce, I'm not looking to gift horse in the mouth. We're able to short this one twice into the upside move in the market, and we've been able to hold on. Now, remember, Sharif said it this morning, it wasn't like it was a ridiculously bad report. I think it was like some kind of their subscriber number or whatever was not up to expectations. So it is screaming, in a sense, to the upside down that 13% on C3AI. And then Intel caught a little bit of a bid again. So it made a higher low at 1980. I don't know how much I like the reload up here. Like it double tapped the top, and all it is higher lows going into. So thankfully, we're able to get it back on Intel. But I was short early and lost on Intel, so I just got green because of the last trade. I don't want to reload this a third time unless it's at the $20 level. We'll back away from Intel this time through. Neo still pretty much in the same spot. It's trying to break the high of the day. It hasn't done it, and I promised I would look at Mara at the low of the day when the market's at the high. Bitcoin's at 57,000, which isn't all bad. Mara hasn't had a green day in a week and a half, maybe even 2 weeks, and it's looking rather heavy. If it doesn't bounce here, I got to be looking for some kind of consolidation short, especially if there's a move down in Bitcoin. I'm going to keep IBIT up and look for some kind of an entry in Mara. Down 2% when the market's flying, when Bitcoin's not doing anything all that bad. Not a good look for Mara at all.
Yeah, no, I'm just looking. My wife's getting season tickets here for the hockey, so yeah, PWHL. So it looks like she got some good seats. All right, so yeah, I mean, good call there on Mara. You know, we looked at that one earlier. I still like that bottom there, but it's coming up to a key level. Intel has maybe a potential chaser on it. I don't know. We'll wait to see. It's not that it's. Wait a minute, what day is this today? No, Monday was off. Tuesday, we weren't down 10%. No, this is not short sell restricted. No, there's an end there. Right, duh, we have it in our software. I was like thinking, no. Okay, so that level just gets wiped out. Obviously, that was only 50,000 shares, so was nothing. I just want to go over to it just in case it kept pushing it down. And if I ever see something like that, I'm going to try to show it to you because we have access to live level 2 data. And if there's something that I see sort of on here, same thing with Neil, that is a little unique, we'll try to get that to you so you can get an idea of sort of what's been happening in the market and some of the market dynamics that are sometimes at play where you get big orders chasing names down. Like there's only 50,000. That's a planted order. I think you just got taken out in one shot there. Remember, we're getting out just to make sure if this breaks. I don't even have my stop in. Oh gosh. 19, what is the high? 91s. All right, we'll just do that. We'll get out of 100% of this. We only have, I mean, we got some outs down here at 80s. So those were fine. We are waiting for the 50-period moving average, which is 78, 79. So, we need this to get down a little bit in order to make this trade work. I mean, take 5 cents, lose 5 cents. That's fine. But at the end of the day, kind of wasting my time. But, I don't know. You don't know the trade until it's over. So I don't want to say
exactly.
I don't want to say it was wasting my time. I mean, I thought it was a good opportunity.
There was I forget who said it, but it was on the show. And I remember it was like, okay, well, it's not doing anything right now, whatever the stock is. And then the question was, yeah, but has it broken? You're out? Right. And the answer is no. So then it's still valid. It could go, if it goes sideways when the market's flying, then it has a good chance to go obviously to come back in. So as long as it doesn't run the stop, I think I'm okay.
I find the problem. Yeah, go ahead.
No, the other thing I would say is that 50,000. I saw when it got filled, and the one you were talking about in the offer, I saw someone pop 50,000 2 cents higher right after the other one filled. So there's somebody selling at this
layering
level.
into this, or they were long off,
and they're getting out off the highs.
Bad days. I was just going to say, yeah, no, 100%. I mean, you don't want to let a stock off its hook. I mean, Sharif talks about that all the time, and it's a good thing we didn't because now we're 2 cents in the money. Amazing. But what I sort of meant there is that I find Intel, I feel like we always have good calls on it, but I find it hard to trade because I want to put in like an irresponsible amount of shares because it doesn't really move.
It's better at lunch than it is in the morning.
Yeah, well, is it? Yeah, I mean, that's something. And it's just like, you know, for me to say, wow, I just made 10 cents, like, it's good. But if you have 500 shares, that's great too. That's $50. So you'll take that. But then it's like, you still have 500 shares is still enough that you don't want it to breach your level. And then sometimes it just finds like $50 there, $50. And sometimes you just get whipped around. And at the end of the day, you look back and it's like you didn't really make as much as you could have potentially looking elsewhere. But again, that's your own risk management, right? I mean, every trade has amazing opportunities. It's just a matter of finding them and being able to trust what you did yesterday. And right there on Nvidia, if we just took that same trade yesterday, we'd be about $1 in the money, 109.50. So, I mean, that came up yesterday. This was our best trading on this name was here yesterday. I'm going to just go over here and show you just real quickly on my profile because I'm sure there's some Nvidia trades. There it is right there from yesterday. So this is that huge move down. I mean, believe it or not, you know, if you guys were here yesterday, you saw this. Here's the proof. There's 109. We took it a bunch of times, 109.50, and there's the cover. This is at 230 at 107. It got lower than this, and we took profits here on Nvidia like 105 and change yesterday to take $4 near the end of the day. There it is right here. So there's the drop down. We're short here yesterday. There's the drop down, and we just showed you that was our idea. And we didn't take it today because I told you the winds had changed, right? The market was nicely up today, and I just did not want to fight that and talk about fighting something. We are almost stopped out of Intel, which will be our only red name today. We'll be red on Amazon, which is crazy. That's because I panicked and punched out of that one because we were in that one incorrectly. I guess I must execute on the wrong level too. So we're in and out of that one. That's a cup of coffee. At the end of the day, though, man, it's Apple still $3 and still going higher, and Nvidia possibly at the 50 period where we might want to reload it. So some things I'm thinking about.
Yeah, it looks like Neo finally got off the shine and broke. I said no breakout trades on NIO today, only dip buys, and I think we might get a chance at another one. So it just took out the high. The trend is now, it's reestablished a new trend. So forget about, a lot of times I'll do something like this. It made that bottom, and then I want to see it hold that trend. But once you hold on to VWAP and break the top, I'm going to look at something that it's starting to form like this. It hasn't really done it yet, but you get an idea. Now that it's broken the high, I'm going to look for a new trend line up top and see what it tries to hold on to. I'm going to give it to at least 470 before I start thinking about, where is this going to be a curl? $5 is an obvious spot. If it gets to $5, my thought is short on NIO because $5 has been a gargantuan problem for this stock for a long time. So if it gets to $5, I'm thinking short. On NIO, let's see what's going on in the world of, say oil in Sector Watch.
Oil's actually really flat today, as is utilities. Oil flat and a bit of a change from what we've seen this week. But what's really interesting about the sector board is we have strength here in the ES and the NQ, especially the NQ. And yet this market actually has quite a few sharply red sectors right across the board here for health services. We've got weakness here in producer manufacturing, with the exception of Amazon. Retail trade pretty weak here. Process industries, transportation. Also, we're noting here health technology, Eli Lilly to the downside, despite a couple positive catalysts with regards to their insulin and also their investment in this AI-based company. We also have finance here as well. BRKB actually red on the day as of right now, down by more than 1%. So bit of an interesting picture, except for these tech names, which are generally pretty strong here, especially if you look here at technology services. We've got Oracle, Google, Microsoft, Meta, Netflix leading this group to the upside. Also, we're noting here in electronic technology, Broadcom up ahead of its earnings tonight. You can check those out after the market close. Apple and Nvidia also stronger, but a lot of these non-Mag 7 names, not necessarily the strongest, especially if you look at their strength compared to the sectors. Amazon, the only strong name here in retail trade. So interesting to think about the Mag 7 strength compared to what we're seeing in the rest of the market, guys.
Yeah, Berkshire, which literally couldn't have a red day, as you're pointing out, Sean. When the market decides it wants to make another scream up, that's when Berkshire goes down. So rotation, rotation, rotation. If people were scared, they go into Berkshire. When they get happy or not scared, they come out of it and take that profit and put it back into the names they wanted to dip by. And now you're getting screaming moves to the upside. But like C3AI, I'm going to move it. It just broke VWAP in here. So it's working to the downside, down 15%, but it broke the trend. If it gets back above VWAP and holds it, I'm getting out. Otherwise, I think hold into $19. Don't know where the bottom is going to be for this stock, but the fact that it's back underneath 20 bucks, when you go out to the daily chart, I mean, there's not a lot of support on the daily chart, but the last one was back in April, and that was at 20 bucks. Now that you're back underneath it, regain VWAP and I'm out. Intel still, there's not much change with this thing. It just wicked the high. I mean, if you have a stop at 1990, that's more luck than anything else because it just got to 1990, wicked this high at 89, and came back in here. It really needs to get down into the 70s. This is looking a little bit strong. I'm going to get out in front of VWAP on Intel and then try and regroup. If we can get VWAP, I think I should be happy with it. And I want to come back over to Apple. It's got a topping pattern here at 225. This is feeling a little bit different from the rest of the morning. See what I mean? Like you're holding on to this trend since VWAP, and now you've wicked the high at 225, and you're about to come out underneath it. This is normally an easy short setup, but there's nothing easy about it when it's so strong on good news. That said, it is a short setup if it reclaims underneath 225 for a bit of a trend break here. NASDAQ's holding out pretty nice, so it's not like the market's weak or anything like that, but yeah, you're about to break trend here on Apple if it closes underneath this trend line on the 3-minute.
Okay, so yeah, a good talk there on Intel, and like we said, we'll trading a little bit more shares, so getting some out now at 80s and 79s and things like that, just to try to go 1-to-1. I actually bidding 77s to get some more out here. Hopefully we can drip in just a little bit on Intel. Rate, give us some 77s, man. Come on, that would be nice. Our stop was at 91. We talked about that, so we could have averaged into it, but I said to you before, like, we're already trading with shares, and it's like you average in, then you get stopped out, then this happens. I already got stopped out once doing that. We got back in, and Intel continues to print for us. All right, well, new position, first time of the day. It's Nvidia, a name that may or may not be familiar with, yeah, especially if you've been watching the show. I actually was talking about Nvidia before when it was $1,200, and I was like, as soon as this splits, this will be P&L number one for myself, and it's been that way, and it's been a great opportunity to trade this name to the long and to the short side. Lots of opportunities for both sides of the bench. So right now, we'll wait to see where it goes. Just for Nvidia, I'm going to lose it at 108. So if this breaks 108, we'll get out of there. We just have a small position. Pretty going to triple it up. If it comes in and into 108, we'll try that level there. And hey, man, if like I was saying, if it doesn't come in, it doesn't come in. But I'm pretty okay with losing on dip buy opportunities here for Nvidia. So that would be fine if that happens. So down into VWAP, we'll see if it can hold that level. We're waiting very patiently for that to happen. I didn't even have any offers. So we just took a position here at the 50 period. It's really absorbed that. And by the way, guys, end. Money. There it is, man. It is, for me, going to be quite the trade there on Apple as we get it out right there at 225.17s as it's coming back in a little bit here as well. So that was a good one. That was a really good trade. Breaking that 222 early. We put the most shares of Apple on there I think we've ever had on a break. And so that was really good. And again, we felt it, man. It was going in the pre-market. It's going again right there. There comes Intel. Yes, sir. Money. So sometimes you feel good when you use more shares, and that's when it works. And then when it doesn't, you don't. But right now, it's working out pretty well for us here on INTC as it's starting to fall back in again here for us. So we'll wait to see about getting some more shares on Nvidia as it's coming back in. My bid, though, is at, just to tell you before I throw it over to Neil, where is it? 108.06. That seems a little bit low. So we might have to adjust that. Take some shares now, maybe.
So that trend break is you just got out of Apple. It broke trend. No fill. You can see I didn't get fill when it broke back down to 225. Look how it's accelerating to the downside. I did just get out because that's an interesting time to have got out of both shorts. But I said I was going to trail out of AI if it got back into VWAP. So we got 45 to 75 on C3 AI, but it broke VWAP back to the upside. It is SSR as well. So any bounce, I want to give some respect. So holding VWAP there. And then that 1970, we just got out on Intel. It's still an upward trend, but we got it just the one time there up top after losing in the morning. It's still the morning. Right at 9:30 off of the open, we grabbed it off that 19.9. So now I'm essentially flat because we got out of C3AI. I'm still favoring the short on the stock, but I'm going to have to look for another entry plan. That's either consolidation under VWAP or maybe a retracement back into the high. I don't need the trend line anymore. That sort of served its purpose over there. Nvidia VWAP, Apple possibly at VWAP. A couple of things to be able to look for here. And I feel like Apple it's been stronger. And we'll see how it responds to this 224 and VWAP here on the way back in. Keep in mind, it'll be 19,000 on the NASDAQ potentially too. So when you're looking for dip buys, let me just give you the black chart because I don't want to flip to the futures and get away. If you come to 1900, good psychological level, NASDAQ's trying to hold green on this little bit of a dip. So that's going to be important. If we hold on to that, I'd rather be in a strong stock, and Apple is stronger than the market by 4.5 times. So that's enough for me, 224. I mean, even Nvidia is stronger than the market by multiples here. So both these names at VWAP are looking a little bit juicy. I got to get over to NEO. We're starting to accelerate a bit to the downside. Not really dragging NEO with it, but if we lose the breakout price, I should jump out of this and wait for VWAP on NIO with the market coming back in and still being long. Holly saying, look at Eli Lilly.
Oh, no.
Don't mind not trading it.
920?
Oh, it broke 920. 911.
What? That was that level we talked about.
No, I see 911 as my low, my level 2, but it's 912. It's at $912. Yeah, Eli Lilly down 3.5%. I think it's just rotation. Lilly, Berkshire down today. JP, when I last looked at it, wasn't looking that good. The 50 period on Lilly's at 895. So 895, 900, that would look like a reasonable place for buyers to step in. Wow, look at this sucker when it got to the 52-week high. Well, that was kind of a sell.
Yeah.
A little bit.
Yep. I mean, that's what...
Little bit.
I didn't think it would.
You never sell, and you never.
We had looked at that at 1920. It was at 1928 actually.
Yeah, I know.
When we looked at it, and I was
probably
like,
should have sold some.
That. All right, we're in Nvidia right now. So here we go, man. 108.25s. We're gonna give this one 50 cents. So let's see if it wants to work. We'll put a piece out there at 108.50s or so. Maybe we get something out there, but yeah, we're gonna hold out to see if it wants to get upside. There's that 108 hold. We wanted. Got sticky notes everywhere. We wanted to trade that level, so we're in it, and we're in it now. We talked about putting on some more shares, which is why we got that average price of 25s. So I'm pretty happy with that. I mean, we're trying to fight with VWAP right now. It is pulling back down. It's all good for Intel, man. We're short Intel, but we have way more shares, obviously, on Nvidia now, as we've been getting out of Intel. So it's our first test. You know, the market, everything's right now is at a bouncing spot. Neil just indicated 19,000. I think that's a good look. And something to remember as we wait out to see here if we do get that drop through 19,000. If we do, Nvidia will come out, man. I mean, that will instantly, I think, whoosh down. This is a whoosh moment in the futures right now. So, and what I mean by that, of course, is I don't mean it by jokingly. This is going to probably just flush if we do get that move down. So just be careful of that possibility here for Nvidia and for the futures if we break 19,000. Without any further ado, let's go to the desk.
EXY are kind of trying to hold on to this 101.30 area here. Nice wick down here into 101s before bouncing back up. We did get some economic data this morning. S&P Global Services PMI coming out here at 945. A little bit higher here than expected, 55.7 versus 55.2 expected. Then we got these ISM numbers, non-manufacturing PMI, also a bit above expectations here, 51.5 versus the estimate here of 51.3. ISM non-manufacturing prices also above expectations, 57.3 versus 56 expected. Tomorrow we're going to get some more employment data. We had those JOLTS job numbers yesterday, the job openings, which we know the market had a pretty sharp reaction to, down and all the way back up. Tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. we get NFP and unemployment, so keep an eye out on that. Also worth noting here, reading some notes from the UBS senior U.S. economist saying that it looks like the DXY, the U.S. dollar, will probably continue to weaken as we actually get those rate cuts. So currently here, down 5% from its 2024 highs and close to its lows about a year ago. So interesting level here for the USD. We'll have to see how this reacts to ongoing inflation news, guys.
Drop through. Thank you, Adara, for all of that there as Nvidia does drop below. We said that there was going to be a little bit of a whooshy moment happening there. That's a very technical term. Breaking through 19,000. And you know what? It didn't really happen. It just went a little bit, man. It went to 18,990. It only went 10 handles. I would have thought there was a bigger chance for that to go a lot more than that. And it does not. So I don't know, man. Maybe it got bought up. Let's just wait to see what happens. 19,000 right now on the mend and trying to get itself figured out here as it goes. So we are back in a little bit of Nvidia. We did lose, though. We got stopped out there when it broke in, and then all of a sudden there was that bounce back. So we'll try it, man. We know we want to be in strong names. Obviously, Nvidia today up 1.7 is one of those names as we get going here with only 8 minutes to go. We're long Nvidia, and this is a good opportunity here. Intel is right at VWAP, so let's just punch a little bit more out. Just punched out immediately there at 64, 63. But yeah, Nvidia, nice little push back upside here. We take another fill there at 22. So far, so good on the reload for Nvidia because we did get stopped out of that first time. There it is.
19,000's holding.
Yeah, you said that's where VWAP was.
We're back, baby.
Yep, good call. I mean, we love VWAP. You guys know that.
Yeah, and the other thing, too, is like when the futures aren't like, obviously, they're not like equities. Like, you're not going to break, it's not like breaking $100 on a stock. You break 19, you're probably not done until it gets 15 to 20 points on it. And we just held, like I saw down there was barely even 10 points. So you're holding on. VWAP is here on Apple, so that's what I'm in. I'm not usually looking for short entries at a level like this, but I don't want to forget that we had said Mara was relatively weak. And that was like 20, 30 minutes ago, and Mara just broke the low, and you could have just shorted the bottom. This just can't get off the bottom. And I'm looking over, Bitcoin's only at 56.5. Mara is now underneath support from the middle of August and trending toward the August 5 low here on Mara. I want to be joining this. I haven't figured out where. VWAP's a thing of the past. It feels like next available pop as long as nothing crazy is happening on BTC. But as strong as the market had been, Mara's taking it on the chin a little bit here. Down 3% doesn't seem like a lot, but you have to put it in context of everything else. This should be a short at some point. Next available pop, I'll look at 14.5. It might be during the midday. It's want to make sure we say it. We only have 5 minutes to go in here. Apple at VWAP, that's what I'm in. And I don't really have any ideas for shorts yet again in C3AI. We'll probably jump back to it at some point. What else we got going on? You guys let us know if there's anything in the chat that we're not talking about that you guys are interested in. I know crypto is making some moves. That's why I wanted to bring that one up.
56.
Man, Mara is struggling today. Yeah, the production drop, Jeremy Newman on the hash rate. That's the reason why the miners aren't looking very good. Just wish we had actually shorted that.
Yeah.
That's all. That's all.
I mean, Raheem had brought that up about HUD 8 and stuff like that. So shout out to Alani, who did bring that one up to our attention. So maybe we should have done a little bit better job looking at that one. But okay. Here goes Nvidia, man. All right, so we're just 20 cents, 25 cents in the money. We just took a piece out there again at 108.10. Sorry, that was 15 cents. Here's now 25 cents as it starts to go back up. So our best out is right here at 22s, 108.50, 108.60. If we can do that, I'm sitting here at 40 though. I believe, yes. So right, these sort of wick highs, if we can get going there, let's give it a shot just to see. I think there's a good chance that it goes, so we'll wait to see if Nvidia does want to hold that VWAP. And then, of course, as we keep on mentioning here, we really took advantage of
Intel.
Apple. Yeah, Intel for sure. Apple, sorry, getting out of that short right there. I really like the VWAP here. I'm already in Nvidia, so like if VWAP works, great. I love that Niels took that here on Apple.
Well, if one works, they're both going to work.
That's the thing. I mean, that's why I kind of want to stay away from getting into Apple, but we're in Nvidia, and they're being completely different actually today. I feel like we'll review that in a minute, but right there's Intel right now. We took another piece out. Wow, what a trade that was, and we were seconds away from getting stopped out at 91. So you guys, I think this is a good lesson. Our risk to reward was 6 cents. We're short at 85. We're now in the money 22 cents. So that's a 4-to-1. And again, you know, we traded with a little more shares, so I had to get out when it came to the 50 period. Those are part of the rules. Then it comes down in there. We get some more out at 70 or 69, and now we can safely cover the rest right now. So maybe Tesla is one that could hold there into it. But the one thing that everyone is always interested in is what's for lunch. So today it's a pretty good one again. I feel like this is a good possibility. We had gyros yesterday at the Katina household, and today it's like same theme, man. This keeps on coming back. Today it's Greek souvlaki with tzatziki. That should be good with grilled pita bread. So like pretty much what we had last night, other than it was beef or lamb. I think it was beef though. Traditional Greek salad with balsamic vinaigrette and
hold on a second. Lamb is like, a different level.
In a gyro?
What? I'm just saying the lamb is so much better than beef.
Is it?
You don't think so? Okay.
I don't. No, I prefer beef.
Oh my goodness, I love lamb.
Yeah, that's okay. You're allowed.
I mean, I love whatever. Every time we talk about food, I basically just say I love it. So
what was for dinner?
Take it with a grain of salt.
Robert's household.
You know what? My wife made fresh bread this weekend.
Yeah.
So she made 3 loaves, one of which was for a charity thing at her work. So she took that in. But we needed to get it's fresh. We want to make sure we ate it. So we had fresh sandwiches yesterday. So we had some ham. We did up some bacon, fresh tomatoes. I don't put mayonnaise on it. My wife puts mayonnaise on hers. My daughter puts mayonnaise on hers. That's right. I will have essentially it was like a BLT, but with ham as well. And it was so good. It needed nothing else on, like no butter, no mayo. It was just delicious. I love fresh bread. I can eat it all day long. And as a matter of fact, when I was done, I actually had peanut butter for another one because I was so hungry. Man, now I want fresh bread. We get pita bread.
Well,
so there you go.
It says fresh Greek pita bread. So, all right, 1057 coming through again. Here we go. 108 for Nvidia. We just took some more out there. We're lucky enough to get a 33 print. So props that up, man, as Nvidia story continues. We're buying some dips there, and we did get stopped out. Make a little bit back. We'll be relatively flat on Nvidia. Obviously, with this pending trade, we still have half of this position. Let's see if Nvidia wants to make it go back up there into the upside and see if it blows back up into 109.50. That would be nice. I think we're going to start covering some if it gets back to 109, 108. I mean, anything before 109, I expect to see some covers over there for me. Other than that, man, it's kind of the same thing as we go. Intel will wait for a little lower than this. If Nvidia fails, we can definitely get this 55 level. So that's where I'm at right now, looking to get some 55s or so on Intel. So that's it. Looking for higher on Nvidia. I think we can get it. I'm looking for lower on Intel. So it's things don't change.
Yeah, nothing's really changed here. I can tell you for all of you, everybody trading ASTS, don't want to ignore it, but down 12% and breaking VWAP. So ASTS is catching a bit of a bid here. Look at that flat top break at VWAP at 28.25. Looks like it's on one back to the upside. It has been bleeding. Yesterday was an update for it, but it has been bleeding most of the morning. I think keying on yesterday's low, when it gets to this 29 again, can it hold above $29? It might be worth joining this if it can hold on to VWAP, but not yet. It's a VWAP, Apple, Nvidia, market 19,000 kind of moment right now. I think that's what we're in. And in looking for things, if we lose 19,000, you got to be thinking about what can be a short. Why am I still bidding? Oh, that's right. Okay. Yeah. So 176 broke on Amazon. I didn't actually get the long. I didn't realize I still had the bid out there. It didn't fill. But if we lose VWAP, Amazon's at VWAP. Oh, Apple just lost it as well. Okay, just get over C3I. If we have 15 seconds to go, C3I is trying to regain VWAP here. I'm thinking short under VWAP. I did trail out at the same price, but I want to jump back in and join the short on C3AI. So the market's starting to come back, and we've just lost 19,000, everybody. What interesting timing, because it's been trends all week. Did we just get a trend reversal as we're heading on over to the midday with Sharif and Adara? Go get them.
Go get them.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to the Midday Show, or formerly known as the Midday Show. This is called How to Trade. That is Girl Adara, and I'm Sharif. And we're going to wait for everyone to weasel on over from the other stream. Shout out to Benson. What is up to you as well, sir? Shout out to Bears versus Bulls. Got your message. Will respond. Thank you for sending that. The world's best moderator, the OG Darwin, joining us as well as Dude Rocks 420. Random Oddities and D-Loaf, Vic Novak, and Max Trades and Investing. Shout out to Gorev and Cesar Sandoval, Oscarito, Blue Arrow, Daryl Finch, and Aaron and Joanna Brewster. We got Rogelio Concepcion, Bala Nambi, It's Moko, a proper paradox. Adrian again, shout out to the Piper, Smartians, Travman. We got M, we got Yatube B37. All right, a whole, I remember this before. Mary L, Roger. We got Hans Beer and Kevin. Rare Seed, love that name. We got Jagdeep as well as Abhi and Dam. Lionel Martinez, very close to Lionel Messi. No, obviously not. Shout out to everybody. Thank you guys for joining us. Shout out to Fat Figure as well, one of the OGs in the chat. Good morning, Adair.
Morning. How are you doing today, Sharif?
I cannot complain. Everything is good. Everything good on your end?
Things are good here. I'm just looking at Meta because I'm going to take this long. Okay, if we get filled, we're going long here, Meta. I'm risking 50 cents. Why am I doing this? You may ask. Okay, so I was thinking a lot last night about why certain trades did not go well. You guys know I think about the markets day and night, 24/7, all that. Day and night, shout out to Kid Cudi. But basically, I got a little kid cut up yesterday. I was up on the day, but there were some trades that definitely didn't need to be taken. And so it's like, I'm trying to think now about risk in terms of percentage of my total risk. So if you don't want to risk at least 10% of your total like shutdown or your risk for the day, is the trade worth taking? And that's what I realized. So that's what I'm really trying to do here, making sure I'm taking trades that make sense from a risk to reward perspective beyond like, oh, like, you know, I guess what I'm trying to say is I'm really trying to focus more on the process of things. Like I said, part of that was hiding the P&L. The other part of this is making risk management decisions that make sense for me on that kind of basis. So we're already like almost 50 cents in the money here in this META. I took this because this 515 level, I mentioned this briefly at the end of the midday. Look at this 515 level, how it held as resistance and then how it quadrupled. And we basically, we kind of came back up there later as well. So that's certainly a level I want to be aware of. In terms of profit taking, I'm going to be watching here as we get to 517.50. So I'm risking 50 cents. I will be taking profit minimum 517.50. So that's a 3-to-1 risk to reward. That's the type of stuff I need to be doing more of here. Let's see what else happened. I was a little bit like, because I wanted to get an Nvidia short here off. Well, initially, okay, I said to Sharif in the pre-market or in the morning, I love that one. Okay, now it's in confluence with VWAP 2, that 105.70s. Obviously, we kind of bid up there, tried to get the short off that 108 area, wasn't able to get filled there, so just waiting and watching for some opportunities. Let's see what happens in META. Should have taken more shares in this. That is something I will have to reflect on and aggressively journal. But let's see if Meta is able to get us minimum 517.50. Sharif, it looks like we might be able to get filled here.
Nice,
the other thing, too, is confluence for this Meta trade was if you look at the Qs here, the Qs also, much like Meta, bouncing off of a bit of an area here of support after wicking lower. So that was the look. Let's see what Meta gives us. How are you looking, Sharif?
Very interesting look right now in the futures. I'm in Neo, guys. I'll get to that trade in a second, but this is all the hype right now. We go green to red now on the NQ September contract. We reclaim that 19.1 right at the bell. We weasel our way up exactly into 19.150. Now we're giving up the ghost. Gone red on the day. The break-even point on the futures is 18.962. We're well below that right now. Let's see if this forms into a hammer candle. You're kind of seeing some hammer candles specifically on Apple show up over here. So we'll see if this is able to reclaim the VWAP. But it was a big boy move there on the, I believe it was the numbers that the ISM numbers had the market going down. Didn't really react well there. So we shall keep tabs on the future. I'm in Neo to defend this 454, 455-ish area. I wouldn't mind actually dollar cost averaging at the $0.50 to defend VWAP. Let me show the 5-minute look here on NIO. Very good report by NIO today with, relatively speaking, obviously still down aggressively on the year, but it's been a nice steady state up 462, not 4 2/3. 462 the high at day. It's doing its darndest to hold the 10 exponential. This is where VWAP is, right below that $0.50, 449 exactly. So I wouldn't mind adding there. But the only time really it's breached VWAP on a closing basis was the opening range right at 935. The other times here, they were just quick wicks and then drop by. So we'll give Neo the old college try and see exactly what we get there. Let's put in the ticker super quick for Neo before we start the lesson du jour. And we are talking about the relative steepness today, guys, of trend lines. So let's get ready. We kind of touched on that topic a little bit yesterday. We'll get a little bit more nuanced with it today. Anything you want to talk about before we set up the lesson over here?
Yeah, for sure. So just to clarify, also, I guess I'm really tired of math wrong. The risk to reward here is going to be max 5-to-1 and not 3-to-1. I want to clarify there for Meta. Also, my stop now that we are a little bit in La Mula is going to be prior bar low. So that's going to be what's happening here. If we on the 1 minute chart, that's what I'm looking at here for META. If you hear me whooping or hollering, I'm guessing things are going well there. We'll find out. Trying to be calm in this trade and see what progresses. And shout out to Learning. Very excited to hear continue that trend of learning about trends.
All right, let's talk about the relative steepness of these trend lines. We had touched a little bit upon it yesterday. Today, we want to get a little bit more detailed, talk about how to use the steepness, the angles, what the optimal angle is for these trend lines. Believe it or not, there's a lot more nuance to trend lines than just connecting two dots. So let's get right to it, baby. All right, the objective of this lesson, by the end of the lesson, we seek to understand how to analyze and adjust these trend lines based on their steepness or lack thereof. You'll see that in a second, and as well as how to handle these accelerating trends. The key idea here is that trend lines are essential tools, but they are not the end-all and be-all, and the steepness of the trend line can actually be more informative to you than the actual exact price levels themselves. So let's get right to it. So the importance of the steepness. What do we mean by steepness? So a trend line steepness refers essentially to the angle of the trend line relative to price movement. So the angle of the trend line relative to price movement. In general, not a hard and fast rule, but in general, a reliable uptrend tends to form around a 45-degree angle. Okay? It's not a hard and fast rule, but there is this rule here called the 45-degree rule. And essentially, John J. Murphy, in his book, he's suggesting that the most sustainable and reliable trend lines tend to be plus or minus, he says 5 to 7.5, this 45-degree angle. If the trend line is too steep, much greater than 45 degree, it may indicate that the market is advancing too quickly and that the trend may be unsustainable. And if it's obviously less than that, the market may be anemic and we may be looking at a pullback. That's kind of what I was trying to say here. A flat trend line, on the other hand, is suggesting to you market weakness and indicates that the uptrend is not as strong as it should be. So in case you're wondering if somehow you skipped math class, 45-degree angle in between that flat and that straight up button, straight up line, I mean. So somewhere in between, okay? Looks like I just took a print there on NEO. Yeah, we're at day's high right now, guys, on NEO. It's coming back into that 462, so just be aware. Neil, are you still in this? Are you in NEO? Neil trailed out, but he printed on it, so shout out to Neil, man. We're at this. We have typically a bigger position than we normally take on this bad boy, so we'll hope we print. And so here's the look. This is what the steepness is. This number one, this is far too steep of a trend line. This is your optimal right here. Trend line number two, it's somewhere in and around that 45-degree angle. Trend number three, or sorry, I should say trend line number three, it's not bad, but it just makes the likelihood of a failed trend or a failed continuation that much greater. So ideally what you're looking for, somewhere around 45 degrees. Oh no, my monitor's gone. Oh no. All right, here we go. How to adjust these trend lines equally as important. So adjustments for slowing or accelerating trends. Let's talk about these. So sometimes the initial trend may no longer be valid as market conditions changed. If the original line, though, is too steep, a correction may occur and the trend line will need to be redrawn. And that's fine. You can redraw these trend lines at a flatter angle. And the idea here is to redraw it to reflect a more sustainable price movement. So redrawing these trend lines, absolutely part and parcel of drawing trend lines in general. Conversely, if the trend line is too flat as opposed to too steep, and the market accelerates, the chartist should draw a new steeper trend line to track the increased price momentum. So the idea here is really not to look for anything too steep or too shallow, but number one, to look for that ideal 45-ish trend line, as well as be real with yourself. If the trend is decelerating or accelerating, it's okay to redraw the trend line. The trend line, it's not found in nature, okay? So it's a creation of humans, and so absolutely just redraw it, okay? And this is what we're talking about here. This is the original trend line. It was a steep inclination, and then the market gave it up, but we still kind of held that higher low situation around over here. So absolutely go ahead, redraw that trend line to reflect the more recent price action. And this is one So this is one where you had to redraw south. So initially the trend acceleration was to the north side, so you had to redraw it so it was a little bit south. In this particular case, you got to redraw it steeper because the trend started accelerating. So while this one was valid, trend line number 1 was valid initially, now we're looking at trend line number 2. So redrawing these, absolutely part and parcel of the whole situation. How do you handle, though, the acceleration or deceleration, for that matter, of these trend lines? So number one, we can draw multiple trend lines. So in an accelerating market, it's not uncommon, as I just explained, to adjust these trend lines as the trend gathers momentum. You may need to redraw the trend line at increasingly steeper angles, and this ensures that the trend line continues to reflect the true direction and the strength of the market. So redrawing these, absolutely fine. And then John J. Murphy basically says if the trend line becomes too impractical, then you got to flip to the moving averages. Then you kind of start using these moving averages sort of as pseudo trend lines. He calls them curvilinear trend lines. I don't know. I think there's an individual by this name. Curvilinear trend lines. And essentially here, he mentions that when the angle becomes too steep or impractical, one should consider using other tools such as moving averages. And then he gives it the nice little name there. Okay. And some just key takeaways from drawing the steep or understanding the steepness or lack thereof of these trend lines is they provide visual representations of the market direction. We kind of knew that already, but they must be adapted based on steepness to reflect the current and the changing conditions. So don't be too bogged down trying to fit the price action within your previously drawn trend line. Go ahead, redraw them to reflect the true market condition. And the relative steepness as well of a trend line can indicate whether an uptrend is sustainable, too fast or too weak. So keep that in mind as well. That 45-degree rule should be in your mind. And adjust the trend line as the market accelerates or slows down to keep track of the price movements accurately. That's all we're really going to talk about today, and I hope everybody prints up a story.
Yeah, thank you so much for going over that there, Sharif. Yeah, I think curvilinear maybe. I don't know. It's not really a word. It's a curvy little word. It's a different word. So Meta, I had one win on this, one loss. I want to talk about what I did with this Meta trade. Initially got long here, 515. Really proud of this entry. Should have probably had more size on it. Then I said I was going to use power bar lows for the 1 minute. On the 1 minute as my stop. I did that. I ended up getting out here. Then I got back in and I took more size with this too, and I think this is what I'm gonna have to journal about because it might have been, I don't want to say necessarily vengeful, but it was probably a bit FOMO-y, but like, oh, like Adira, you took $1 on Meta, you got short basically here, like at this support area, like come on, like just be, or long, sorry, just be grateful for what you have, right? But tried to get back in, risked it appropriately there, was 50 cents, lost 50 cents, got out at the right moment, just because we got to the area, I saw stuff out in the book, I was like, Adira, leave. That being said, I'm actually cool taking another run at Meta if we break below this 515. Now, one thing Sharif said that I want to shout out is he said, I like to let these stocks off the hook. I feel like I haven't been as good about that lately as I used to be or as I'd like to be. So we're going to do that here. We're going to be getting short 515 here in Meta. We're going to risk $1. We're going to risk to 516 because to me, watching the book, that is the most realistic level. Let's see if we push below here, in which case we will be getting short on META. That being said, like I said, I want to wait for a break below because we already kind of had a fake breakdown. So a fake down, if you will. I want to make sure I'm getting it at the right time. And I also want to make sure everyone's getting their votes in this chat. Exclamation point, join, space, $, ticker. Let us know, guys, what you're looking at because we want to look at the ticker shoot. This segment brought to you by Real Trading, where you have Sean, where you have Neil. All of us here, you can get that confidence and you can get Sharif gesticulating wildly on the green screen. So why not? What else is going on here? Yeah, curvilinear. Yeah, it is a word. It's just, I guess, a different, little funky sounding word. TQQ short, says Sean. Yeah, the Q's here. And that was another reason I'm like, Adira, why'd you go long Meta again? Is because look at that chop and did you get short 461.15s? Oh, sorry. TQQs. Oh, I was on, okay, give me a second. TQQs. Did you get short? Okay, come on, Qs. Did you get short 62s? Nice look there. Yeah, basically I was trying to look for some of that confluence between the key was in Meta, so that's why I should not have gotten short the long second down. With that in mind, I'm going to get into the Meta short now. How are you doing, Sharif? What are you looking at?
Good. I'm still in Neo, where we just took a nice little beak wetter there at 59s. I've set up my next beak wetter at 53s. It's coming in, though. It's still putting in higher lows. So I still like this trade. I'm still planning on adding at the volume weighted average price if it comes into that 4.5 area. We don't have the DCA quite yet, but we'll set that up. So that is what I'm doing right now on NIO. You know, not the biggest mover on the day, but seems to be respecting the 10 exponential on the 5. The rest over here are the other small cap gappers that I'm keeping my eye on. Some are still in play. Some are kind of breaking down. WHLR looked awfully good when I put it on this chart, got up into that 337, and now it is breaking down below the volume weighted average price, which is at 2 1/3. This is now actually below the 2.5, trying to hold up here at the 20 exponential on the 5, no longer tradable as a breakout trade under my system. We'll pack our patience to see if we can reclaim that 2 3/4 volume weighted average price. APLD. I think somebody was asking what the short float on this bad boy is, and so I'll take the opportunity to shout out the NOS boss and his boys there at Trade Ideas, APLD. Let's find out. Applied Digital, 17 1/3% of the 121 million share float is shorted according to Trade Ideas. Let me just make sure that float jives. I've got 99.5 million shares on my platform. I guess not a major difference there, so we'll keep that in mind. But APLD, a decently shorted name, so we could get some parabolic movements. Seems like there's umpteen amount of respect for either the 10 or the 20. Take your pick today. At the deeper retracement starting at 9:30 after that big boy pre-market move, we held the 20 for every single closing print. Then the 20 wasn't good enough. Then we wanted the 10, and then we started holding the 10 for every single closing print. APLD, very much in an uptrend right now. However, finding a bit of a local top here at 5.5. So this is now, well, it's the high of day, and obviously it's a 50 penny area. So we'll see if we can take that. APLD looks good. EAST started out very, very good. We were talking about this one here on the floor when we got in the morning because it was awfully strong, took $3 in the pre-market. However, as you can see, denoted over here, the high after the bell is only 298. That, by obvious extension, means that we did not breach the pre-market high at around, I believe, 314 and change. So this one, even though it's zigzagging at VWAP right now, it's not above the pre-market high. The only way I'm going to trade this bad boy is if it breaches the pre-market high. So let's go ahead and put here the alert to let us know when it is reaching or close to reaching that pre-market high. IVP, the other one over here, started off good. I mean, it really got its footing here at 10.15, and then it really gave back most of the move here at around 10.50. Zigging and zagging right now below the volume weighted average price. It didn't even hold up at $1. So it didn't hold up on $1 on the way up, and it didn't hold up at $1 on the way down. So the dollar trade here, kind of suspicious. For IVP, not really jiving the way I want to take a dollar trade. It's up a respectable 29.5%. We keep going here. Hoth, one we've seen multiple times on the show, and we've traded it multiple times on the show. Doing a decent job. Okay, so the pre-market highs after the bell. Excuse me. Yeah, that makes sense. The pre-market highs after the bell. The high of the days after the bell at $1.50. The pre-market high was breached, and we are at VWAP. We're not flying above VWAP, but we're definitely there. So this one still in play. That $1.20, $1.18, or whatever the volume weighted average price is, holding this one up. I am cognizant of obviously the lower highs and this flat bottom that we're putting at VWAP. But Hoth, let's put some respect on this one's name. It's up 72.5%, and it behooves me to give you the deets on it. And here it goes. So the float is, the market cap, 8.5 million. Shares traded on the day is 114. The float is 4.9 million. And let me bring down Trade Ideas and have a look at the short float, if possible, 3.12. So not a whole lot to write about there, guys, in terms of short float, but definitely a good looker. We're going to have to pull this up on a trading screen. Obviously, I've got Neo up here. We'll get to BOF in a second, Adara, but I got to set up for the read.
Yeah, so I got out of Meta. I have lots of thoughts and lots of aggressive journaling to be done on that. I think I was a little bit too overzealous with what I was looking for there on an entry. Should have waited for like that more decisive break below 515. It's okay. Where's the next trade? I found one. This SPY short here, 549.50s. This was a base. This was like literally the low here for a couple of days. I just have the 1 minute up because I'm using kind of those 1 minute prior bar highs as my stop. Now that we're kind of in the money here, I would like to see what we do at 549. We bounced off there once. If we bounce off again, I'll get out there. But I think SPY might have what it takes here, especially in confluence with the Qs breaking lower to have a breakdown. But you definitely won't be able to be breaking down when you're trading because you'll have so much news with Benzinga.
Yeah, and are you tired of being late to the trade? Are you always playing catch up in the market? Are you missing out on the big moves because you're too dang slow to the news? Well, Benzinga Pro is your unfair advantage. Get those breaking news alerts up to 30 minutes before everybody else and pinpoint exactly why stocks are moving. And join a thriving community of traders who share their strategies in real time. Are you ready to see how Benzinga Pro can transform your trading? Visit benzinga.com/pro and get yourself that free 14-day trial. I know that's what this man is saying. He's like, get 14 days free, Fabian. Isn't that what he's saying? So let's shout out to Fabian. We're having a good time over here. Still in NIO, still waiting for that beak wetter at 463. It's going to have to breach that 462 HOD, which it's touched a couple of times, Katina, man. What's going on over there? The Katina man is still short on the futures. Likewise with Adara. Adara wetting her beak there. Okay, yeah. So she took profit. Shout out to Adara. Shout out to the Katina man. Both doing good trades at the moment. Shout out to both of them. And we're waiting. We're waiting over here on NIO. We'd like to print above, this double top that we put in at 462. But what's keeping me in this trade, what's keeping me optimistic about this trade is the consecutively higher lows that it's been putting. It seems to be trending, respecting the moving averages. We'll see what we get. And Adara, we won't get upset.
We will not get upset, though I feel like I might upset some people with what I'm about to say, which is I actually think the futures might be along here. And I don't think it's going to be long-term. I think it's going to be a scalp. But, and as I say that, we pull back. But I want to stand by what I have to say here. I could be proven wrong. One thing I'm learning with trading is you can't be afraid to be wrong. You can't be afraid to fail. So with that in mind, I got my SPY short, took my 20 cents. Happy with that. Look, though, how many times we have held support at 549. That 549.50 was such a level. I'm really happy I took the short here. Took my 20 pennies. But then look, like we do, to be fair, we have higher lows. This could be a flat bottom break. I'm not saying that's not a possibility. What I am saying, though, is the bid up from 549 is so strong every time that I think if we start making, and I'm just looking at the book here and the 1 minute chart just to give a sense of a trend change. If we start making higher lows, especially if we start bouncing off 549.30, I actually want the smoke here as a long. I would get long if we break above 50s using the same level I liked earlier. Risk it into 30s because 30s is a level for me. I would take it long and I'd be getting out here at 550. That would be my target. So I'm risking 20 cents. I'm looking to make minimum 50. To me, that is a very solid risk to reward ratio. But like I said, I need a little bit more confluence before we get that. Let's see how we hold here, Sharif, at 549.30. You can't be afraid to have a bit of an unpopular opinion because you know what? Shout out to Playboy Cardi in the weekend song Popular. Money and talk, what was that line? I'm getting money and I'm keeping it. That's what we all want to be doing there. So maybe if your opinion might not be popular, but the actions have to be. That was really, really roundabout, but I love that song. And shout out to Kyle Burdett with a $20 super chat addressed to you.
There we go. So big smile. I don't have the cash cow, but I'm pretty sure that our friend Fabian's got it. So if Fabian can hit the cash cow for me whenever he's ready or whenever. Oh, okay. So it's only the Katina man. I got it. All right. So shout out to Big Smile Burdett. Let me read this out. Sharif, send out the cash cow. Same plan as yesterday. Get short at test of Anchor VWAP from Friday on ES. One good trade on field for first test. One great trade on second test. Get down. Hope everyone prints today. Shout out to you, Big Spa. We hope you print up a storm as well, my man. So I moved down my my beak wetter on Neo to 462 to take advantage of what is manifesting into a triple top. How many times are we going to touch this area of resistance before we have a bigger, deeper pullbacks? Till now, we've been putting in higher lows. How long does that last for? I need to be on the lookout for a lower low. And if it comes into that 4.5, that's my entry for the DCA. But we're gonna look to get out first at 462. We were printing 462s a lot. It's just we didn't cross. So the bid didn't move up to 462, rather just the ask. So we're gonna keep an eye on NIO as it continues to be strong. I want to mention that it's not just NIO today that's strong in ADR world. There seems to be a lot of others as well, you know, with Baba and PDD and some of the e-commerce guys not really following suit, but you've got Lee, XPEV, Zeekr, BYD, Jinko Solar, not every, but a lot of these other Chinese names doing quite well on the day. So we'll see if we can weasel our way into some Chinese ADRs if they do present us with some good trading opportunities. Not a whole lot to talk about for me right now. It looks like the short's in play, and I haven't been looking at these Mag 7 names at all because I've been involved in NEO. So it's time to look at some of these Mag 7s, Adara, as they come down.
Yeah, I'm actually involved in a Mag 7. I know I had one winner and Meta, 2 losers, but the thing is, too, one thing that Neil said is, like, as long as, you know, you can take some hits if the winning trades are, you know, they're able to outnumber that. So Meta, trying to find some support here at 514.20s. I wanted the 515 short, tried it earlier, unsuccessfully. Tighter risk for this one, same size as the first short here. I'm risking 50 cents, and we actually got close to getting stopped out before we had that big flush back down. I did take this on the retest, which that never feels great, especially when you've got like something like Meta, right? That's always can be kind of risky, but we're trying to make minimum $1 here. Let's see if we push back lower here into that 514. I have my B quarter set at 514.01s, guys, and we keep bouncing. Should I maybe move this? We're gonna have to wait and see what happens. Also, clearly my call for the SPY long was wrong, and that's why I said, you know, you have to be waiting for levels. We didn't hold that 548.30 or 549.30, so I wasn't able to get long, right? So there we go. I don't think there's anything wrong with having a call, but I think it's like knowing when you're wrong. As Neil said, it's okay to be wrong. It's not okay to stay wrong. And so with that in mind, happy I never got in here. Let's see. We got $1 out here, 2/3 of the position. Let's see what's going on. We're going to try to do, like I said, some of these prior bar for my risk to reward. I'm still trying to work on my risk to reward, especially with Meta. This might not actually work. So you know what? We'll do flat here. We'll see what we do at 515. And I know we're kind of above 515 on the ask, but I want to see what the bid gets going here at 515. 515.50s, now we're 515, or sorry, we're 515.60s on the ask. Now okay, there we go. Basically what I'm trying to say is I saw some bearishness on the ask, so I stayed in. Let's see if we can keep dropping that ask low. I'm going to be trusting my read on the book for this because I do, like, Meta's a spreadier ticker. I enjoy trading spreadier tickers. I'm comfortable with my read on spreadier tickers. So let's see what we get going here. I could add, and I might add, but I think I'd be more tempted to add if we got, like, more kind of into that 514 area. We'll wait, we'll see, we will scheme, we will plot. We will scheme, and we'll see if we get some money. Shout out to Drake's for this thing. And that's, yeah, again, basically what I'm trying to say here, and again, you know, lots of ranting, is that I think it's never a problem to take multiple hits at a thing as long as you don't blow all of your risk on some of your earlier hits. And that's, I've said before, my worst days are always when I'm just like throwing risk around like it's dollar bills at a club. And I'm not like, hey, does this trade make sense? Am I risking it appropriately? Is this trade worth what you are risking? Is like the best opportunity in the market? Meta, I like that 515 level yesterday. It comes in today. I had to take advantage. So that was really the look there. Rant over for the time being, but you know I'll have more to come on that. That's for sure. Tempted to add here at 514.80 if we stay below that level. But right now, just chilling here with the final third of this position. I do not want to let that go to waste. That is for sure. How goes the NEO? Vroom, vroom?
We're still holding on. We're at like 2 pennies off highs. But what I'm keep my eye on is Mara. So yesterday we were talking about that $15 level on the daily being a really concrete level on MARA. Well, that is no longer the case. Finally gives way. Now it's time to look at Mara on the daily. And you know, if you've been watching the show before, Mara takes a hot minute to load on my platform. And I'm not really sure.
It's only Mara?
It's only Mara and SMCI for whatever reason. So we'll give this a second to load because I really want to show you guys this. The level on Mara looks like it may be going. Now, there's one thing saving it. This candle over here from that Black Monday when August 5th or whatever, we got into the lows there at 1350. Well, guess what? We are at the lows of the day right now, 1389. We could be touching that 1350 awfully soon. Now, just to show you guys how important of a level this $15 price was on MARA. Consolidation area gives it more credence. Bounce, 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 give way. And this takes us all the way back to December 2023. So we have been in this holding pattern for the better part of 9 months. And now we are giving way, it looks like at least intraday. And we made this whole comment yesterday. We talked about this, about trend line breaches. This is not technically a trend line, it's a support level. But the same rules apply. If you're, and I want to make this point because I didn't make it yesterday. When I talked about the 3-period rule, I talked about 2 rules for support and resistance breaches on trend lines. One is the 3% rule, and one I called the 3-day rule. And I misspoke when I said that. It's more like the 3-period rule. And what's the difference? If you're charting on the weekly, and if you're trading off the weekly, then you're waiting for 3 weeks of closing below that trend line. If you're charting on the daily, then you're waiting for 3 days. So it's a 3-period rule or 3% rule as opposed to the 3-day rule. And so I just want to make sure that I clarified myself about that because I noticed it later in the day that I had misspoke about that. So what does this have to do with what I'm talking about right now in Mara? Well, we got, yes, an intraday breach of that $15 area. That's number one. It's an intraday. Number two, if we're going to use the 3% or 3-day or 3-period, I should say, well, we need a couple of more days below this level. So very interesting stuff right now on MARA. It's been bleeding ever since touching that $27 or $28 high in mid-July. It had everybody thinking this was going to test 30s again. Not so. It's bleeding right now. We're going to see if it comes back into 14. If it does, can we get a little bit short off there? Zigging and zagging right now. They're already down 6 1/4.
Yeah, I've really been trying not to let Meta off the hook today. I want to shout out Sharif, who talks about Sean and I doing that. We had 2 profitable trades on Meta, 2 losers. 2 of the longs were profitable, or long and short, both profitable and unprofitable on each side. Why I got out of Meta here? I got out flat because, like I said, I was trying to figure out where my stop. And this is the biggest thing. I think adjusting the stop while I'm in the trade. I've talked about this is something I'm still trying to work on. I think I'm getting better at it, but sometimes they're still a bit too conservative. Rant over. The 515, though, like I said, that was a huge level. So we broke above 515. I got out flat, took $1 on the other half of the position. That being said, I actually would go long Meta again here. Look at all of these wicks here. This is, to me, 2 very bullish candles in the 5. And it's not just on the 5 here. 3-minute looking a little bullish. Tons of bottoming tail candles here on the 1-minute. So let's see if we're able to reclaim 515. I was wrong too. I said, I think the SPY is going to rally back above 549.50, and that didn't work out, right? So you're not going to be wrong about 100% of your trades. Most of them you're not, but you can't be afraid to be wrong as long as you're risking appropriately.
Bang.
One of the biggest things I am learning as, I've been, like I said, I've been here for over a year now. I've been trading for almost a year now. And so it's been, just trying to learn a little bit every single day. One thing, though, that I'm definitely not going to trade unless it sets up like crazy, but I have on my side chart because it has been moving. And let me check the volume. Are you above a milli, Miss Lily? Yes, you are. Okay. Eli Lilly. Let's talk about this. So Eli Lilly, to me, Neil's at 895 and 900 for levels for Eli Lilly. I agree. My levels on Lilly as well, though. If you look at what it did after earnings, 905 to me was a level, and then that 894. So I know those are a little specific for your trades. You got to find levels that make sense to you. That being said, push back my chair here.
My bad.
Look at these levels. We have 918 here. We wick into it a couple times as support. We actually make a higher high here. Then we got, which ended up being an umbrella pattern. We quadunk. Then we come up, another umbrella, quadunk. Then let's see if we do another umbrella. But look where the umbrella handles are starting to form. They're almost coming up here into those previous wicks of support. Look at this as well here. We saw we did at 918. Now look what we're doing here at 911.30s. If we come anywhere near here and have a bit of an umbrella pattern, say I would actually like 910s, then I'd be taking a really small position, being willing to risk into 911.40s for the short. Could it be bullish? Absolutely, but it'll also be an umbrella handle. I'll wait to see what the book and the chart are telling me at the time. But there's nice volume on this. This is a stock I actually, contrary to a lot of opinions, feel comfortable trading. But I just said you don't need to have a popular opinion. As long as you believe in your trade, you're confident, you're taking the balance, the evidence, and it makes sense to you. Also, guys, make sure that you are getting into that chat, �! join, space, $, whatever your ticker is, and let us know. Jay Lee saying get some shorts on, or do you think dip buy? Do you think dip buy long now? I need to wait for some things to set up before I feel any ways about anything. We still have the SPY below that 549. I'd like to see SPY retest 549 before I feel confident enough to get in there. He was also at kind of an interesting level. But it really depends on what name you're trading as well. I think that's also pretty pivotal. So I would say, depending on the name, see if there's any confluence with that name and what you're seeing in the markets. Lily, I'll short you. Really? Also, shout out to DJ Marshall saying I'm still in the SPY short for you. Shout out, I'm very happy for you. Like I said, I got stopped out, but it's all good there.
Oh.
May Fabian, what did you say? Okay, no worries. How are you doing over here?
Good.
Sharif?
I might just make sure. Oh, I'm not logged in. Dang, that's why I didn't hear. All right. I was just talking to Hey, now I can hear you. I was just talking to Jay Lee. I think he asked me the same thing. I told him, I don't know, Jay. We just got awfully close to the low day or the not the overnight low. It was essentially the pre-market low over here on the NQ September contract, which is 18,827. We just bottoming tailed at 18,842. We're not really bouncing up off there, but we're not descending either. So I'm just going to stay put. I don't need to be first to the party. I should mention that Nvidia just got into the break-even point of the day, which was a level that was important in the pre, but really early on at around 5:30. That's that 106 and a quarter. It's popping back now into that 106 and a half. Maybe that's the reason we're getting a hold up on the NQ. A candle of the indecision separates these two block candles over here, one green, one red. We'll see. We're moving up into 2/3. So Nvidia catching a bit of a bid, but still well off the highs right now. We'll keep an eye on the future and on these in general. Let's check up on my NIO trade. Neo, people get upset when people say NIO. I think somebody thanked you, Neo, this morning for saying Neo and not NIO in the chat. I don't know if you had an opportunity to see that. Yeah, well, that was jokes. Because remember, everyone was calling it NIO back like in 2020 when it first came out, and it was like $35. Anyway, here we go. We're at the high of the day again, but the offer is getting stacked yet again. Look at the umpteen amount of lottages here on the ask on whatever book you're looking at, whatever gateway, which is preventing me from printing at 462. I'm going to keep it there because we're putting in a succession of higher lows. So it has me like in the trend. And if we get a big boy aggressive retracement into the volume weighted average price, I've already told you that I'm looking at DCA in and around there. I'd ideally like to wet my beak around here, de-risk, capture some profits, wait for it to come back into that 4.5, and then we can add de novo. So we'll wait for this one. It keeps touching 462. We're eating some of the shares off, but there you go. The New York Blitz just added 100 lots just like that. 300 lots just came in on the NYSE and the New York book just like that. So more sellers or people initiating shorts at 462. Unsurprising, seeing that it's been holding that level essentially all day. Well, not all day. The first touch over here came in at 1041. So we're the better part of an hour using 462 as resistance. Shout out to Pretty Panda. Did I catch APLD at 442? Yes, I did. And I sold it at 464. Yes. Shout out to you, Pretty Dang Panda. We're going to hit the bang. And then we're going to spin the money for our trade here on NEO because we just got that 462 print. We're holding a bigger position here, guys, on this one. I don't typically take big shares on the show. If you've been watching that, you know that. But we took a little bit bigger of one for this one because, it's not moving dollars here. We're talking pennies. So the only way to really profit from this bad boy is to add a little bit more. So we just got the high day break right there. Now the technical high of the day on NIO is 463. We'll wait, pack our patience. Let's see if we can work up into 6.9. But again, ideally, I want that retracement into the volume weighted average price to wet my beak. Dan, the dang man Emmons, I have longs in NQ and holding onto them as long as low of day holds, which is 18,827, which we just called out. Shout out to dang man Emmons. Hope he prints up multiple storms there and, and then, get it done, baby. Well, what's your look over there, Adair? How's it going?
Yeah, I'm short Nvidia here. So I was looking at Meta. I wasn't enthralled with the way it was moving at 515, and that was the biggest level I liked on Meta. So I'm in this Nvidia short. And the reason I added, there's two purple triangles here is because I meant to have this entire position at the same time, accidentally added 1/3 less than I wanted to, so I added basically the same price there for the rest of the shares. Why am I short Nvidia as we get to this level? There's a couple reasons. So this big area that was at one point VWAP, this to me, I loved this 105.70. I literally said to Sharif, I go to sit down at the big desk and said, Sharif, 105.70 Nvidia, this is nuts, right? And then it didn't even really end up mattering because we pushed way above it. That being said, though, I think it's going to be pretty obvious resistance. So, it was resistance. That could be support if we get back down there. I am risking here into 107s. Like I said, I'm trying to do like risk to reward, pockets or whatever. So it makes sense for me to risk that much. I also like that 107 level, not just because it's whole dollar, but look at these resistance and the support into it. I think this could be a decent area. I have been told in the past by people in the chat, this is something I'm trying to work on too, is like sometimes the areas I risk into are actually the areas where it's better to get into the trade. So that could be what's happening here in Nvidia. I'll get back in. I'm fine. Like I'm not, risking the house or the kids or the lamb on this or the car. But we'll have to see. I might have to get out of this here because we are getting back into that 107s. But the plan was going to be to kind of add and then de-risk in all of these areas as we get down. I still like this setup. I'm willing to play it a different way. If we bounce off 107s, hey, I'll go long. But let's see what happens here on NVDA as we struggle with 107s, and we have the Qs coming into maybe a bit of an interesting area here of resistance. I want to shout out your money on that NEO trade.
Thank you, Adara.
Or NIO or whatever you'd like to call it. Interesting look there for NIO. Why am I British? We won't know. I'm not Sean. I'm not short of the Q. Shout out to Sean. But the Q is also coming into a key area here, right? Look at that support here. We're trying to get some resistance with maybe a topping tail candle. We'll have to see if Nvidia can give us what we want here on that. I'm just keeping an eye on the Qs because I find sometimes these do tend to trade in tandem. You want to know what they're doing.
Yeah, 18.9, by the way.
Pardon?
That level you just called out was 18.9 on the actual contract.
Okay, so that's actually pretty pivotal potentially. Let's see if we can what we kind of do with that 18.9 level as we have Nvidia butting its head into 107. There are sellers trying to bring this thing back to the downside. I am one, but I'm not actually, obviously I'm just chilling here in this position. Larger position, but I'm comfortable with the risk. I'm comfortable with what I'm trying to get out of it. So let's see what occurs on this NVDA. Also, Lily, as I continue to watch my baby NVIDIA, Lily, who, Mademoiselle, as I sometimes call her, Lily, if you go above 911, I know I initially said short, but then the market pumped up. If we break above this level, I'll go long. I'd risk into 910 still, and I'd be trying to get out in 916. That's like a 5-to-1 risk to reward. I'm cool with that. Nvidia, though, I'm going to have to watch over here if you don't mind. Just
yeah, of course. Just let me know, Adara. We'll take over, So we're printing more high day right now on NIO. We just got into 463. Now we're knocking on the door of 464. I'm going to be waiting at 469 because I just feel like it. Okay, so we're going to wait there, and there's really no technical reason, and there doesn't need to be. I'll do what I want. So that's a look. I'm keeping an eye on these small cap gappers because I'm really unhappy with what we're seeing today in small cap gapper world. We started off really good on the day. There were plenty going, and I was like, okay, it's going to be a focus on the small cap gapper kind of day. I can let these mega caps do their thing and do something different for a change. No. This one, they're all not doing that well. I don't like any of them. APLD, yes, it's still tradable. I get that. But it's just finding a bit of a bait or top at 550. It's not interesting to me until it comes back into the volume weighted average price at $5. It's at 520 right now. We'll talk in a bit. HOTH as well. This is still playable under my system, but again, very tight, consolidation range. It looks like the better part of the trade is behind it for the moment because we're in the low liquidity time of the day. So this one could certainly pick up and test that $1.50 high. If, the liquidity picks up a bit more, it's holding up above the volume weighted average price. Usually there's a reason for that. Things hold up above or below VWAP. It's not usually an accident that those things happen. So, that's why I have that rule. And then again, it's not my own rule. It's one that I've developed, watching other traders and reading books and stuff like that, about taking these ones as a breakout trade north of the VWAP. It's not a large cap where you can take it, say, off a key area of technical support. It's not going to be that way. And if it is, it's not the majority. It's not the rule. It's kind of the exception, is what I'm trying to say ineloquently there. So $1.33 seems to be a local area top, $1.33 over here on HOTH. There's umpteen amount of topping tails that reject off 133 to the downside. It's clearly bouncing off the volume weighted average price. Take your pick. There's a couple of breaches of VWAP here and there, but if you're accounting for those breaches into your stop placement, you should be good. So we'll keep an eye on this one. I don't like it yet, though. So it's still tradable, but not the best. NEO coming back a little bit down now off that 463, coming back down into 461. Now, having looked at this now for the better part of almost an hour, I'm starting to feel that I may not get that VWAP retracement and that I may have to add on the lower or in the higher low. So as you can see, successively higher lows, that pattern hasn't been breached, but it hasn't given me that VWAP retracement. If it doesn't give me that VWAP retracement and it stays directional in the way that it's doing now, I'm going to have to see basically and to take the higher low. And like this is kind of what I'm talking about there. So this 444, higher low. Over here, 452, higher low. 456, higher low. 457, higher low. 460, higher low. So that's kind of what I mean there. And I'm not going to have the optimal, I'm not going to get the optimal area to add, or so it doesn't seem. I can always have a resting order in and around VWAP. If it does dip into that, I'll get the fill, but doesn't look like it's coming quite yet. All right, Jonathan Flores, 199 super chat. Thank you very much, Jonathan. Getting a like for that. Short-term target for EL option expiring tomorrow. So I don't trade options, nor am I that good at them in general, but I can analyze a chart or two. So I will have a look at the EL chart and we can talk about, whether it's bullish, bearish, or what the sitch is. So EL, for all those who don't know, it's Estee Lauder. It's a $32 billion market cap. Oh, apps. Go to Neil. Okay, so Neil is, got it. There's a meeting today. So Neil's lesson of the day, going to be a little bit earlier than usual. Get it, Neil?
Thank you very much there, Sharif. Lesson of the day today, and it's a bit of a change here. Going a little bit early. Yeah, we got a meeting, but I want to talk about big breaks and big levels on a daily chart when you're intraday trading. And it's not to say that you don't take them, but have a little healthy skepticism in the manner in which you trade around them. So I have three. The first, I got the idea because the Starbucks was brought to my attention that it broke a monster level on the daily and also on the 15-minute. And then NIO here as well broke a big one. And then I also, I do want to talk about Apple to a certain extent. But we're going to start with NIO. Look, obviously NIO up 8% after earnings. And the big level on the daily chart, I mean, you can sort of see it two ways in here. Like you had a recent high at 430. You got the 50-period moving average, which is just a line in a chart, right around that quarter level. And you would have heard me this morning saying, you're not taking any breaks early on NIO, let it dip. And the reason why it wasn't an automatic long off of the open is because you've gapped past resistance. There was no actual trading through that price level. This is not like when Nvidia takes out whatever insert even dollar level here to the upside and you just sort of join a move, or when Apple breaks that high off the open and you get the trading at that price. In this case, you had not actually tested above. So when the market opens up and you're testing that quote unquote breakout on the daily, which is just a line on a chart, I wanted to see it hold the dip. So what happened is it dips right into that previous high, that 425. That's your line of resistance on the daily chart. What happens when it gets there? Instant buying to the upside. Instant buying that holds a higher low. At that point, now you've got some confirmation. Hey, that line that we're looking for breakouts on the daily chart, it's above it, but there's buyers above that level. That's what matters. There's buyers above it, and now you're seeing it hold a trend to the upside on NIO. And it's not just things like the 50-period moving average, although I'm going to use an example which is very similar to that here on Apple. In this case, in Apple, look, Apple had news this morning. The 50-period does sit at this 222, but it's not even the 222 that I'm as concerned about here, right? So you did make the break right away on Apple. Now, I didn't have the break level. Obviously, Sean did, and it did work out. But at that 50-period, you were underneath it for the break at the open. This is the juxtaposed position between, say, Apple and NIO, where NIO had gapped above the level, but you were underneath that resistance on Apple, which is both the 50-period moving average. So it breaks out at the open. Now here's where it gets a little bit interesting. I was pretty skeptical. I took the long on the way back into the high of the day. I did a dip buy on a higher low. You'll see I'm not battling it right back at that 222. And one of the reasons is when you break a level like this on the daily, like the 50-period moving average, it's meaningless unless you close above it. Like we've tested the 50-period and then we lost it on a strong day. That is a scary proposition sometimes in the market. Because if we end up false breaking this, you have a lot of trapped longs. So I think on the other end of it, just like you had to be cautious with NIO, waiting for confirmation that there were buyers above that level and then go into the long, I think right back here on Apple, on the way back in, now that we're back underneath the 50-period moving average, above that 222, I need to see the buyers emerge and break it back out again before I like the dip buy. A lot of times I'd be thinking, just go dip buy at 222. That's the previous breakout price. That's the area to hold. It holds it. Great. We go long. Everyone go home when it gets to VWAP. But not in a case where we've had that big a reversal and we're retesting the major moving average. So I want to see what happens here. Can it hold 222 and break it out the same way I needed NIO to hold 22 and break it back out to the upside? It's not to say that the 50 period or the 200 or whatever you use on a daily chart is this great trading tool that you must use intraday. But if it's at a key level like that, there is going to be money changing hands and making decisions at that 50, at that 200. That's what big money uses it for. So I want to see that extra confirmation around levels like this, if we can get it. It's not to say that you're always going to get it or never going to get it. And I had to end it off here with Starbucks, because the reason for this all came because of Starbucks. Starbucks is a bit different in that, it's not, this is going to look like, it looks like this is an earnings level on Starbucks. I can tell you this was not earnings on Starbucks. This is a C-suite shakeup. And it made a low right in here at about $91.50 the day after. And it's held that low for the last little bit. Now, the bigger the level, the more confirmation you might need that it's going to break down underneath. And this is what I mean by a trap. If a level of support is like this, it's on a daily, it'll show up on a 15-minute, but this is multiple weeks that it's held that low. And Starbucks has been a relatively strong stock. So when we talk about needing confirmation on it, look at the open. And there's nothing wrong with taking a breakdown trade. And probably if I hadn't had a few other things come on the radar today, I might have been in this one, to be honest with you guys, for that breakdown. But if it doesn't work right away, the bigger the level, the less you want to be trapped if it instant reverse, and specifically at the open. Right? It's a multi-day, multi-week level. You picked it up on a daily chart in a higher time frame. On your 3-minute, 5-minute, 1-minute, it's completely meaningless. But if you get trapped at that low, you're in a world of hurt. Now, if you broke a 50 down, you probably had some minutes in there to be able to get something out. Certainly, you could have taken even $1.92 or something a little bit earlier, and you'd been deeper in the money. But once this confirmed the reversal, it's back above VWAP in here. You've now been down for 10 minutes. It confirms above VWAP. If you're not out at that point, it gives you another out in here. You have to have some kind of a risk level, because the trap at the bottom is one of the most dangerous that you can do at a major support level on a strong stock. And believe me, Starbucks had been a strong stock. If you looked at both NIO and Apple, they were consolidative. So you're just being a little bit more cautious, getting confirmation at the level. In Starbucks, you want that confirmation right away. You get the heck out of the trade if you're trying to short it. And to the other side, you can easily have that one to the long. If you were a long-only trader, if you were a buy-the-dip trader, this is the perfect scenario for you, because all it does is wick that bottom, make some higher lows. There's your consolidation. There's your breakout. Now, the other side of this trade is what's happening now. Forget about that breakdown. I'm going to end it with this. So you're cautious on that first break. But now you've had a big relief rally that has pulled all the way back in, and it's about next steps. The first time through was bamboozlement. The second time through on the same day, V-shaped recoveries in either direction, if they retrace it all the way and retest that higher low, I think the floodgates could be even bigger. Because I think this time you've trapped some longs that thought this was bouncing off the bottom and going to go all the way back, just like it has been before. So everyone's looking at this. It's like, oh, there's longs in here that were looking for that support, and now they're long. And if we retake the low, sometimes the second or third time through is even better. The bigger the level, the more confirmation you should need that it's going in the direction that you want. If it's on the higher time frame, then try to respect it. If it means taking multiple shots at it, fair enough, because if it's going to go, sometimes it's really going to go. And if you have tight enough stops, then you can be okay. So your lesson of the day here is be very cautious in a case of like an NIO. If a big level gaps above it, allow the open to happen so you can see if there's real buyers or sellers away from that price. In the case of Apple, when it pulls back into that level and it's rejected that big level on the daily chart, get confirmation that there's going to be a bounce and there's buyers like there were before. And lastly, with Starbucks, if the level holds right away at the open and loses it late in the day, that can be floodgates. That's trapped day traders to the long side, and that's usually a good situation for shorts. There's your lesson of the day. We love trading off of levels, but not all levels are created equally, especially when they revolve around lines on a chart on a daily.
Dropping lines early, on time, before noon, afternoon. They are always one thing and one thing only, hot lines. Shout out to Neil Roberts, hotline dropper. Thank you very much, Neil. Always informative, eloquent, and awesome every day. If you like that kind of lesson every day around noon, Neil Roberts dropping hot lines. All right. Neil's continuing to print new highs as we speak here, guys. 466 now, the HOD. The reason and I was joking when I put my out at 469, obviously just for you know what and giggles, but I actually did some charting, and there is a topping tail candle from like a few weeks ago that actually tops out at 470. So I think it might be the appropriate time to weasel my way out of this trade awfully soon. We'll have to see if it gives me a bit more or what the situation is. So I've got my DCA set up at VWAP, may no longer be valid here. I've got my beak wetter set up at 6.9s. We'll see whether that triggers or not. The other trade I'm in right now, just got into it, MARA. So we put in a bottom at 1390, broke back above into that 14 area. I don't know, I'm looking for a mean reversion trade on Mara, just because of this bias that I have, but that $15 level. We get it, we don't. I'm right below 14 on my stop, so if we break that, not giving up too much here, we're going to give this one the old community college try. The other one that I want to talk about while Neil was dropping said hot lines, and I want to get to Oxy in a second because I see you guys talking about Oxy and I've got thoughts on it. But Apple, it looks awfully weak at the moment. It gave you umpteen amounts of 222. It's breaking it right now. It's at 222 right now, bouncing right back up. There's all sorts of consolidation here. This is when I started seeing it. I missed it before. I wasn't alive to the 222 level. When I sat down at 10-2, like about 7 minutes ago, I saw that 222 drop. And then it popped essentially into 222 and 2/3. So it's still holding up now. However, it feels like it is putting in those lower highs, saving except for this one candle over here, which ended up as a doji anyway. So it feels like the bottom may come off soon here on Apple. We'll see if that ends up happening or what the situation is. But there was a trade at 222 to be had. Maybe no longer valid. We'll have to wait and see. Now, I told you I'd talk about Oxy, and I will. So Oxy gave up. I was telling Adara while Neil was doing the lesson of the day. It gave up that Uncle Warren 555 level. We've been watching this one for months and months and months. Occidental Petroleum. We're obviously joking when we say the Uncle Warren 555 level. We don't know who's buying. It's just an assumption. But $55 seems to be a level on Occidental going to April 2022. Seriously. April 2022, 55 has been in play on Oxy. It hasn't given it up on the day yet. It is, though, below 54 as we speak. The low of the day, 53.82. So obviously, we've seen some weakness lately in oil. It's down below $70 right now. West Texas Intermediate. The CL October contract up 0.43, but trading at 69.50. Obviously, this has something to do with Occidental being at local lows. But, I'm like Mara. Is this one kind of find a mean reversion trade? Because that 5.5 level has been in play for so long. That $15 level has been in play for so long. Mara, obviously Occidental, it's been in play way longer than the Mara one. So we shall see there. It looks like we are on the door or on the precipice of getting stopped out here on MARA as it's going to break 14. So we're going to give up 7 pennies or 8 pennies just like that. On this name, we're going to see if it holds up, though. If it doesn't, that's the end of the trade. And we will have been wrong on that bad boy. Still at highs right now on NEO, still at 465. We'll see if we get anything there. Yeah, that's the situation. What are you looking at, Adara?
Yeah, so Nvidia coming into levels I like, Lilly coming into levels I like. with Lily, the initial plan here, like, you know, people have to go, you got to do things. You stand up, you walk around, you come back, stock is doing things. Tried to get long into that 9/11 breakout, was not able to do that. Bet. Look how we made another lower high on Eli Lilly. When we got to 914, the book started to stagnate just a skosh. Also, look who's butting her head against the 9 EMA. If you guessed Lily, you would be right, Sharif. You are correct. So, with that in mind, I actually am down to play this in either direction. It's really going to depend what we do here. If we cannot get back above that 916, I'm going to take this short. I'll risk into 918. I know that's a little bit, but like I said, I like that level. So that would be the play. Also, I'm interested in if we get back into 912s, 911-15s and we bounce, then I like the long there, risking into 910. So I have a couple different plays. It looks like neither of them are really going to come to fruition the way I'd like them to, but that's cool. We'll wait, we'll watch, we'll scheme, we'll plot, and hopefully get some money. In terms of Nvidia, I should address, I was actually in some trades here while we had the hotline lesson and also while Sharif was talking there. So I got short Nvidia.
Get it, Katina, man.
Shout out to...
The Katina man's printing up a storm on the futures.
Nice.
That's what's happening.
Nice. Congrats to Sean there. Basically, yeah, so I had this short here in Nvidia, got stopped out at 107s. Look at that. And then we keep following. But then I see higher lows. I see us bouncing off this area. So I got long here. And I actually added, I added here as we broke above 107s. It was a fake out breakout. Then I basically got stopped out here, 106.70. So basically where I entered the position, that was where I stopped myself out. I still don't know if Nvidia has a sense of direction, but it's doing this thing that GitLab did yesterday that ended up being super bullish, and it kind of reworked the whole move where it paused at a key area of previous support. Look at what we have Nvidia doing here. Wick. Then it gets that area again, and it actually has a slightly higher low, wicking into that previous support. This is a pattern I find really bullish. I'm trying to build a playbook. I'm trying to get used to things, knowing what I like a chart to manifest as. So with that in mind, if we break above this 9 EMA, if we're getting into 75s, looks like we're going to try it now, Sharif. I will go long. I will risk it into the 40s, and I will be at it. Okay, yeah, we're going long here. We're going to risk, like I said, this is a bit more risk than I normally would take, but this is, honestly, I really like this look. If we can hold 75s, I will get long. I need to figure out how many shares I'd want here. That would definitely be the vibe, but I like that 40s level. Look at that chip, that chop, and then we're going to add here as we break above 107s, add again as we get to 107.20s, then we're going to look to take profit. Let's go. Okay.
Let's go.
Hopefully we go. Well, I'd like to go up, but I hope Sean goes. That goes to the downside. Nvidia is probably not going to fill me. It was maybe a little not quick enough there, unfortunately. But let's see what happens. Grov mentioning recovery on Dell. So yeah, we'll take a look at Dell. I mean, to be fair, I think there's some of these like metas back above that into that 516 now. Bit of a green candle here in some of these names. Nvidia almost definitely not going to fill me, so that's cool. If we break above 107, I'll start the position there. I'll risk into 106.70. He's got to be adaptable. Great look for Dell. Higher highs, higher lows, breaking above that 107 area, which is a bit of an area of resistance a couple times here. Then we have those VWAP bounces, and we push higher. If there's any tickers you want to look at, get into the chat. Exclamation point join. Space. $sign. Ticker. Shout out to Dan Emmons, who's apparently long the NQ. Tiny risk, massive reward potential from 18,850. So shout out to you, Dan. Actually trading, I guess, against that short there on the futures. But shout out to you, Dan Emmons. Dan Emmons, whatever you're trading, have confidence in it. Have confidence in it. Be prepared to hit it up. And I don't know why I typed Tesla. I haven't been looking at that all day. Nvidia. Getting interesting here. You know what? We're going to start here at 107s, and like I said, I was willing to do that, and we'll risk here into that other level, the 106.75s. I'm cool with that. Let's see if we get filled. I'm not sure if we will. This thing is too strong. I need to figure out how to do those orders where it's just like waiting. I need to figure different order types, but it's all good, baby. We've started a position here in NVDA.
Sounds good, Adair. We hope you print storms. I'm good on all of them. I just took 30 pennies on Apple as it held 222, so we ended up taking that trade. But as you can see here, paper-handed as always, because we didn't hold for the full thing. Now, it's coming into that top consolidation area top, in case you're wondering what top I'm talking about over here. 222.60, you can say 2/3, whatever it is there. So good look right now on AAPL, but we'll look to do a little bit better on it, quite frankly. Look, man, NEO's at high a day. It's printing 467. We made it clear we're waiting for 69, so that's the look. Not much to talk about there. And we're printing on Mara. So that's the look there. We're positive on both. We took profits on all three so far. Now I'm looking for a little bit more here on MAR. And the level I like is that 4.25. There does seem to be a little zig and zag at that 4.25. Now it's going to be about moving the stop up a skosh. So, that's what we call a trailing stop. Could be a good thing, could be a bad thing. Depends really on the volatility and the range per candle. You've heard me yap about that many times. So I won't yap about it now. But essentially, stop placement can be, factored in many different ways. You can use ATR, you can use the previous low, you can use range per candle. Have at it. Just make sure that it's consistent so that when you analyze your results, you're analyzing similar trades to see, am I doing the right thing or am I doing the wrong thing? So that's what I'm in at the moment. Happy with all these trades. Looking for that print on NEO at 469. That's the only one we're really waiting on. I don't even have any other beak wetters on Mara. I've been yapping about that. Let's go ahead and hang out over here. I'm going to hang out over here in the midpoint at 22s on MARA. We'll give this one the old try over here. I just want to mention, Dan, the dang man Emmons, writing that as well. Love it. Hey Davis was telling me about X possibly dropping a cell phone. Obviously Elon was talking about this. And then he's like, did you hear that Elon was talking about coming up with an X phone that he hopes will take on the iPhone and it will be all on the Starlink system and could be 100% secure? That sounds like a hell of a plan, man. And I never going to bet against Elon. That's just not, my opinion, wise to do. He's an executor. He's a doer. But I need to see more. I love it. You know what his plan for X, obviously. He wants that all app, kind of that WeChat app that they have in China where you can pay, chat, ride hail. The situation with the WeChat. So that's kind of what he wants. And I think that that's what he was doing when he purchased X. Obviously, it's a long-term vision. Tough to execute as well. As you can see, he's meeting umpteen amount of regulators in his way, not the least of which was lately Brazil. Outright banning X. Europe, obviously, also putting some pressure on him with respect to what they see as misinformation being circulated on X. I'm not taking position one way or another. That's just their allegation. So that's a look. So I love it. Obviously, I'm an Elon fanboy, full disclosure. If he ends up doing it, I'm going to, champion that. But we'll have to see a little bit more. So that's the look there. Apple still stuck within the range, Adara. 222, 60 seems to be the high end of the range, and then 222 to the low end of the range. We'll have to see how long that bad boy lasts. 467 still HOD on NEO, up over 10% now, about 10.1. And Mara, boring me to death. Printed on it, but nothing to write home about, so we'll pack our patience there. See what else everybody's yapping about in the chat there. Elon is goated, says Josh H. Wouldn't disagree with you, my man. What platform is that? This is a proprietary platform that's exclusive only to the prop firm, the proprietary firm that we trade for here. It's other people's money, and we have parameters off which we work. This is their software. It's called P-Pro 8, and you could get it if you're in Canada and you want to join Real Trading. So that is the prop firm we work for. So hope that helps there. Let's see what else everybody's talking about. Random oddities. Speaking of X, did you talk?
Sorry,
go for it.
Yeah, sorry about that. We're seeing it. We're all seeing it. Rate cuts are coming, and when they do, the whole game, the market is going to change. Take Nvidia, for example. It's not cruising like it was at the start of the year. Now it's all over the place, dropping 35% one minute, then bouncing back over 30% the next. If you want to secure your gains, you've got to try Moomoo's trailing stop orders. Moomoo's, this killer all-in-one investing app partnered with the NASDAQ. And it's got features that are seriously blow your mind. Their trailing stop order isn't your typical stop order. Instead of staying put, it moves up as your stock rises. So if you set a 10% trailing stop, it won't trigger when your stock goes up. It just keeps tracking that 10% below the peak. It just, if your stock dips but doesn't drop more than 10%, no worries, you're still in. But if it does drop more than that, it triggers and locks in your profits so you don't lose out during a crash. And here's the kicker, Sharif. This feature works for option orders too. That's why Moomoo is my go-to for trading. The fees are zero commission on trades and zero contract fees for stock options. Plus, scan the QR code or use the link in the description and you'll score 8.1% API on uninvested cash with cash sweep. 15 free stocks and up to $300 in transfer bonuses. Don't miss out on Moo. Sorry to cut you off.
No, absolutely. We got to pay bills, baby.
Yeah, we got to.
Yeah. So you interrupt me whenever you need to. So we're plinting at 468 now on NEO. We're waiting at 469. So NEO continuing to put in higher lows. I haven't been able to add. So this add here at VWAP obviously no longer valid, as I'm not going to wait for this to go against me 18 pennies on a name that's $4. So we're waiting here for the beak wetter on that level. Now, Mara, a bit of a worse situation. Now, the thing that's keeping me, I guess, a little optimistic on this trade is the higher low situation, knowing full well that if we make a lower low by breaching this area low over here at 1398, that's it. That's the end of the trade. Simple as that. We're riding this trend for a possible, I underline possible here, mean reversion trade. That is because Mara has had a really gnarly support level at 15 going back into late last year, December essentially, where it's been holding that level. If it wants to give up the ghost, it's going to give it up sometime, I guess. And we're going to not participate in that on the long side of things anyway, so maybe we'll look to get short. Okay, back to the dead one Apple over here, because we were waxing poetic about this 22260 range to 222, and it just breached the range to probably stop everybody out. Specialist breakout, we call that. Right back down it goes to get itself back into the range. However, if I can say that maybe there's a little bit of a change coming here on Apple, is to say that the possible rounded bottom is forming with an obvious area of support in and around $222. However, it's not manifesting its way all the way back up. So it's still having trouble with the range that we discussed. However, it's putting in higher lows, and some higher highs, in fact. So we'll see if this one rounded bottom and then maybe weasels its way back into 223.5, which is where the volume weighted average price is hanging out. So AAPL on my watch, but still a range trade until it proves itself otherwise. Let's have a look here at some of the other, not Meg 7, but some of the small cap gappers. Okay, we put some disrespect on APLD's name earlier. We said, that it was holding out, still tradable as a possible long if it reclaimed VWAP. When we talked about it, it was right at the, I think, 11 o'clock area when we saw it. So it was above VWAP. It got back into $5, held $5 to a dang T. Then it really found the bid there, man. 571 HOD off that $5 touch. That was a hell of a level and a mistrade by me, quite frankly. Okay, so disappointed in myself for not having been more alive to that APLD trade. It was one of only a handful of names in small cap world that was holding above the volume weighted average price. So a little disappointed in myself for missing that one, but you can't get them all. Now, for my shorts out there, WHLR presenting you an interesting opportunity here. So it's clearly above VWAP, does a little bit of a dance with VWAP for about 20 minutes, half an hour, gives up the ghost at the volume weighted average price. Now it's working back into it. Is this a short off the volume weighted average price? It used it as support. Now, does it use it as resistance? And if it does, do we get one of those specialist breakouts that take us to 280 or 290, stop everybody out, then drops right back down to break the low of the day at around 215? Time will tell. I don't have shorts on this. None of the big kahunas are here, so I can't secure shorts. But for those who can, WHLR, interesting. It's just interesting. So you don't have to take a trade on it at the moment. So Apple, right back in to that 222 mid-teens. Unsurprised there. Let's see what it does at 222. We took it long before. Maybe we'll take it again. Still 468 HOD on NIO. We're still dancing there with a zillion lots sitting at 468. We're still waiting at 469. MARA, not stopping me out, holding 14. For the moment, it is a higher low. For the moment, a very anemic, might I add, higher low, but a higher low nonetheless. I'm waiting at around 422 here.
Yeah, so I got out of Nvidia here. I still think that this is in some kind of uptrend, but I don't think I'm playing it right. So I'm probably, unless I see something probably not going to get back involved. Basically, got long 107. I should have been waiting for that 106.70 area. That's a mistake on my part. Then we added, we broke above 107.20s. And this is, again, the thing that Nvidia will fake wick above these levels and then be like, oh, do you want me to break out right now? Because that's going to be an issue. And I'm like, okay, Nvidia, whatever. Be difficult. No, I'm joking. But I got out as we broke below that 106.90s. So we lost I think 25 cents on the average position, which is fine. It's Nvidia, you want to risk a bit more. I just should have been more aggressive about my initial entry that I wanted, which is 106.75, which is actually still holding up. So it's okay, Adara. Next trade. I don't know where that is, but before I look at that, because I think it probably will be Lily, make sure you vote for your ticker, guys. Let us know what you're looking at, because we want to be able to look at the stocks for you. Also, we didn't get to look at EL, I think, for Jonathan Flores, because Jonathan Flores had that super chat. So I'll look at that right now, and we would love to look at this for you. Look at, this is definitely the downtrend for today. I'll look at the daily chart for you for this EL. Estee Lauder, if you're going to load for me. Yeah. Okay. I don't know. You didn't say what direction your options were in. I'm going to be honest. To me, this is a little bit bearish. So we had this a couple times here holding this. What is this? 91 area, lower high. Then we flat bottom break as of today's candle. So I think if we're able to reclaim some of this, close around that 90, 80 area, that could be interesting. But we went from having higher lows here to forming a bit of a flat bottom, in my opinion. Let's take a look at some of these, the hourly chart. I just want to get a more full-bodied, I sound like a wine critic, full-bodied take here on this chart for you, Jonathan Flores. Like I said, I'm not much of an options trader either, so it'll just be kind of what I'm seeing on patterns. That's always going to kind of be my take on things. But yeah, I don't necessarily love that on the daily chart. I know as well with the earnings, and not to get into fundamentals, but I know their CEO is set to retire there. So definitely probably some fundamental concerns with this company as well. Though again, this option you said expires as of tomorrow, I think. So you're done there as well. Lower volume as well for the last few days. Yeah, I mean, I'm generally seeing lower highs on this hourly chart here. Let's go back to that. Yeah, my chart closed. Yeah, I would say that 90, that area just below 91, that 90, 80 area is kind of interesting to me. Other than that, there's not a lot that I'm seeing that I'm that is of interest. That is my opinion. That's just my take, though. And yeah, we can look at it further if you want, if there's more details on the options, just because, I think with options, there's so much context always to consider that I don't know about. Eli Lilly, I'll talk about briefly, too, because I am looking at this name. I know, shocker. Dara's trying to trade Lilly. Sarcasm. I'm not very good at sarcasm, but I try. Oh, wow. Inverse head and shoulders. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
We're going long here on Lilly. The 912 area, we're going to risk into 91150s. No, that's not. That doesn't make. Okay, 913, we're risking to 91150s. Those are both areas I liked. That 913 hold up from earlier was really interesting as well. So we're going to try to get 913.01, 02s, 03s. It's Lilly. You got to give her some wiggle room. We're going to risk $1.50 on this. I like that 111.50 area from earlier. Or 111.50 would be a lot to risk on a $900 name. That 911.50 area from earlier. Not sure I will get filled here, but I do like this look here on LLY. 10-minute as well. To me, potentially a little bit more bearish when you do have what we're kind of doing here with the 90 MA, but look how we're trying to bid up. Again, might not get my fill. Might have to change some entry levels. I found, oddly enough, for me, if you sometimes using what you want it to be your entry level, or what you want it to be your stop initially as your entry level, stuff like that can kind of help. So we're going to see what I can figure out here. I think there's something here for Lilly if I can find a way to weasel my way without chasing, just looking at levels that make sense. Because this thing I think is going to pop, and I want to be involved in that pop, Sharif. That's for sure. My other idea would be going long 914 and then risking into 912.50. But either way, make sure you vote for your tickers because we're brought to you by Real Trading.
Oh, yeah, I wanted to mention that. Thank you for that great segue, Dara. Guys, the afternoon segment is literally nothing without you guys. So if you're not voting, you're not going to get a good full afternoon segment reflective of what you guys want to hear about. You already know what we want to hear about when we do the morning rundown. The afternoon rundown is about you. So I want to talk about Bonkzilla. He says Lyft is fading. My man Bonk, if you want the Katina man and the Neil to talk about your Lyft trade or how they would have traded it, please get into the chat right now. Vote for Lyft. Bonkzilla's also talking about Rivian. I like that. He's talking up storms. He's also talking about ASTS. Face plants again. Ask this. No, you don't say. My man Adam Deleuze was talking about Mara. Adam, get into the chat and vote for Mara. We got Almach talking about APLD. That's one hell of a small cap capper today. That's absolutely doing real well. C Battles. I love how you voted, my man, C Battles, but you didn't put a space between the word join and the $. Streamlabs gets very upset when you do that. So I'm sorry, you're gonna have to do it again. And you voted for Disney as well. You can only vote for one, so shout out to you. Let's see what else people are talking about. Jerome Powers, I love that name, yes. Jerome Powers, he's talking about Nvidia with a price target of 50. Throw it in. Maybe the Katina man and the Neil feel the same way as you. How do you know if you don't try? So find out there. My man Harmon B, PTHL is rocketing. Really? I don't even know what that is, but vote for it. We'll look at it for you. PTHL. Let's find out. This is, I feel like it's a small cap gapper. What is this? An IPO? This is an IPO? What's going on over here?
Python, I think.
Python Holdings? Yeah, good call, Adara. I think this is an IPO because I don't have anything new. It's 11. It launched at 11.20. Looks like it opened up there at 375, 444 high. Are we halted? What's the situation here? Why are we not moving? So shout out to you, man. Throw that in the chat. PTHL. I guess we got another IPO here. Apple, guys. How many times does Apple have to bounce off 222? Get into the chat and vote for Apple if you want to vote for Apple. So the whole point is to tell you guys that the afternoon segment's nothing without you guys, and we need you to vote in order for us to have a good segment. So throw it in there, and we'd be very much appreciative of that. I know I would be, the production team would be, Brenda would be. I don't know if Adara would be or not. I'm going to hope she is.
I get to chill for 20 minutes.
Yeah,
so
right? There you go. So why not? Adara likes it. I like it. So throw it in the chat, guys. Vote for your takers every day. We have a 469 now. High of day on NIO. That is where I'm waiting. There was a big boy size at 468. That has since been eaten up. It is no longer there. And now we're printing 469 in the ask, 468 on the bid. This is going to be my last out. See if we get printed on this bad boy over here. Pleased as dang punch with this trade, but I'll be more pleased once I'm printed. Let's see. Adam, how long are we going to wait at 14? But there does seem to be here a buyer of note at $14 on MARA. The only thing is, it's not really ascending north of 14 by all that much. Best it could do in the last couple hours or hour and change is this 411 where we got printed. So a bit of an anemic trade. I'm biased more for a mean reversion. I was telling Adam there in the chat that $15 level gave way. Maybe we retrace intraday back into that level. We shall see. What happens there, break even on it at the moment. We're printing 469 again here on NEO. We're still not getting printed as the size, preventing that from ascending. Don't know where I am in the order condescendi here of orders, because if you put your order before everybody else as you're first in line, or depending on what gateway you're using as well, I'm on ARCA. I'm always on ARCA. Like 99% of the time I'm going to be on ARCA. Sometimes I use Edge A. So we'll see what we get there, up 10 and a third more a little bit. Apple still doing the 2-2-2 dance here, Dara, so not much to talk about. I'm going to send it to you while I just set up for the lesson super quick, as we are about 12:20 today. Are you good, or should I?
Yeah, no, I'm good. I'm just like, I'm sad I'm not going to get a Philly on Lily. That was what that was about.
I like that.
So, like I said, I was willing to move my placement a little bit just with Lily. You have to respect what the spread is telling you and what the stock is telling you. 914. I was like, you know what? I'll do 914. I'll risk into 913s. I'm okay with that. Even tighter risk to reward, right? This thing holds 914.60s like I have never seen. And then we do what I call the bid creep, where you start creeping up a couple cents. 914 18s, 914.21s. We creep up by cents all the way to 914.37s. This is so bullish looking. I'm not going to be able to get involved. The only other area that I'd be interested in, I'm going to cancel my order. There's no way this is getting filled here. RIP my knife. Is if we get to that 916 area, I would go long there. I'd risk it into probably around 914.50s, any of these kind of wicks. And then I would, be trying to take out around this 921 area. That would do something for me. So that would be my other look on Lily. The point I'm trying to make is I have other ideas. I'm approaching this the same way I approached that Lulu move up on Friday. I know we keep talking about that trade, but that trade was probably the height of me in terms of my process. And so I want to be able to make sure I'm replicating that process. I was really married to levels more than I was married to any kind of intense entry or exit or sense of direction. So I think that's more there was a plan. To be clear, there was a plan. But the point I'm trying to make is I was also doing a bit of jazz playing there. Right? I was willing to move. The plan was, kind of moving with the market. And so with that in mind, Lily, I would love to go long here if we get 916.
Yep.
I'll wait and watch. I don't want to be chasey because you can't go chasing waterfalls, but sometimes these spreadier stocks just need some TLC. And you have to answer to what they want. That being said, given how hard that 914 held, if we break below 914, that could be a short. We're doing now, instead of the bid creep up, the ask is kind of whiffling to the downside just to Scotia. 915.74s, now we're at 915.71s. But we'll have to learn what Lily does afterwards. Nvidia, you're breaking out, but I honestly do not have the patience to look at you right now. So that's cool. Okay, more of an ask move to the downside here in Lily. So let's see how low that one will drop. But we're going to have to wait and watch here.
Sounds good. I just want to let everybody know I'm done my Mara trade. It's now breaking into the high of the day now, 470 print. So that's all over for me. I'm happy with this trade. It wasn't the biggest trade ever, but it was very well executed, and I'm proud of it. So let's get started on the lesson du jour. We are talking today, and we were talking all week about trend. Today, we're talking about the relative trend line steepness or steepness of the trend line. Essentially, what we're looking to learn today is to understand and how to analyze and adjust these trend lines based on their steepness and how to handle these accelerating trends. So let's get right to it, baby. The importance of steepness. Let's talk about what we mean by steepness first and foremost. So a trend line steepness refers to the angle of the trend line relative to price movement. So the angle of the trend line relative to price movements. In general, a reliable uptrend tends to form around 45 degrees, give or take. That brings me to the next point, the 45-degree rule. In John J. Murphy's book of Technical Analysis of the Financial Market, he posits that the most sustainable and reliable trend lines have an angle close to, not exactly, 45 degree. If the trend is too steep, aka greater than 45 by a substantial amount, it may indicate that the market is advancing too quickly and the uptrend may not be sustainable. On the other side of that coin, if it's too flat, if the trend line is too flat, it suggests to you potential market weakness, indicating to you that the uptrend is not as strong as it should be, and there could be an impending reversal or a breach of that key area of technical support. So steepness of the trend line may seem, like it's not an important thing, but it actually is if you're actually using TA. Now, here's kind of what I mean by this. Here's relative steepness. You got trend line number 1 looking like it's a 75, 80-degree angle. Trend line number 2, that nice middle ground, 45 degrees, almost on the dot there. And then trend line number 3, oh no, I'm panicking. Well, I can't see where I'm looking, but here we go. Trend line number 3, definitely a little bit too acute of an angle, okay? Who remembers acute and obtuse from like grade 6 geometry? Ooh. So to everybody who remembers that. All right, so that's the look there. Now, how do you adjust these trend lines? So you should be making adjustments for slowing or accelerating trends. Some general rules apply. So sometimes the initial trend line may no longer be valid as market conditions change. If the original trend line is too steep, a correction may occur and the trend line will need to be redrawn a little bit flatter to reflect the more sustainable price movement. So the whole crux of this lesson is to kind of really push upon you that redrawing trend lines is absolutely part and parcel of drawing them in the first place. So don't be afraid to adjust them, okay? You're not engaging in confirmation bias when you adjust a trend line. What you are doing is you're reflecting current market conditions. Okay, conversely, if the trend line is too flat and the market accelerates, the chartist should draw a new, steeper line to track the increased momentum that's picked up in the market. And here's what we mean. So this is obviously the initial trend line here is a bit more steep. The market breaches it, but it seems to establish a new trend of higher lows, even though they're lower than the previous highs and the previous lows, but in comparison to themselves, they're higher lows. So redraw that trend line to better reflect the current price action. Conversely, to the other side, we draw the trend line here a little too shallow initially, and the price action picked up more aggressively. So we need to redraw the trend line a bit steeper to reflect that new accelerated momentum. So redraw these trend lines. Do not be afraid to do it. So how do we handle, though, accelerating trend lines? What's the move? Like, what's the actual process here? So multiple trend lines are part and parcel of, drawing these new or forming or emerging trends. So in an accelerating market, it's not uncommon to adjust the trend lines multiple times. As the trend gathers momentum, you may need to redraw the trend line at increasingly steeper angles, and that ensures that the trend line continues, as we said, to reflect the true direction and the strength of the market. And then thank you for explaining how to pronounce this word, this curvilinear trend line. Essentially, Murphy here basically posits that when the trend line is a little too steep and it becomes a little impractical, one should consider using other tools. In this specific case, he posits moving averages, which can act as curvilinear trend lines. So they are not completely straight, but they do zig and zag, but they have a general direction as moving averages typically do, unless they're consolidated, of course. Okay, so very kind of straightforward today lesson about these trend lines. So the key takeaways from today's lesson should be that trend lines provide you with visual representations of the market direction, but they must be adapted based on the steepness to reflect the changing conditions. And the steepness of the trend line can indicate to you whether the uptrend is sustainable, too fast, or too weak. So you need to be alert to that and adjust the trend lines. Do not be afraid to adjust these trend lines to reflect the accelerated or decelerating conditions of the price movements so that you can accurately, I should say, Adara, reflect the market conditions. Super simple, but something that we may not all know.
Yeah, I like that. I think what's interesting too is there's always different ways to look at things, and I like what you have to say because I think it's really, at least for me, sometimes I feel like I'm just confirming my own bias by having trends, but sometimes trends do exist. They're not always going to exist, mind you. And they're not going to be perfect, but I think recognizing that it's not inherently biased to say that you're seeing a pattern, I think can be huge as well. Speaking of which, bid creep for Eli Lilly. We are about 50 pennies in the money. I don't like saying that for Lilly because things can go all herky-jerky, but look at this push up on Lilly. I was worried, confirming bias here, just being like, this is kind of inverse head and shoulders. This was an inverse head for shoulders. As of right now, it is holding up. Let's see what we do here. I want to see us push up above into that 918 area. I'm risking like $1.50 here, just kind of around that that area, I guess a little bit less, the area just like below that 915, so like 914. 60s, 70s. Let's see here what Eli Lilly does. Like I said, my trading with Lilly is always going to be really predicated around what I see in the book. And so if we get to this level that I think could be some resistance around 918s, that's already going to be more than I'm risking. So I'm okay taking out there. My biggest issue, and I've had some SMCI trades live that have been in the money, and then I've seen stuff in the book that is telling me to get out, and I'm like, oh, well, no, it doesn't say you get out yet. No, Adara, if you need to get out, if you're seeing things in the book that are being like, hey, run for the hills, sometimes you got to run for the hills. So I'm going to be more cognizant of the book on these Lilly trades, especially because, one thing Sharif said too that I think is huge is use what gets you into the trades, get you out of the trade. Bless you, Ramin. So for me, part of what's going to get me into these trades and these spready tickers is always going to be what I'm seeing on the order book. So with that in mind, if I see, bless you, anything that goes against that, I'm going to have to trust that. So we'll have to see what happens here. Did push down a little bit on Lilly, but we're curving right back up. Nice little bid creep. With that in mind, long story short, this area about just above 918, that's going to be my first area I'm watching to see how the book behaves for some profit taking. The area I really want, though, is going to be this area around 921, 922. Bless you. That was some previous support here, and so I would like some smoke around that area. It also happens to be around where VWAP is, so we'll be watching Lilly around VWAP. We'll be watching Lilly here, also around that that 918-ish area. So that's going to be the look here on Eli Lilly. Like I said, I find my trading started to improve, or at least the mental for my trading started to improve once I started viewing it in a way that made sense to me. So I'm jazz pianist, so I always think of it as music, the ensemble playing together. You want all of the pieces of the band working in harmony or, organized chaos. And if that doesn't happen, then that's when things might get a little dicey, right? So with that in mind, trying to have that approach to the market a little bit more chilled out, waiting to see what I get. I like this too. This sneeze was a short Tesla signal, says Random Oddities. I guess the sneeze, Lilly is on the NY and Tesla is not. So let's pull up Tesla. Because I guess there were some things here about Tesla. Oh yeah, Tesla, I guess, went right to the downside with that sneeze. Also though, around 230, which might have actually been more what sent Tesla to the downside. So let's take a look here at TSLA. Oh, wow. Wow, Tesla, I haven't been giving you any time. Look at that top and turn, that push up here at 230s. Then we quadrunk lower. Now what we're doing at 230s is a heck of a topping tail candle. Another Make 7 name I have eyes on right now as I let Lilly cook is going to be Nvidia, like I said, unless something screams at me in Nvidia, I'm not getting back involved because my read on this has been a little bit negligible. But I did like this 107.60 area. It does form as rejection here at VWAP. I'm not taking anything else while I'm involved in Lily. That's not how I roll. But this is this Nvidia 107.60 is interesting how all these levels I identified did come into play. I just didn't play them correctly. That's something to journal about. How are you doing here, Sharif?
Good, Adira. Looking at Apple because it did breach that level again. Now I'm trying to decide how I want to trade this topping till candle really close to 223 as the market found a bit of a sell right at close, not right, but close to that break-even point on the day. What I'm looking at on the side chart is 18,961. That's where we closed out yesterday on the the NQ September contract. We weasel our way into 18,950 and we find a bit of a sell. And then you saw a bunch of topping tail candles come in on some of these Mag 7 names. Like you got Nvidia rejecting off the volume weighted average price. This is all local stuff. We're not saying that this is a trend shift, but Nvidia rejecting off the local or the volume weighted average price. You got a topping tail on Tesla. You got a topping tail here on Apple, as well as on Softy. Google's been directionally down for the better part of the afternoon since 10:30. So interesting stuff here. I'm just wondering if we should be looking for some shorts on these here markets. We're already in negative land on the NQ. We're down 0.13. Nvidia below VWAP, Apple below VWAP, Google below VWAP, Microsoft below VWAP. You get where I'm going with this? Amazon below VWAP, Meta below VWAP. The only one really above VWAP is Tesla, and barely. And I really mean barely. So I'm a little negative on these here markets, even though we did weasel our way off 18,850. So we're about 100 points off that local low. The real low, the overnight low is 18,827. But I would submit to you that the intraday low is that 50-point area. So I'm real interested here. Now, I don't want to be suckered into a short only to find that there's support at the top end of the range on Apple. Well, at the top end of the range we kept yapping about 222.60. So we weasel our way into 2290 and change. And now, for whatever reason, we're looking like we're using 60 as support because we're working our way back into 70s. So this is interesting here. We were talking about, how Apple possibly was putting in a rounded bottom. It's just, I'm not sure. That's as frank as I'm going to be about it. I'm not sure about this one. I don't have to be sure about every trade, hence why you don't execute every trade. We're coming back into that 60 penny level. Now I'm thinking maybe, we are going to do a little bit of a dump here. We'll see. I don't have to be first for the trade. So I'm going to pack my patience. What are you guys looking at? Throw in the chat. Josh S., Nvidia short. You don't have a bad idea, Josh. That's 3 candles now. On the 5-minute, 3 candles on the 5-minute on Nvidia that have rejected the volume weighted average price, one of which was a doji, the other one a topping tail, and now we've got a doji figuring at the moment. So indecisive is the recent price action. My submission to you, it's a bit indecisive at the moment, and I'm not 100% sure how to read it. So we'll pack our patience. Let's see what these small caps are doing. APLD giving you another opportunity to weasel into a trade here. It's been a symphony of higher highs and higher lows on APLD. It did breach, obviously, we talked about this area over here, the volume weighted average price, but did a fantastic job of holding the 20. And guess what? It held the 20 over here too, for the most part. There was a quick breach. And now it's right back at that 20. The 20 period exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart seems to have, seems to be at that 540 area, maybe a skosh lower than $5.40. So this could be an interesting area here on APLD. It's been quite directional, as you can see. And it hasn't even breached VWAP since around 10 o'clock. So that's an hour and 40 minutes now worth of price action. It's a little extended, though, off the volume weighted average price. So if you are looking for a VWAP retracement getting into here, a bit of a tougher look. But I would, most of the prints have held up above the 20. I'm interested in this one. So much so that we're going to load this bad boy up on said trading screen. I just want to keep it next to Apple so that I can trade Apple with it. Well, we're going to keep NEO up because NEO has been giving us good day today. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention that I did get stopped at Amara for a 7-penny loser. It did break down below 14, so that's the end of the trade there. When I came back from the bathroom, I was stopped out. So I just wanted to mention that super quick. We're still positive on it, though, because we took bigger portion out and then held the little portion for the loss. So let's load up now APLD, which trades on the NASDAQ, I believe. There we go. 540 we're printing right now. Let's zoom out a little bit so we can get a better look. Yeah, here we go. Coming into that 540. Do we have price action support there? Or is it only the 20 that's going to hold us up? So you know what? We're going to give this the old community college try. So I'm going to wait a little bit lower. Yeah, why not? Let's get a little bit lower. And then I'll fill maybe at 534 or something like that. We'll give this a try. Why not? It's been strong. What number is this on my scanner in terms of strength over here? I'm trying to find it. APDN, no, that's not the one. APLD, just trying to find out what percentage it's up on the day. What's going on over there, Katina Man? The Katina Man is short Nvidia, so Josh, you had the right idea. Your boy, the Katina Man, just took that bad boy short, so shout out to both of you guys. Say it again? The Katina Man put it in the chat 5 minutes ago, so he already had this idea, so shout out to him. That's the look there. So I'm keeping an eye here on APLD. By the way, I just want to let you know that APLD up 66%. And here are the details. They're as follows. It's an $850 million market cap, so it's not a small cap gapper. And it's traded monstrous shares on the day, about 118 million so far. And it's got a float, a healthy float here, 99.5 million shares. And let's find out what the short float is. It looks like it's going to bounce here without filling me, by the way. The short flow, we talked about this, and I forgot, 17.33%. And there's a bit of a discrepancy here between the float as articulated by Trade Ideas and the one that I've got on my platform, 121 thereabouts million shares on Trade Ideas, about 99.5 million shares on my platform. So we shall keep an eye on this one. I like this one. Adara, what are you looking at?
I took a 2-point move on Eli Lilly, and I want to talk about it. I'm really happy with what I did here. We took profit. We executed it accordingly. Like I said, this is what I think too. Sometimes I feel like these are the better trades that are willing to adapt. This was not the entry point I initially wanted. I wanted 914. Well, actually, I mean, way back, I actually wanted 911s. That didn't happen, but I waited for the opportunity that made sense to me, and I struck on that opportunity. So I'll explain some levels in the book that I found interesting to Lilly. I don't know if anybody cares, but I know there are some Lilly traders in the chat. And if you're looking at Lilly or any other name, make sure you vote for your ticker, exclamation point, join, space, $, that ticker. We have just 70 minutes left, so the length of a very short movie. I think some of the old Disney movies are like 70 minutes left. So you could watch a Disney movie and think about what ticker you're going to vote for, because you do have exactly 1 hour left. Also, be confident. But anyway, confidence would help me with this Lilly trade. So I got long, like I said, at that 916 because this was a level to me that was a pretty interesting area here of support or resistance earlier. Then we somehow form both a bull flag and an inverse head and shoulder. So two bullish looks here at this level. Got long, risking into just below that 915 area. Like I said, I was looking to see what we did at 919. Then I was going to take some more profit at 921. But I said, with Lilly, with all these spready stocks, I'm also always going to be using the book as my compass. And the order book as my compass helped me immensely on this trade. Because like I said, we took over $2 on this. So basically, areas that got kind of sketchy for me on the book, that 917, we held 917.83s on the ask side, took us forever and a day to break above. Then we break above it. We start rejecting here on the you can see we just barely wicked above it here on the ask around that 919s. And I was like, okay, that's an area you thought was interesting. Now watch the book. So we're in the book holding at that point at 917.83s. And I was like, that's weird because that's the area I liked earlier on the ask. That's fascinating. And then we start doing a bit of a creep to the downside on the ask. I said, Adara, get out here. I ended up taking over $2, just like the weight. With Lilly, it's all, like I said, depending on what order key you use, things are going to get, you know what I mean? So I was able to get, where I pressed it, we were able to get, just based on the spread here, about over $2 on that. So I was really happy. Got out there at 918.13s. Could still go higher, but I executed it how I wanted it to. The thing I want to work on, and I said this earlier as well, is figuring out stops, how to move your stop in a way that makes sense on these spreadier stocks, given how they move. I was using power bar low in the 3-minute candle. I don't know if that's going to be my strategy going forward, but I think it's important to try different things, figure out what works. Shout out to you, Eli Lilly. We had a good day with you. I'm not going to force you to do anything else here. You were nice to me. I feel like that was a healthy trade. I feel like, the insulin level is all the way up. No, bad puns. But shout out to Lilly. Ready to take some more opportunities. Vikya Novak, I know you were involved in Lilly. Also seeing Nvidia long printing. Nvidia's coming into that pivotal level for me because, you're done a trade, you got to say, where's the next trade? Nvidia, like I said, I didn't want to rush into this. but it's kind of coming into a pivotal level, higher highs, higher lows, and getting into that 107.60s. I'm not getting long 107.60 break because every time I've tried to get long Nvidia when it breaks above a key level, it has done me dirty. Is that biased? Maybe it's a biased take. I'm not even going to lie and say it isn't. But honestly, what that means, I would argue, in addition to biases, I'm more aware and I'm going to be more suspicious of this level. If anything, I'd actually go short. So we'll see what happens here. But shout out to you, Vicky and Novak, for printing on that trade. Everyone's going to have different strategies. Like there have been times where Sharif and I have been in the same trade in opposite directions and we both print. Shout out to you. No matter how you print, let's figure out what happens here on this here market. How's AAPL doing?
I'm coming back down. It's going to have to hold this 5.25. We're long 537s. It's breaching the 20 exponential. And the problem with getting in here is you're well far from VWAP. So it's not like you've got another support level in terms of an indicator. You do have support levels in terms of price action, which is right at this 530 area. So if we don't hold up here, that's going to be the end of the trade. But I'm keeping an eye on it. I'm also keeping an eye on Apple because this 223 area, interesting as well. So it does manifest the rounded bottom. So we're correct there. Now, the only question is, do we breach 223 and work our way back into 223.5 where the volume weighted average price is? So it's still below VWAP right now. It's not as strong as some of these Mag 7 names that are at VWAP, like, for example, Nvidia, like, for example, Tesla, which is above VWAP right now. So Apple, like the overall market, a little bit weaker than some of its Mag 7 counterparts because the NQ as well is below VWAP. And the NQ just got back into break-even territory, and it didn't clear it. It actually topping tail through it. 18,962 or thereabouts is the break-even level on NVDA, well south of 19,000, of course. So we'll pack our patience and have a look there. Looks like for the moment, APLD, we're back. Well, no, we're not break-even. We're still 4 pennies out of the money on this, but seems to be holding that 530 level. Or the stop's already in place. Everything is in place. It just has to manifest whether a print to the long side or a stop out to the short side. That's as simple as it gets there. There's nothing more to do on this name for me, except wait. So we'll keep an eye on APLD. WHLR, though, is getting a bid, guys. Okay, so here it is. This is another small cap gapper du jour, WHLR, and I do believe it trades on the NASDAQ, and it does. High a day. We just printed high a day, 347. We breach now that 3, and there it goes, 367. Now this one's squeezing, guys. Careful with this one. This is up 250%. It's at the high a day. It's really squeezing now. 371. This could halt. Let's see where the halt levels are. It's still a little bit far, I think. No, we're good here. There's nothing stacking up. No, everything's stacking up at 71. This could be a false halt, or we could halt here at 72, and we are false halting. Down we go again. We print a new high day at 83, down into 72, but getting bought up again here. So WHLR picking up, baby, midday. It's up big. It's up real big, 250 some odd percent. Let me give you the details on this now that it's moving in relevant. $4.5 million market cap, 35 million shares traded so far, and the float I see here, I'm not sure what trade idea says, 562,000. That is minuscule, WHLR. Let's confirm that here with trade ideas. They've got 540,000. They also have a 6.5% of the float is shorted. So good look there for whoever's trading WHLR. You know me, I'm not going to punch in at highs. That ain't my move. If we come down into 3 1/3, which is where we topped out initially there at around 10.15, I'll get long. Otherwise, I ain't chasing this, but have at it, baby, because this one, a definite mover. For whoever's trading this, I hope you guys print up multiple storms. Big move up into 383 a dare.
Yeah, I mean, I said earlier, I was not. I want to shout out because I just thought of this. I think it's cool that we have, like, and I've talked to you about this as well. We got a little bit of something for everyone. I trade like the big spready tickers. We've got all your small caps. We have a little bit of everything. But you know what else might have a little bit of everything as well? Is big shout out to our sponsor. Let me get this ready to go. Do you want to switch up the people? Because I know you were one last time.
Which one? You were two?
Yeah,
sure.
I was two.
So then I'll read.
Okay.
All right, here we go. Are you guys ready?
Let's get it.
You guys got it? You guys got the screen? What's going on over there? All right. Okay, now you want to pay attention to this because this is a game changer for stock traders.
You can get funds to trade stocks. You don't even have to be professional traders, Sharif. Anyone can join.
Trade the Pool is a prop firm that funds stock traders worldwide. No more risking your own money. No more pattern day trade rule. You can even get funded with up to $260,000 in buying power. That's a lot, Dara.
Yeah, I mean, and you trade real shares, Sharif. And you can short penny stocks, and you don't trade alone, okay? You do not trade alone. You can trade with other traders in the Trade the Pool community on Discord. Search for tradethepool.com, and you'll find all the info that you need. I wish there was something like that when I started trading. It's amazing.
I'm definitely going to check out this trade pool. Awesome, Stoss. Love it. Best, one of the best sponsors out there. We're going to shout out Trade Pool, who makes us read it as a duetto. And hey, what's life without Whimsy here, Dara? All right, so we're holding up here, at least here on APLD. I haven't been stopped out. This one broke back into that 545. We're still not really doing anything of note, but I'm going to keep my eye on this one. Here's the look now on WHLR, because this is the exciting one. People saying a wall of sellers at 370. Guys, we printed 397. We're knocking on the door $4 here. So let's do a little bit of charting, figure out what the sitch is with WHLR, whether or not we hit a wall here, what's the daily resistance level. So as you can see, not a pretty chart. And, you know, a lot of these small cap gappers are like that. They're going to look very similar to this. I don't know why my program is freezing on this. Let's go, bro. There we go. Good job. Good job, program. Okay, so this is, what is this? Why does this thing say 15,000? So this is obviously reverse split. Yeah, there's a big boy reverse split over here. And make a long story short, this is obviously split adjusted. The look is not good. But where do we find resistance? So do we have anything at 4? What's this candle over here? This candle's 380. That ain't it. So do we have anything at 4? What's this candle? This candle's 430 on this candle. So we're either going to have that whole dollar resistance at 4, which we're kind of getting right now with that 397. If you're looking for price action resistance, I mean, the best level I'm seeing is the 750, but I doubt we get up there. That probably puts us into maybe 600-700% territory. I'm not sure. But there is the last consolidation area we have. Other than that, you've got to look to the high of every preceding candle. So up 275%. Good look for this name, no question about it. We'll keep tabs on this one. It's still going, guys. It's still knocking on the door, $4. Let's look back here at APLD. Still flat on this one. It's not breaking above my level, nor is it breaking down below my level. So I'm going to have to pack my patience and see what we get there. What else we got over here? What else were people voting for? Anything? Yeah, want to remind you guys to vote in the chat. Make sure you are voting every day. Otherwise, the big kahunas will not look at your tickers. My man there, Sean, he's yelling about Nvidia, baby. Anuview, WHLR, gonna dump, he said, or they say, I'm not sure. So vote for it, Anuview. I don't know what Quantron is laughing at. He's got something funny there. He's laughing at. Share it with us, my man. We got Jose Rodriguez talking about SMCI. Aaron and Joanna Brewster, Tesla gonna drop? Maybe the Katina man and the Neil know about it. Vote for it, Aaron and Joanna Brewster. Shout out to you guys. Mike Guardian yelling about, come on, Nvidia. Alex Enzo, YOLO. So shout out to everybody there. Hope everybody prints up a storm Adair.
I mean, I'm not going to, if I may say, I'm kind of printing a small storm over here. It's like, you know, not category 4 or anything, but it's a decent little trade here in NVDA. We're going to be about 50 cents here. Like, let's see if we can take that here. We keep bouncing. Yeah, I should have switched this area to 80s. I don't know if that's for your trade, Sean, but shout out there. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, we're taking out another piece here. Basically, one thing that I love sometimes is that you can have trades that go badly, and then you can use those levels that you saw interaction with to get the trade on the way back. I had some trades here. I think the long was the right idea in NVIDIA. I was just playing it incorrectly, but the point is I'm trying to make because I knew what levels I liked, right? Every time here I knew what levels I liked in NVIDIA. Then what happened was now that we had this move down, once we failed that 107.60, which I'm just using the 3-minute for prior bar stuff, but I'll switch to the 5 because that's what I generally chart and trade off of. Look at this rejection that we have here at that previous 107.60 area. In compliments with VWAP, color me intrigued, color me excited, color me pleased as punch. So actually wearing black, so I guess you can't color me anything. But shout out to Sharif's nice blue polo there. The point I'm trying to make is, I said with NVIDIA I was not going to get another trade unless I saw like something like this hit full throttle. I took this with size. There is size in this trade. I feel good about this trade. And I actually added 3 times. Like, there's 3 additions here. So I usually don't do that much. I felt really good about this. If we get back above 107, because to me, that was the level we really had to knock on the door of, I will be getting out. So at this point, I'd be still getting 20 cents in the money. That being said, I have like a quarter left here. I feel like if we break decisively below that 106.70, sorry, that was a huge area earlier. I think if we break decisively below this level, it might be all she wrote for Nvidia. I don't know what she wrote. Maybe she wrote a memoir. Maybe she wrote a drama. I have no idea, but if we break below that level, that is all the smoke that I would like. Once we get a nice decisive continued break below 106.80, that's going to be my new stop here. You have to adjust. You have to be willing to see what you do. Like I said, I like using prior bars. I'm still experimenting with that for my stop as well. But as someone who feels really comfortable reading the book, that's always going to be my favorite area. Okay, so now we're going to be stopping out here if we get above 106.80s. Let's go. Shout out to Sean with his diamond hands and his confidence. I'm trying to have some confidence here. Shout out to Darwin in the chat who made that nickname. Sorry, guys, I know I'm just babysitting Nvidia here, but I'm just watching what this guy does. What are you guys looking at, though? You can vote, but we can also look at stuff for you. Let's see. We're still melting here below 106.80. Guys, we got that poll here in the chat as well. Do you want more polls? Yes or no? I actually do want more polls. So let's see. Your vote can give you a little bit of poll in the poll. That, pretend I didn't say poll so many times. Shout out to Polestar. Let's actually see what Polestar is doing, because I know sometimes Sharif and I will look at Polestar, or I know Sharif will look at, I know you look at Polestar. We got out there as we had that struggle with 80s. So let's take a look here at PSNY. PSNY, because we can. So Polestar is up 8%. Sharif, I think you hitched your star to the right wagon.
We'll see it, Dara. We'll see. Yeah. I don't like
hard for intraday. Yeah, sorry, no, I'm just saying I like the look.
Thanks.
Up 8%, a little bit of chop here around VWAP. Also, wow, Lily, I'm really proud here of my exit. We got out here and we have not, this is the right type of top wick. This is the type of top wick I want more of. This came from trusting myself, from trusting my trade. This is the type of stuff I want to do more of. So happy with some of the trading. Like I said, I'm not looking at my P&L. I think we might be flattish would be my guess. Just because some of the meta and some of the Nvidia earlier was a bit choppy, but you gotta end up going for what you want, trusting what you want. Meta spread, pardon?
Good job.
Thank you, I really appreciate that. The meta spread tightening up here as well as we get to 515, so I don't want to go long meta 515. I don't know if that's going to be the vibe, but the SPY kind of strong here. SPY also stronger than AQ's pattern-wise too. I'll pull that up before I throw to Sharif and find out what's Tim cooking over there. And hint, I know. Yeah, from what I've seen in the book of the chart, SPY above that 548.50, you can see the wicks into here. Once we break above, we hold it. So I think the Q's not as strong, but the SPY pretty strong here. So maybe looking at some NY names might be the play, but I will be watching that at 515s.
All right, we took Apple, and I didn't even get the price I wanted. I really didn't. I wanted 70s. I ended up getting 83. I had to chase this. It's print in 02, so we're going to look. We already wet our beak there. Like, I'm looking for a VWAP retracement. This thing's been putting in higher lows and doing that rounded bottom essentially since we got onto the show. So what the volume weighted average price on my chart here is around 223.50. I think it's a little rich for me to think that I'm going to get that right away. I'm probably going to have to deal with quite a bit of volatility before we get that, which is fine. That's what trading is all about. So let's see if we can weasel our way a little bit higher here on AAPL. I'll be pleased as punch. I did get stopped out of my initial position on APLD for a loser. I'm back in it. I kind of feel like it was a specialist breakout or breakdown, holding up at VWAP. So if that's the case, I want to participate in this with a bit of a tighter stop. Now, I'm hoping I don't get stopped out again on this. We're not going to risk nearly as much this time because I was able to get it at a better price. So APLD holds, I'll be happy. But if it doesn't, I'll still be happy as well. Apple's really going here, so now we're printing in the teens. We just broke local highs. I'm still not taking anything out there, knowing full well that the bottom could absolutely drop off because we're not that far above the whole dollar level, 223. Guys, Wheeler is really freaking going here, man. Holy cow, 444 high a day. Essentially, he's going to break 450 right now. This thing is up 322%. It's really, really going. It's really aggressive. I think it's a bit of a higher, if I'm not mistaken, I have such a bad short-term memory, 6.25% of the 500,000 share float here is shorted. So this thing's got two things going for it that make it parabolically prone. Okay? It's got a very small float, about 500,000 shares, and in a bit of a decent short flow, about 6 1/5. Excuse me. So if we get going big boy here, we'll have to wait and see what the sitch is. And I just got stopped out again of APLD. That's so annoying. That's a 5-penny loser, so it's not the biggest deal, but I still feel that this one's going to go. So I need to trade this one a little bit better. It's holding VWAP, and it's still tradable as a long, so hopefully we'll execute a little bit better on it. Apple coming right back down below 223 again. So there is issues with this level, with this name, and that 223, essentially the whole dollar level, but I still feel it's putting in a little bit of higher lows. And if the NQ can get back into Greensville and maybe take the volume weighted average price at 18,975, I think Apple could squeeze. So we'll hold on to that one and see what we get. T-Money, check IRBT on the daily. Could be an amazing long. Could be. All right. That's nicely.
I like that.
Yeah. Let's load up. Oh, man, look at WHLR. Every time I load up a chart, it's on it, and it's printing new highs. Ugh. All right. Let's check out IRBT. What is this stock?
iRobot?
Yeah, iRobot. Okay. So this one, $198 million market. I have one of these. I don't think I ever use it. It's been in my office or my den for, like, I think since I moved into my new place, and I haven't pulled it out once. Let's have a look at iRobot. Wow, that's a great looking chart. Fantastic. Never better than this. Aren't they an Amazon target? Oh, that's right. They got blocked by one of the government 3-letter government agencies there down south of the border. But this is a big drop, guys. I mean, there's really not much to say here. Huh? Yeah, it's FTC or DOJ. It's one of those, right? Like, Fabian, you're hilarious, bro. I'm not even going to repeat that, but that's hilarious. I don't think this is a good chart, brother. Just my humble opinion, but this is a bit of a tougher look. You're not really printing any higher highs. When you do breach the 50, you're quick to retrace below it. So I think we are almost at all-time lows. I think this is all-time lows over here that we printed in April, which was essentially, what was the closing print on that day? Give me a sec. The closing print was 690. Well, we're printed 630, so we printed all-time lows. Yeah, it's a bit of a tougher look there. Nothing for me, but if you catch it at a good time and you print up a storm, I will not. I'm going to champion you all day long because I think that's gutsy there. All right, we're holding up here on APLD, so I'm going to take my chances with this one again. I don't care. We're going to go in. Oh, why didn't we get filled? What happened? Did my order get rejected? What's the situation? All right.
They were like, Sheree, if your order is not the vibe, like I'm looking for something different.
Well,
we're better as friends.
Well, okay. So we'll look to see if this one can weasel back into that area of critical resistance. That was about 545. You can see a lot of interaction with this name and 545 today, even before we broke it out. Fabian? At 570 was the high over here, but look at the umpteen amount of rejections we get at 545. So if we do ride up a little bit, I'm 0 for 2 on this one. I'm going to take it again because I still like the setup. Hopefully we can print on this one, Adair.
Yeah, no, sorry, I was making a really bad joke about order rejections there.
Okay.
Did not work very well. But NVDA, speaking of which, thank you to JKL146 for the $2 super chat. Adair, your read was right in NVIDIA 106.75 long. Thank you. Yeah, and I appreciate that. I think that definitely was the right level. I don't think I was playing it correctly, but we did bounce off that level now for sure to the upside. So nice look there for NVDA. That being said, I would not get back in a long at this until I saw what we did at 107.20. Why? Because 107.20 was a huge level for this, and it's been a huge level for this stock all darn day. Look at this 107.20 area here earlier. We have a big old umbrella handle pattern to the downside. Then we try to break above it here. That is a hard topping tail candle. Hi, Randy. How are you doing today? He's good. He's giving us a thumbs up. And he's standing on the NVIDIA chart. So he's NVIDIA for real. He's like, hey, guys, look at this chart. He knows his stuff there. Oh, my God, he's moonwalking. This is so cool. Shout out to Randy. And also shout out then to what we do when we break down NVIDIA, because that 107.20, it hangs on to that level by the skin of its teeth. We kept bouncing off that level. I was like, oh, Dara. Once we broke below it, that's where I added to the short because I knew this level would be pretty key. And then look at that big topping tail candle we get once again before forming support and trying to get back into this level. NVIDIA, the levels that I found the interactions to be really interesting are going to be 106.25. There's that 106 106.75 area, 106.80 as well, that whole range, 107, 107.20, and 107.60s. All of these levels are not going to necessarily play in a pattern that necessarily is super clean, and that's what I said was my issue with this Nvidia earlier, but we do have these rejections. That being said, I'm definitely going to go short here now on Nvidia once again. We're going to take some, we're going to risk here into 20s, and we're going to take some size with that. Let's see what we get here if we can get short 107s, because like I said, 107.20, that area to me is pretty key. Now we have a couple topping tail candle patterns, and I've seen more interactions with the level. I have even more confluence and confidence. But you guys also only have one more hour to vote for your tickers. Get into that chat, exclamation point, join, space, $, that ticker. We want to know what's making you tick today. Is it Nvidia? Is it C3 AI? Which, oh, by the way, we can actually look at that. We're not going to get filled there. I'm going to let Nvidia chill here for a bit. C3 AI, I took it off my side chart for Lily because I was a little bit more interested in Lily. You have to go with what you have the balance of the evidence on. This, oh, wow. C3 AI. You can vote for it as well if you want to see Sean and Neil's take on it. I believe Neil was involved in this earlier, if I'm correct. Look at this double top on C3 AI at 2050s. This is a really interesting pattern because we have this beautiful bull flag. Then we've got these higher lows and a flat top. They're like, this could be bullish, but you've also, I don't know, this is an interesting look for me in C3 AI. And I think, you know what, Lily, you're going off my side chart. We had some fun with you. I don't really have any levels on you anymore. So AI coming back into focus for me on my side chart, though I might put Lily, Lily's still going to go on a side chart. Good away, Dollar Tree. But yeah, you got to figure out what works for you, what type of style works for you, and what stocks work for you. And you can figure out what stocks work for you if you get in that chat and if you vote. Like I said, did not get filled the 107 short for Nvidia. That's okay. You're going to see what else is setting up here. I do like the Meta 515 rejection, but I also like learning. So I'm going to set up for that lesson pretty soon because we like to be able to apply the learning. And with applied in mind, how is the applied digital trade going?
It's okay. Finally, now we're 1 for 3 Adara on it. So we get a little bit back. I think I don't even look at the P&L. I'm probably still negative on it, though, given the 2 stop outs. But we just got a little bit on it right now. Let's see if we can ride the trend back on. The reason I was so insistent, and you guys don't see me insistent on stocks like this, I typically respect when I'm wrong and I get out. But this one was holding above VWAP. So I knew that there was something here. It's just that I had been executing it poorly. I wanted a 20-period retracement. It told me what you want. You guys know what I meant there, right? It got into the volume-weighted average price where it had been showing you it had a propensity to hold up at before. So why I insisted on the 20-period, your guess as good as mine. In any event, does hold up here at 510, working its way back up into 540. But we already talked about this 545 level being a bit of an area top. Absolutely, we'll do it in a second. 545, as you can see over here, is a bit of an area top. I don't want to wet my beak around there. I want to see if we can breach, but that's a look there. Shout out to Dan, the dang man, Emmons. Here's what he says. NQ was 2,000 points below all-time highs during the opportunity to get long with a 10-point stop at 18,850 today. Trim, trail, hold as long as low of the day is not taken out. Makes absolute sense. I love those type of trades where you have a line in the sand that you can say to yourself, this is it. It holds above here, I hold. If it doesn't hold above here, I'm gone. I love that trade, Dan. We hope you print out a storm. Wheeler is just absolutely flying. Neil, are you looking at this? What's going on here? $6. We're at 596 HOD. This thing is flying. Here we go. We got 6 now as the HOD. Big boy size was waiting there at 6, by the way. It's absolutely flying to the high side now, 614. 492, 501%, 504. Yeah, getting excited. I'm sorry. But big moves here, Adara, for WHLR. I think somebody in the chat there credited you as well for calling this out. Let me go back there. JCB Sports. If it wasn't for Adara mentioning WHLR this morning, I would have missed out. Thanks. There you go, Adara. You're getting love from the chat.
Thank you.
$10 super chat for your troubles there, Adara. As Wheeler continues to go, it's wheeling its way up into the high side, 649 HOD. I have a feeling that gets breached pretty soon. Here we go. 50 showing up on the bid now, or on the ask, and there it goes. Everybody and their mother's cousin jumping into this one. Great look right now on WHLR as it really skyrockets there.
Nice, yeah. So I'm going to do the lesson now. Just so you guys know, I am involved in a Meta short. I've been liking that 515 look on Meta all day. I should have waited for the 515 entry. I got involved here at that 514.75 just because we were kind of struggling to get above the 515 for the time being. I'm risking here about just over 50 pennies. I'm risking into that 515.30s. As you can see here, we have it like the highest we'll be able to do is wick into that. It's been many moons since we've broken above that, so I'll be watching what we do as we head into that area. And I have my order book up as I start the lesson. Also, just for context as well, I'll be taking some profit at the bottom of the range, looking to add. If we get a full, nice floosh below this area, I am going to be pleased as punch. It's going to be 1-to-1 to risk to reward ratio to start, but I'm trying to build this. So that was the plan with the mid-top, but the spread's getting tighter, so that is making me a little bit, my eyes are a bit wider as the spread gets tighter. So really like big spreads. Also, thank you for the shout out there, JCB Sports Cards. I'm just seeing what stocks are moving, right? So if anyone's ever able to, benefit from that, I'm always pleased as punch with that. Let's talk though here about the importance of relative steepness of the trend. Basically, by the end of this lesson, we're going to help you guys understand, if we can here, how to analyze and adjust trend lines based on the steepness of these trend lines and how you can handle these accelerating trends. So the key idea here is the idea that trend lines are essential tools in technical analysis, as we've been yapping about all week, but they're not all made equal. No two snowflakes are alike. Shout out to SNOW. Just as no two trend lines are going to be twinning. So the steepness of the trend line can give you some crucial info, as we kind of alluded to yesterday. Shout out as always to Sharif for getting these awesome lessons for us together.
My pleasure.
Let's talk here about the definition here of the trend line steepness. So a general steepness of the trend line is going to refer to the angle here of the trend line relative to the price movement. So generally speaking, a reliable uptrend will usually form here around a 45-degree angle. So let's talk about that 45-degree rule. Murphy, shout out to John J, hashtag long JJM. Murphy here suggests that the most sustainable and reliable trend lines will have an angle close to 45 degrees. We talked about sustainability of trends yesterday a bit as well, so go back to that. If the trend line's too steep, so if it's greater than 45 degrees, that can maybe indicate or give you a bit of a pointer there that the market is advancing too quickly. It's too hard, too fast, and the uptrend might not be sustainable. If it's too flat, that's also worth noting. So a flat trend line, on the other hand, instead of too steep, it's not steep enough. This can suggest there's a bit of a weaker market, and it can indicate the uptrend isn't as strong as it should be, or the downtrend, right? You can do this either direction. So here's an example. Most of these valid trend lines are going to be number 2. Number 1, that can be like, whoo! It could be like Nvidia when it broke 9, or when it broke 500, although weirdly that was sustainable. And then this 3 is going to be a bit weaker. It's like, it's trending up, but like, do we care? Should we? Is this the best opportunity in the market? That type of thing. But how do you adjust these trend lines? So here are some, notes and pointers here for adjusting for slowing or accelerating trend lines. So sometimes the initial trend line might just not be valid because market conditions are changed. Things change. The market changes based on seasonality, based on what the stocks are doing, catalyst, all that jazz. So if your original trend line is too steep, you might get a bit of a correction, and then you're going to have to adjust the trend line accordingly. So you might have to redraw it at a flatter angle to reflect the more sustained price movement. Conversely, though, on the flippity flip, if the trend line is too flat, you've got that flatness, and then you've got an acceleration in the market, the chartist, I like that chartist, should go back to the easel and draw a steeper line to track this increased momentum to reflect the new movement. So here, sorry, just give me a second here. I'm going to get out of the meta. Oh, no, maybe not. Okay, chill meta. Basically, well, no, I was just watching the book, and then I was like, okay. But yeah, sorry, guys. Like I said, I am still watching that trade. But here's one example of a redrawn trend line. So the example number of this one is too steep. Originally, trend 1. Then you've got to kind of fix it. And so the original uptrend line proved to be too steep. And then the breaking of the steep trend line is only an adjustment to a slower and more sustainable uptrend, which is going to be line 2. So you still have your uptrend. You've just redrawn your line to reflect how the mood of the uptrend has changed. The sentiment is a little bit different. Things are tasting different in the market. So here's how you draw a more steep trend line. So here's number 1 initially, right? You got la-di-da-di-da. Then something happens parabolically, like, and then line number 2 comes in to be like, okay, hey, this is the new trend. This is how things look now. Be aware, be prepared. So what about accelerating trend lines? So here's how you can handle those. Basically, what happens here is, multiple trend lines might be happening. In an accelerated market, it's really not uncommon to adjust trend lines multiple times. We have speed lines as well. We have, shout out to Obi. Oh boy, I believe he's on the main show tomorrow.
Yes,
you can hear him talking about, with his Obi-Wan fans, they're talking about speed lines. And so, shout out to speed lines. As trends gather momentum, you might need to redraw the trend line at increasingly steeper angles, which can ensure that the trend line will continue to reflect the true direction and the strength or weakness of the market. Murphy also here does mention the curvilinear trend lines here. So when you've got steep trend lines impractical, being a little bit impractical for the market, for the mood there, you should consider also using other tools like a moving average, which can act as a curvilinear trend line. So just ways to kind of beef up your trend line, give it more confluence. I shout out again to Obi. There's also some key takeaways here, which basically that trend lines will provide visual representations of market direction, but you have to be making sure you're adapting them based on their steepness or to reflect the changing market conditions, because the relative steepness of a trend line can indicate whether the uptrend is sustainable, too fast, or too weak. And you want to address these trend lines as markets accelerate or slow down to keep track of price movements accurately. And with that in mind, another way you can, keep track of market movements or learn about market movements is through our main sponsor, Real Trading, which also brings our afternoon segment, which you should vote for.
Attention, Canadian traders. The Real Trading Campus program is back. Are you ready to elevate your game? Our exclusive program is designed to transform you into a real trader. Dive deep into the market microstructure, explore diverse marketplaces, and master professional execution techniques. We'll focus on U.S. equities, starting with a carefully curated stock list to optimize your learning. As you progress, you'll gain access to an expanded range of symbols. From order types to venue exploration, we've got you covered. This isn't about chasing high flyers. It's about building a solid foundation for long-term success, so don't miss out on this opportunity to join our upcoming cohort and take your trading to the next level. All right, a couple of things here to talk about on this. There we go. So a couple of things. I'm in along on the dead one Apple here. I don't know where 68s or whatever. I wet my beak already. It's working its way possibly up to that 90 area. The next level I want is basically this 223 breach. So we'll see if we get anything there. It's been I don't want to say consolidated, but it has been a little bit. It's had different stages of consolidation. So initially you can see that 222 and that 22260 was one consolidation level. Then we start using 2260 as support. And then now we're using 223 as resistance. So consolidation levels ascending somewhat, or so it seems. So we'll look to get there. Now, I'm very proud of this trade because I could have, given up completely here with APLD. I was 0 for 2 on it, but I still felt that I had the right idea. So I was able to get in here and I wet my beak right at the area that I said, this 545, and it did reject that area, at least for now. So we'll see if it is able to breach back up above it. Maybe we can use 545 as support. But this 545 area has been very important for me on this particular name because of the umpteen amount of interactions, mostly rejections, to be fair, at 545 on APLD. It's up 68%. Let's put some respect on this stock's name. It is doing quite well. You guys want to see a topping tail candle? Well, here's the mother of all topping tail candles, the one that started it all. This is really ugly here on WHLR, but if you are a small cap gapper trader, you are all too familiar with this kind of candle right here. This is just how they work. They're around for a good time, not necessarily a long time, and this is what we mean by that. 673 HOD. It is now down into $5 and about to make newer lows. While we've had newer low here, lower highs, we still don't have that newer low below that 483. So let's watch to see if 5 is an important level here. It certainly wasn't this time. Well, actually it was. What am I saying? Because it was able to work its way back above 5 to close above 5. Now let's see if this candle can close above 5. The levels below where we currently are right now in WHR, you're looking at 450. Initially here for me, where the 10 exponential on the 5-minute chart is hanging out, then you're looking at 375 with the 20, and then 325 for the volume weighted average price. You do have, price action support here. Initially resistance between, let's say 310 to about 3 1/3. In and around that area, which kind of jives with VWAP. So if this really gives up 5 and it doesn't really hold up at any of the moving averages, I'd be looking for that 3 1/4 VWAP area to coincide with that previous area top. It's below 5 now. Let's see if this can break down and make a new low here below this candle. That'll be 3 successive new lows lower lows and lower highs. We'll have to keep an eye and see what the sitch is there. What's Apple doing? So Apple, I'm out of the money now, 4 pennies after wetting my beak here. Let's go back and take a look at that. What's the situation with Apple? Well, it still has support at 60. In fact, it showed you that. Look at it. It just got into 60 and bounced again, man. So this 222, 22260 initial area range paid, and this 2260, 223 range now seems to be paying. For how long, we shall see. The future's on the way down, though it just touched 18.9 again, and it's putting in lower lows and lower highs. So here's what I'm looking at on the side chart here on the NQ September contract, which, by the way, expires on the 20th, but we're going to roll next Friday likely. What's going on over there, Katina Man? The Katina Man is short the futures, and Intel and Nvidia. He's looking for all those bad boys to bleed. We're going to shut him out and hope he prints up a storm. So Friday is the 20th of September. Neil, we roll on the Monday? On the third Friday. The Monday. Yeah, typically we look at the volume too. So the reason I'm telling you this is because typically on the floor here, we roll the Monday prior to expiration. So the expiration is Friday, the 20th. So I think, roll Monday the 16th for the new contract. So this contract doesn't have too much, I guess like 11 days or whatever. Less than that if trading days. Right back up we go on Apple. I'm peeved for myself for not adding at that 60 penny area. Right back into the 80s we go. I'm still going to hold out here for my beak wetter above 223 a Adara. How's it going over there?
Yeah, I got out of this meta trade. I didn't even let it get to my stop because I lost confidence in it. I was like, Adara, why are you here? Lost I think 15 pennies on this or something. I don't know. Basically, what happened was I should have gone to those way earlier. I was just like, the Qs were pushing down, as you said. They were so weak. And Meta's like, I'm like, Adara, why are you here? Meta and the Qs do not respect each other. Do I have another play for this? Unfortunately, yes. I know I keep getting at this name, but if you have names you have read on, shout out to Sharif who said, with trying to keep the stocks in the quarter, right? Box them in. That's what I'm really trying to do here. This Meta, much like Nvidia, I feel like I have the right lead in the levels. I need to play them more effectively. I think Meta generally played better than I've played Nvidia, except for that last Nvidia short, which is pretty dope. But with Meta here, look at that rejection of 5:15:30, which, by the way, I did see reject while I was in it. That was my stop. It didn't even hit my stop. I was just like, I didn't feel confident enough in it. And if you don't have confidence, what are you doing this for? I mean, I'm joking, but you know what I mean? You don't want to be in a trade you don't believe in. I realized I didn't believe in it anymore, so I was just like, cut it loose. So, and I guess that's going against your rules, but not waiting for it to hit your stop. But I mean, I think also one of my rules is to feel good about a trade I'm in. So I stand by leaving that. But that being said, look at these. Look at this support we've got here around, what is this, 514.30s. We have these higher lows, bit of a bottoming tail candle. If we break up, like I said, I want to see us hold 515.30s. I'll risk into 515s. I'm cool with that. But also, while I was looking at Meta and this trade that I was not even that enthused by, I missed the short of the century on Eli Lilly. I loved that 914 level. I was thinking to myself, 914 short would be dope. Maybe you could do that in the lesson. And instead, for some reason, I chose Meta, ? But I've never seen Lilly this respectful of ranges. Oh my gosh, Sharif. Look where we bounced. That wick area from earlier. This is crazy. And we rejected hard here at 914. There's a lot of, mirror symmetry action. It's like you're my mirror. My mirror staring back at me. Shout out to Justin Timberlake. But yeah, Lily, the one side of Lily chart is singing mirror to the other. I'll put it that way. Also, Lil Wayne has a song called Mirror. But either way, the point I'm trying to make is whatever song you reference, believe in your trade, believe in your stock, and have reasons for getting involved. I'm seeing a bit of tightening here in the bid for Lily. So honestly, if we go, are we going to be long again now, Lily? This chart looks really bearish to me. We just did a bit of a creep down on the ask. Never mind, I stand corrected. The point I'm trying to make is this looks bearish, but I like these levels as well. That being said, if Lily loses this support, I think RIP, and I think I could risk it into 9. That's the thing, I probably have to risk a little bit more than I want to. Watching that, this one in Meta, I feel like I have the best reads on, and Meta coming into my level. So let's see what gets cracking here. Also, we have Nvidia giving up the ghost. So many stocks, Sharif, so little time.
So many ghosts, too, terrifying. What is a haunted house? Nvidia, though, actually breaking below that previous support of 106.70, so we are going to actually get that short here. That was amazing.
Thank you, I appreciate that. We're going to get short here. We're going to risk it into 107s. I think that is very realistic. We're going to take some size. Why not?
Get it.
Let's see if we get filled. And if, I want to be cognizant of these, higher lows on a wick basis, but I like this level. Nvidia has been pretty respectful of levels, so Nvidia and Meta, we've got on watch here. How are you doing?
Nice. We're in another trade here on APLD, looking for that 50 break. We're printing 50s. There seems to be a bit of a hidden seller here. Iceberg order at 50, despite the fact that we just breached 50 into 56s. Here we go. We get the print. Good trade. Let's go for more, baby. Now we're holding a little bit bigger of a position. Now we're 2 for 2 on it so far. So we were 0 for 2. Now we were 1 for 2. Now we're 2 for 2. So we're gonna fight this one to the bitter end. No, kidding. Now what I'm waiting for here is Apple to decide what kind of a stock it wants to be. Does it want to be those ones that ranges and gets forgotten by history, or does it want to print me up here at 223.06? That's quite delusional on my part, but hey, we're gonna make jokes and have fun with it. Here, printing 90s and 91s. I'm looking for a breach of 223, knowing full well that we've rejected off 223, but we have on occasion wicked into the teens. So I'm waiting at 07s, lucky number 7. We'll see if we get printed. We're in the money. I don't feel like this is the right area to take it out, especially since 60 has been defending quite well. So that's the look there. Now, we're finding a little resistance to be expected on APLD at 55s, knowing full well, though, that the real high of the day is 70s. And if you even want to chart closing prints as opposed to the wicks that go into 70, I think 71, well, then we're looking at 65. So I'm packing my patience. Let's see if we can extract a little bit more money out of this bad boy over here. APLD, put some respect on this one's name, 70 and a 5% in the clear at the moment. All right. Wheeler, we were yapping about this one, and here we go on Wheeler. Okay, so we did a monster topping tail candle, taking us all the way from 673 down to 444. But this is one of the first areas of support that we said we could bounce off. And right now we're at the 10. The 10 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart on WHLR. So let's see what we do here. What I personally wait for, I wouldn't guess. Whether, we're holding up one candle held up at the 10. Okay, fine. Fantastic. What I want to see is new highs. Knowing full well that this thing got to 673, if I get in at 475 or 480s or whatever this 5-minute candle to make a new high is, then that's all right. It gives me a bit of room to go. So that's number one. Number two, if I am to get in here, Adara's been talking about this all day, but if I'm going to get in here at 475, say above this candle, I'd have to risk to about 4.25. Because the only way that I would know I'm wrong on this trade is if we made a newer low, right? Because what I'm looking for is here, that low to come in for us to print higher highs and higher lows from here on in. If we break that 4.25 after entering this one at 475, 480, whatever it's going to be, then that would be where I get out. So we'll see what this one does, and we'll take it from there. Now, APLD coming right back into my entry again. I'm going to pack my patience with this one because it is putting on higher highs and higher lows, but it is finding resistance at a predictable spot, that 455. So that's a double top now, albeit on the 1 minute, but that's 2 times it's rejected at 556, not 555, $5.56. So likely somebody selling or shorting in and around there. Apple continuing to hold into the mid 80s. It's unable, at least for the moment, to breach that 223. It had on prior occasions. This time around, though, a little bit more anemic of a retracement. Let's say that it's up 0.91, but certainly not parabolic. Okay, WHLR just broke. There we go. Where is it? Where'd it go? There it is. So WHLR now above that 475 on the way to $5. It's being met with resistance, breaches 5. So this has now made a new 5-minute candle to make a new high. Oh, baby. What do we do with this one? I don't want to get into this one.
Did you get possessed there?
Yeah, I don't know, Adara. It's taken over here. No, seriously, though. This is a scary one to trade because it's moving like Lily, except it's got a lot of liquidity. That's the thing, right? So you can get printed in a hot second. $5 resistance currently here, Adara, on WHLR.
Oh, I like that. We said demon and then Fabian put the October. I can't believe October is so soon, Sharif.
It's insane.
Also, I cannot believe I am loading into another Nvidia short. Okay, so why did I like this? I liked this level all day. I added actually, so I guess a bit aggressively, but I stand by it and I could risk it. So initially the stop was going to be, I was risking 25 cents here. Okay, we're breaking below, there we add a little bit here. 51s, let's go. Okay, so what was I trying to do here? I was risking here like 25 cents just below that 107 level because that was an area I liked. I added at one. I was always going to add at that 106.50 break, but I wanted to add somewhere else as well. I decided to add here, and I stand by the addition at 106. 65s because that was a level we really couldn't break. So just kind of adding piece by piece on the way to the downside. We're going to take out 2/3 of this position here. We'll do half. We'll do half here of the position as we get into 35s, which is a previous level we were not able to break. Sharif, I want some smoke here. If we can get to 35s, I would like a good amount of smoke. Also, I'm moving down my stop now. At this point, we'll stop out break even. I'm cool with that. But as we push lower, if we get some par for taker here, Sharif, I will be very happy. I have not, there's been some rough trades today. There's been, I would say, though, the good trades have overwhelmed the bad trades. Again, I don't mean in terms of P&L, although, again, I haven't really been checking. That's not really the point. The point is, are your processes sound? Do they make sense to you? Are you trading in a way that is responsible, that respects your risks? Are you risking enough for the trade? I shout out, thank you for shouting me out there with that Wheeler talk, right? And I think especially, you and I both tend to trade more volatile names. I trade the giant spready monsters and my Mag 7 friends. You trade these small caps, right? And these you're really good at the GMEs as well. So it's I think we're both also trading stocks, especially given that we do lessons as well. It's kind of wild.
Oh, yeah.
We're trading these spreadier stocks. That I think, it makes sense that we're going to be cognizant of risk there to an intense degree. So I appreciate that. I want to shout that out. We're going to get out some here at 40s. Let's see. Also, I'm changing my stop at this point to 50s because 50s was the area once we broke below. It was a bit look out below. As you can see here, this was a bit of a previous level of interaction. So I stand by that stop. Now, where would be my big white whale level? The beluga level here. I guess the Ahab. Shout out to that Moby Dick. It'd be 106. 25s-ish. That line here, the line's got my chart kind of when the chart shut down and then it erases all your lines? That's what happened to me. I had better lines drawn. At this point, I'm kind of going off muscle memory. But you know what my muscle does remember? To pamp it or just stamp it. Be confident. Vote also because you only have 20 minutes left. Guys, I know I get talk a little bit faster when I'm in a trade and excited. I do apologize for that, but I do not apologize for printing.
No,
definitely don't. We're going to take some stuff out here at 26s, and then we're going to take out, this is a 40% of the remaining position. We're mathing here, Sharif. This is the most trade I've ever taken in Nvidia, sim or live, but I stand by it. I took, like I said, a bit more shares than I normally take for that first trade. I have even more this time around. Let's see what we got here in NVDA. At this point, I'm now risking into 106.40s. Again, changing my stop level based on the book, and that's something I should be doing going forward. As I said, I found that pretty helpful with Lily, so I'm trying to do that with NVDA as well, because I'm always going to be reading the book. I just find the book's going to be different. Sometimes you're reading a science textbook. Sometimes you're reading, a book about sports cars. Shout out to Tesla. It really depends. You have to be willing to adapt, react, readapt, and act. I've been ranting here, but also, wow, SPY gave it the ghost at 548.50s. For the record, I found that level to be really pivotal. Right now, we're below 548, so some weakness here in the market. Quadung for the Qs, bit of a quadung for the SPY as well, though I found the SPY to be relatively stronger than the Qs, in my opinion. We break above 40s here, so I am outie of Nvidia, and I'm so happy with what I did.
Nice, there. I'm in Wheeler. I'm nuts. So we took a bigger position here on Wheeler. We're in this at the moment. I'm gonna get out if it breaks 5. Let's see what it does. Oh, here it comes down again. So I need to be patient with this one. We're long 24s. Wet my beak at 48. So was able to get a decent move, but it's going to have to hold this area. Now, why I'm not panicking is because I saw a monster seller initially at 25. They moved up to 30. Here we go again, though. Looks like some people taking profits and shorting in and around this area. Happy I de-risked anything below $5. And that's the end of the trade. But I'd really like something a little bit higher. So there is resistance at 550, and that's why we're topping till there. We had an initial rejection at 110. At 550, we're getting it again here, despite the fact that we moved up, wicked into 550, and then dropped back down. I don't want to be quick to get out of this trade because we are still holding 5, which is a level that I like. We did bounce off the 10 exponential on the 5 and then made that, I don't want to say new high, it's a local high, obviously, because the high of the day is 673, that's obvious. But I don't want to take it out too quickly, knowing that it can really go in my favor. But if it breaks 5, that's where I'm going to put where I'm going to draw the line. There's obviously somebody buying here at 20, but they just got taken out. And now if somebody's buying at 18s, moving back into 20, so much bamboozlement here. Hard to read the book on this because it's a little deceptive, right? I mean, it looks like there was somebody holding at 20, unless people are coming in like just as we speak here, which is totally normal. So That's the book. We'll see if we can continue to move up. Let's see what we got over here. Some people moving down in terms of size from 30 down into 29s now. So moving down a penny, but we're still holding up at this area. I'm just keeping my eye on the side chart because a lot of this really has to do with the 5-minute look. I execute on the 1, but I chart off the 5. And so, here we're coming down now where we may break 5. So I've got my flattened key ready in case my stop doesn't trigger. We're only 5 pennies out of the money, but I just know how this one trades. And this is a bamboozler. It's bamboozler central. So it can definitely have the bottom drop off, and that's what it's doing right now. So we'll get out there as it does breach 5. But I'm knowing full well that this could pop back up. So I'm ready for it, We took a nice little winner there. Now we give back a little bit on this one, which is fine. We will keep an eye on this one as it does a bit of a dance with 5. My only concern is on the 5-minute chart right now, it's putting in a topping tail candle. And so that's not really what you want to see if you're looking for momentum, certainly. So we'll keep an eye on that. Back to APLD. This one did come back, held 40 because I put my stop right below that 540 level. It holds it to the T, it looks like here. And now we're working our way back into 550. So I'd like something in and around this 560 area. We wet our beak last time at 554, but there is interactions here with this 560. So if we can get into that level, that would make sense for me, but I'm going to be keeping my eye on WHLR to see, does it defend that $5 level we got stopped out, but 5 held. Because we had our stop actually I had my stop below 5. I got out before my stop. So we'll see what we get there, Adara, APLD, and WHLR. Keeping my eye on that.
Yeah, I mean, you're trading a lot of the small caps today, so
I know.
I just realized, it's a bit of an interesting. I think there's been opportunities though in every stock today, or not
There
everything,
kinda
but
has, yeah.
even Lily at almost 2 million shares of volume. I have not seen her do this much in many moons, so this is pretty cool.
Agreed.
But wow, Lily is so predictable here on the book. Look who rejected. Look who bounced off her previous support level at 911, that 911 area I was talking about. And then look who's we're trying to reject again at 914s. If you guessed Eli Lilly. Ding, 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 ding. Also, ding, 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 if you voted, please. Get in the chat, exclamation point, join space, $, the ticker. I know we keep drilling this into their head, but the segment is for you guys. So we want to make sure you know. Because sometimes we get people I know who don't watch our show. Maybe they're coming in later. They're like, oh, lunch was great. Oh, tickers? Yeah. So you guys can vote for that. Basically, I am just chilling right now and I'm watching Lily. Because Lily, to me, I've had levels on this. I should have played them better. I noticed the potential here for that 914 short, and I didn't take it because I was busy doing Lord knows what with the meta. But now this Lily trying to curl back up here. If we reject 914 again, I would hesitantly take a short. This looks bullish to me in the 5-minute, especially bouncing off previous support. But on the 10-minute, this looks pretty bearish. If you look at all these rejections here below the 90 EMA, topping tail candles. So you always have to look at things, the balance of the evidence. Nice creep, though, up on that book as we try to hold above that 913. We'll watch what we do at 914. I'm putting up the Lily book on my screen. And you know what? I'll look at some names for other people, too, because I'm not really, like I said, I'm going to wait for my levels to set up as we, I'm trying to be better about that before I get into any trades. Nvidia's still weak, but I don't really want any of that smoke as of right now. What else is lower highs on TQs? Probably another drop this afternoon, says Dom S. Now let's find out if I know we've definitely had some lower highs dominating. Sorry for the terrible pun there. Dominating these Qs throughout the day. I've been watching the Qs a lot as I trade, Nvidia and Meta and that. But look at this TQ. Wow. Okay. So the TQs here, we do have generally lower highs, but I think it's worth noting. Look at this bounce here that we had. It's not perfect, mind you, but it's this area surrounding 6120s. Look at this bounce. Reject, 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 reject. Curl up, go down, bounce. Look where we bounced. 6118s. I'm going to draw this line. Not that I necessarily trade the Qs, but I think it's a good line to have. And I'm going to also put it up on my chart in the on the TQ, or sorry, the Qs, not the TQs. But the thing is, too, I think is worth noting is we're pushing now above the 90 EMA. Given our propensity to bounce off support resistant levels, I would say, we could maybe bounce here off of that 6144s. That would be my take on the TQs. Look at how high we just pushed there in the book. With that in mind, Meta curling up into that 515.30, so I'm going to take that long. But the point I'm trying to make here, Dom S and everybody, is I've noticed with a lot of these stocks today, but especially mirrored in the Qs, Meg 7 stocks especially, they're coming into a lot of areas and interacting every time. So beware of those areas. Be aware, and get ready for that. I'm getting involved long Meta here. I know, Adara, how many longs in Meta can one girl lose on? No, I'm joking. I was profitable in some of these, but I like this level. I really like this level. I was really patient and waiting for this. Let's see if I can get involved here. I'll be risking to 515s.
223 on AAPL. This has been the level we've been talking about, I guess, all afternoon after we finished talking about that 2260 level because, well, it got taken and now it's being used as support. Save and except for this specialist breakdown over here, which had me stop out of my position only to actually get into 223 now. The question is, are we going to rise in this market? The future working its way back into 18,950 at Scotia below 18,961. 18,961 important because it is the break-even level on the day. I don't know why my chart keeps shrinking. Maybe I'm gaining weight at there. Who knows? But it keeps going down on its own. But 223 is an interesting area, and it's rejecting now again. So we'll see if this one can present us with more range trade opportunities. I submit to you it's $222.60 as an area of support. Again, it got breached here, but only momentarily. And then $223 as an area resistance. Here we go again with Wheeler because we got to trade multiple names. It breaking down below 5 again. Does it hold below 5? It's been ranging a little bit here for the better part of, 10 minutes, give or take, in 9.7 territory right now with 9.5. So it looks like sellers winning out here as we get the ask below 5, and then quick as you like, we're right above that. So it seems to be a bit of a range trade with maybe 540 or 5 1/3 as resistance with 5 as support, and right back above 5 we go again. All right, baby, we're doing well here on APLD. We're waiting for 59s. We just printed 58s. So I'm happy with this trade. I was 0 for 2 on it. Now it looks like we're going to go 2 for 2 and maybe even positive on it. If we can break 559, we're printing 558. Let's go, baby. All right, some wattage is coming there into 558. So it looks like we're going to have to pack our patience here on the execution. We'll see what we get, and we will not get upset. But good day today on these small caps. I love my small caps. You know, I like them. I like them, Adara. So we'll continue to watch and see what we get here. With now we're printing 559. We're printing 559, but we're not crossing on the ask. As a result, I didn't get printed, and so we'll have to wait there, which is fine. All right, let's look back at WHLR and Apple. Yeah, it's just too dangerous for me because the bottom can drop off. And the thing about this one, guys, yeah, look, it looks great. 4-penny spread right now or 6-penny spread, whatever it is. But a big seller can eat all these levels. So if you put your stop, let's just say 482, okay, and you don't give it a good spread, like to maybe 472 between the trigger and the limit, a big order on a small cap gapper with a 500,000 share float, it'll just eat all those levels and your stop will be a distant memory, okay, and it won't trigger. This is what I'm trying to say. So I'm a little concerned trying to play a range on something this volatile because of that risk. So that's the look there. I still haven't been printed on APLD. Packing my patience. How's that meta trade going? That looks good. 516 incoming.
Oh yeah, thank you. I was going to initially take some out at 516. I want to wait because I was involved in this long the first go around. 516 we kind of cleared pretty painlessly. It was only when we got into the 517 that things got a little spicy. So that in mind, though, I initially here I wanted 516.50s, but that may be a little bit close to VWAP for my taste. We're gonna wait and see here because we're getting a bit of an ask creep to the downside, which you guys know I find to be a bit bearish. Maybe you don't. In case you don't know, I do find that to be a bit bearish. But you know what else I find to be bearish? Not voting. I don't know why that was a bad transition. Vote for your tickers, guys. Exclamation point, join space, $, the ticker. You know, I'm risking 30 pennies, so I have the risk to reward where I can take out some at 516, so I actually will. And then I'm actually willing to add in again here because I'm only going to take out 2/3 if we have a bounce off 515.50s. That was always the plan. That was also the plan to the short side. So now I'm trying to flip that plan to the long side. One thing too that I'll say, and I'm really learning this from with this meta trade, something that Neil said is like you can take multiple pops in a stock and have it not work out, and then you have the trade that works and it makes sense. Like all of these losses were very, very minimal in meta. I managed them all appropriately.
Nice, Adara.
Every winner I've had in meta has been at least $1. So I'm not trying to brag. I'm just saying
you can brag.
Thank you. I'm just trying to, that's the point I'm trying to make is, right? Like if you're managing things appropriately and you're taking losses, like honestly, I'm not taking a loss here on meta of like more than 50 cents, which for meta is pretty manageable. So that's what I'm trying to do here. I am, though, having a little bit of I'm emotionally having an affair, though, with Lily over here. Because Lily hanging out again at that 914, but I wanted a more sustained rejection of 914. I like the chunk than what I'm seeing. But yeah, you still have to find me guilty of not looking at Lily enough. It's all good, though. But I would say old Simidary you could arguably find guilty of looking at Lily too much. So there's always balance there. You want the balance of the evidence, as Sharif says. What else? Nice thumbnail, LOL, says hold my beer. Yeah, my nails were actually, they were actually like trade themed. So I had the red to the downside, and then I had the green to the upside. I don't know, there's laughing, maybe I missed this. Oh, thumbnail like for the stream, never mind.
Yeah.
Wow, okay. I'm a really literal person, guys, so sorry, sometimes I struggle. Sharif knows, I'm super literal.
She is.
There's a little bit of Sheldon Cooper
and she's
there.
very serious.
Yeah, I take things seriously. I mean, I also have fun as well.
Yeah.
Even the puns, I'm always, we like to have pun times on this show.
We do.
Pun times. How is your trade?
I'm waiting, Adara. It keeps making me wait, and I don't want to take it out earlier because I'm trying to stay true to the level here. I'm waiting at 559. We got into 559. It rejected, dropped to 550. I'm thinking just a flatten out here since I got to be up off the desk in about like 10 minutes or so, but I'm just too stubborn. It's not a good quality. All right, here. Oh, okay. Something's happening here with the future. Oh, we just popped up a little bit here on the future into break even. We're at VWAP, guys. So interesting look here on the futures, catching a bit of a bid. So the market's now green. We're moving up aggressively right now on the Mag 7s, guys. Here we go. We're breaching VWAP. We are in green territory right now on the future. All the Mag 7s are taking a bit of a curl up. Boom, into 223.25 territory. Get it, Adara. Great trade there, Adara. Prince on Meta, and so is WHLR. It's breaking above that 540 area again, so WHLR can get going here. It's broken that 550 was a bit of an area top. It was 540, not 550. My mistake. 540, now we are in the 560 and change. Good move here for WHLR. Yeah, it's okay. You can't get them all. It's all good there. We shall pack our patience and see if we can get it in on a bit of a better price. But it is really going here, guys. Looks like it wants to test 6. Here we go. We're at 5 1/4, 5 2/3. Take your pick. Maybe 5 1/2 comes back in. Who knows? A bit of a red candle starting here. We're going long. Let's see what we get. We will not get upset. We're long at 72s. So let's see if we can weasel our way. Anything below 50, though, and I'm Gonzino. Let's wait at 88s if we can. Anything below 50, and oh, that's way too high. That's not what I want. I want 580. Let's go like that. There we go. So anything below the $0.50, and we will have to get stopped out. And here we go. We're likely going to get stopped out on this one because it is going to break the $0.50. That's fine. We'll get back in a second if it does. No, so it's not. It's not going to hold the $0.50, so we will give up a little bit there. Now we're going to go negative on it, and that's the way it is. You got to take chances. 540, though, interesting area here. This was the area where it held up last time, not holding up this time. So former resistance, at least for the moment, not acting as that support level. So pack our patience. See if this one can come back in, possibly for a 540 hold. And what better time to test that? Oh, come on, bro. I actually chased that. Let me in, bruh. Let me in, bruh. So we're going to give this one into this, and then we'll go like that for this one. What are we at? We're at 47s. So there we go. We'll move up a little bit over here, see if we can take this area of previous resistance act as support, or maybe that doesn't work here. So we'll give this one the old college try. So we're going to give this one a try. If it breaches 33, yeah, so we'll get stopped out again. And I'm trying. I'm not going to stop trying. But anyway, 540 doesn't look like it's going to hold at the moment. Maybe it comes back into 5. I think that would have been the better trade, quite frankly, because this one gave you multiple opportunities. It did breach it over here at 138, but it was a quick retaking of the $5 level. So yeah, a lot of bamboozlement. That's just the kind of how it goes, and we will pack our patience, see if we can get back in again. But I don't really have that much time, Adara. So what are you looking at?
Yeah, I mean, we're doing well here in Meta. I wanted to add at 5/15/60s because it was an area on multiple time frames. You saw that interaction. I wasn't able to get filled. That's cool. That's fine. We're you live with it.
Yeah.
One thing too that shout out to Oscar in the chat saying, do you get mad when you're late for the trade? Oh, I mean, we get a little grumpy. He says you're always upset as a trader. I think you just got to deal with that. Make sure you're managing the emotions appropriately. So yeah, I want to shout that out because I think that's very accurate. Also, Meta. I feel like I've been improving my book reading lately, and I'm pretty proud of that because Lily, that was pretty huge for me. I was able to actually get out of a long at top wick on Lily because of that. So I was like, you know, shout out to that. But I only bring that up, not to toot any horns there. Shout out to Jazz Horns, as I said, the trading inspired by Jazz. But Meta actually has been really interesting. I was wondering why I found that 516.16 hold so fascinating here as we tried to break above. We had a bit of a bid creep from there. Well, that's because that's the area we fell down from in this initial Meta trade. So it's interesting too. I feel like having a good memory, like I've talked about this, I do have an eidetic memory, and I find that helps a bit for some of this book reading. So it's like you find these levels that hit and you want to get involved. I'm going to stop ranting here now, but we're going to be taking into prior bar low on the 1 minute. Let's see what we do here at that, again, around that 516.20. I don't know if I want to give it that much. Let's see if we break above. If we can't fail, if we try to like have another false break of 517 here, I'll get out of 517. I'm cool with that, Sharif. We are getting a little bit tight here to the downside on the book. Yeah, we're going to, you know what? We're going to get out if we can't break this 517 because I don't want to give it too much room. And that's what I said. The prior bars I like as a risk management strategy, but when you trade a lot of spready stuff, for GitLab, that worked yesterday. Because GitLab is spready, but GitLab also, like within the spread, it's going to be a much smaller spread. Meta, you're talking like you could have a 50-cent spread. That's the same thing, type of thing you're going to see with names like, you know, Lily. So sometimes those prior bars can give you a little bit, you know, more. You can hit the bar a little too aggressively, and then, you know, the stocks, you lose more than you want to. With that push down here, we're going to be getting out. I'm trying to trust my read on the book. Let's get out 50s here, 55s on this META. We got filled 64s, just how the spread goes. Well, okay, we're pushing back up higher. That's cool. I trusted my read on the book. I didn't like what I was seeing, and I can live with that. Don't get back in all salty, Derek, so you shouldn't last long. But it's all good there. Happy with what I did with that trade. So took about 70 cents in the first position, about $1.20 in the last position, $1.30 in the last position. Lugador saying feels like a bull trap. I don't disagree. Just the way this is moving, because Meta had that pop up here earlier, and then it quit doing. So let's take a look at the cues. Okay.
Blue Jays, let's play ball.
Let's play ball, Blue Jays. Let's play ball cues. Look at this. I need to stop saying things. 461.
Good.
Like, guys, look at this 461.70 level, right? All these topping tail candles. We hold hard support in the 90 MA. Upper trend, uptrend. Then we reverse that trend line.
What do you
And now
want?
look here where we're trying to have a little bit of a topping tail candle. I think, or I guess we already closed that candle. Oop, my bad. But let's see what we do here coming back into 461.70s. I think if we can't hold 70s, I would agree with you, Luke Gore, and I think that move might have been a little brief. That being said, Nvidia actually really proved itself to be a bit bullish here. And I say that, oh, wow, that range. I say that because we pushed above that 107.20s area that I said was really hard resistant support. But now we're failing that 107.60s. Nvidia, these levels are things I'm going to be watching out for tomorrow. Every level, it's hit every single time. It's giving you lots of interactions. So good times there. Sharif, I can't believe we only have 10 minutes left in the midday.
I know.
And I love that you're in two trades as we end.
I know, they're both small cap cappers too. So I printed 20 pennies in the money on the WHLR. It's coming into my area though. I added at 25. So if it's got to hold 5 here. Otherwise, I'm gone on this trade. We'll see what we get. It's at the $0.25 right now. Let's see if it holds up around this area. And this one, APLD, really upset with this one. I was like literally 1 penny getting filled at the high over here, and now it's coming down into my entry at 546. So it's for a smaller amount, but it's still a little frustrating. So that's the look there. WHLR, I'm looking to see if it holds $5. I was able to take a nice little trade on it, but I'm still negative on this one. Just full disclosure, trying to work back into Greensville on this one, but it's going to have to hold that $5 area. There was a little bit of interaction here with 5 1/4 and this name, but it seems like maybe like the better trade for this one is kind of behind it at the moment. And that's a little sad because sometimes you're just hesitant to get in when it's doing all the big boy moves. And that's kind of the look there. So we're putting in a little bit of a beak wetter at 55s, but it's going to have to hold that $0.25. So we'll see what this one does. APLD coming back into the $0.50 seems to be like a buyer at 45 now. The buyer incrementally moving up. So initially we said we found that support at 540. Now look what it's doing. When it does dip in, and it's dipped in a few times, it's now finding 545 as that level. So the buyer is stepping up incrementally here, and it looks like increments of 5. At least that's how I see it. But the top, still an elusive target at the moment. WHLR back into the third of a dollar, added at a quarter. So we'll see if this one can break above the $0.50 again before breaches 5. So that's kind of what I'm looking for there. Sorry, I haven't been able to look at the chat, guys. You know, when you're trading all these small cap gappers, they don't really give you a whole lot of time to look away from the screen. So transient is their price action. So I apologize for not having looked there. I also see Apple. Obviously, this one, you know, it's moving big. Let's call a spade as the market moves back above 19,000, though. We're not really blowing by 19,000 or anything. So if we retrace here, we can see a breach of VWAP, which Apple has done at the moment, come right back down. We're going to have to pack our patience and see. WHLR coming back into that 5.25 again. It looks like it wants to give up the ghost here at 5, Adara. So I'm going to have to put in my stop and send it to you.
Yeah, no, of course. Yeah, I actually am Nvidia here. And this is like probably the largest, like usually I would build into positions here, kind of a larger one for me, but I feel really good about this trade, even though I realize it's a little counter trend, and I want to talk about it. Nvidia pushing up here, holding that 107.40s so nicely. I got long 107.45 once I saw us hold that. Now we are working below it a little bit. I'm going to risk to see what we do with that 107.20s, which, like I said, is a level I found to be huge resistance and support. If I see anything I don't like in the book heading into 20s, like say 25s, then that we're going to have to act and we'll get out there as well. Like I'm going to be adaptable. But I really like this trade. The fact that I was willing to you know, go in full throttle with this. The risk to reward does, you know, it makes sense. I have mathed it appropriately. As I said, I'm trying to use like more like pieces of my total risk for the strategy. And so that in that case, I think it does make sense. We're going to be taking out here 40% of the position if we get to 107.80s, because that was an area we had some chop and churn earlier. Maybe I should have waited for the VWAP retest. I'm already journaling while I'm in the trade. Look at that. Sorry, guys, I know I've talked a lot today, but these markets have been moving. And, you know, at Stream, I say, like, we're talking here for 3 hours, right?
Oh,
so
yeah.
we are gonna move our mouths. We're going to talk a lot. Urso saying, let's go long Nvidia. Yeah, I don't know if it's going to work yet. I'm gonna, you know, reserve my judgment. But I will say, pamp to Nvidia. And I will also say pamp to your small cap gappers, because, you know, sometimes they do love to pamp. That being said, okay, I'm watching the futures as well. So the futures at the time, we're looking pretty bullish. Nvidia right now actually holding out slightly better than the futures by my estimate, just what I'm seeing here on these booking candles. Like I said, my level for the Qs, if we can keep holding, we tried to break above that 461.70, so that is a little bit sus for me, or at least that's something I'm going to be aware of.
Oh, it's got to get up.
We're like within 5 pennies of the money here, 5-10 pennies every couple seconds here. Let's see what's going on. I'm going to also, I don't know why the Lily book is still up on my main screen, so I'm going to keep that so I can be referencing the N to the V to the D to the A. Shout out to Bears vs. Bulls saying, thank you for another great midday. Thank you for another great midday for everything you do, Bears vs. Bulls. Like, we could not literally do the show without you.
Oh, no.
In all seriousness, like none of the shows. And also Bears vs. Bulls makes make sure everyone sees the watch list, you know, putting that in there, putting everybody's social media in there. Like, what don't you do? So thank you so much for all of your efforts there. Nvidia will bounce off VWAP, says Susan Simon. I think it could reject. That's my concern, is it will reject off VWAP. To be clear, I have confidence in this trade. Like I said, that my meta short I was trying to be in earlier, I ended up getting out because I was like, I don't care enough about this. It's not the vibe. And I had much less shares in that than I did in this Nvidia. But I feel good about this Nvidia. I like what we're trying to do here. I think if we break above this level, it'll go. And the risk to reward to me makes sense. So we'll see if we can ride this one to the upside as we try to break above that VWAP. We're a huge fan of you, Bears vs. Bulls, so shout out.
All right. Gonna say bye. Yeah. I got to take off, guys, but thank you so much for joining Adara and I today on the How to Trade Midday Show. I'm going to weasel up onto the green screen. I was able to add aggressively here at 5 and get myself out of trouble on WHLR. So good look there. And I also flattened out here for a little bit of a winner on APLD. I hope you guys enjoyed the small cap gapper trading today. I'll see everybody at the green screen.
Thank you so much, Sharif, for everything you do there. And shout out to the small cap gappers. That's what I said. Like, you and I have said, I think what I love about, the show is we give a little bit of spready stocks, a little bit of small caps, hopefully a little bit of something for anyone. To NY Sensing, any news on why the market just ripped to the upside? I'll check. I'll see if there's anything that I am seeing here. I think generally what I've noticed too is that sometimes as we end the midday, we'll have kind of sharp moves to the upside or downside. You've got, traders coming back from lunch, getting ready for that end session. Sean and Neil with the, the buying power, but no, I joke. I'm not seeing anything here. It is worth noting though, as I was looking for news, I just saw apparently this this factoid that SMCI shares are down more than 60% since being included in the S&P 500. So big yikes. Both SMCI and CrowdStrike, both some recent additions here to the S&P 500 that have been hit pretty hard. So let's take a look at these two as we end the show. I'm just going to be watching the Nvidia book still here as well. SMCI down about 2% right now on the day. This one is a permanent resident of my side chart, but I find I don't always trade it effectively. Yeah, kind of rejecting VWAP right now. What about CrowdStrike? Because CrowdStrike, you know, with SMCI, we had the short sell report and now the delaying of their annual reporting. We also have with CrowdStrike, of course, the outage and all of the ongoing drama with that. Wow, CrowdStrike, talk about a V-shaped recovery. Look at this bounce here. Then we come around VWAP, we bounce. Let's see, though, if we're able to break back above that 258 area, because that was a little bit of a rejection area earlier, topping tail candles, and I'm seeing that mirrored a bit over here. Also, good thing I didn't try for that Lilly reversion short, because Lilly's like, yeah, what do you mean? I will continue to be strong. Trying to push above that 916 area that, as I said earlier, was pretty key. Okay, Nvidia, we're about 10 pennies in the money on N to the V to the D to the A. Let's see if this can keep pushing higher. Shout out to the gappers. Yes, says Random Oddities. Yeah, you got to shout out those small caps and all of the different stocks that keep gapping here. Let's see what else we have going on in these. And what's going on here. Caffeine's in the bloodstream. Honestly, I swear for me, it's mostly just energy. All of like mostly tea, sometimes one coffee, but I'm really just powered by my, you know, my excitement for the markets, because I do feel very grateful to be able to be here every single day. As I always say, please keep running VRAX and get me out of my position, says Random Oddities. Let's take a look at VRAX. I haven't looked at this one for a while. This is one of those ones with monkeypox, or Mpox, I believe. Keep forgetting the name has been changed. But yeah, this VRAX, nice, these higher lows here. Yeah, I mean, I think if we could reclaim that area we keep wicking into, for some reason, 444, a bit of an area of resistance. Let's see if they can break out of that. We'll take a look at the daily chart as well. I know this one ran recently, so those daily charts are always a little bit more bamboozling. I'm also just looking here as we end the show, we're seeing the Qs. Okay, this is interesting. I think that the fact that we bounced or that we haven't, you know, broken below 360 is not a bad look here. Seeing a bit of a bull flag for the Qs as we end. Yeah, I think if VRAX can stay above the 360s is not a bad look, not advice, just my take on the charts. But you'll get even more takes on charts and stories as we head over to the main show. I hope you guys had a great time. I know I did. Thank you so much for being here with us every single day. We'll see you tomorrow. Same bad time, same bad channel. Right now, though, you've got the big guys at the big desk and Sharif.
Thank you very much, Adara. Welcome, everybody, to the afternoon rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every single day. Neil and Sean are locked and loaded. They're ready to take the names as decided by you guys. So make sure to join Adara and I. Get your learn on the How to Trade show and get into the chat and vote for your favorite tickers every day. Neil and Sean will cover, but only the top 5 make it on. So tell your friends to vote as well. All right, here's a look at the triple Qs, the only indice right now in Greensville. The ES awfully close, almost at flat. The Dow and the Russell both in negative territory, but 1/5% and 1/3% in negative. But we'll see what the day looks like when we finish all off. All right, Tesla, big move today for it. Big move yesterday, big move today. Full self-driving today is the catalyst. They're going to be rolling that out in Europe as well as China, guys. Funny enough, they haven't rolled that out yet. I didn't even know that.
If you don't know,
now you know.
You know. All right, so just
We'll
update quick time right here. We are shorting Nvidia. We are shorting the Qs. We're shorting everything right here. It might be a mistake, but we're going to give it one last chop and see what happens. There's Nvidia. Now short right here in the 50s. Put some bids out. I just realized I didn't have. Oh, we just actually got filled. We did have a bid out. Okay. Taking some more out here, shorting a little bit of Nvidia, but what was on the board there? Tesla for number 1. Okay. My second best name today. The first one's going to be Apple. We really nailed Apple. Tesla's right there as well. So let's have a quick little look to see what's going on here with Tesla. So Tesla's early trade was the sticky note du jour, the sticky note of the day, breaking through 226.50. We absolutely hammered that to the upside on that good news. I love trading Tesla when there is a catalyst. And today we came in, it was the number 1. I'm listening right now. We and Neil probably listen to the same thing here. There's something about Alibaba releasing. They must be having a conference or something.
No, there's a deal with MasterCard, it looks like.
Okay, what do you have up there?
Baba didn't move. There was no, actually, MasterCard didn't move either. So there's a deal between Baba and MasterCard. Neither one is moving. Just
go, shorty. It's your birthday right now. TQQ's making that move down. Let's get a bid out there right now. We're hosting the show. We're putting down bombs as well. Nice little move there for the TQQs as we go short right there at 50 and get a cover, a good old cover down there in the 20s. We're now bidding 22s. This is 30 cents in the money on Nvidia that we just put on as we run over to the show. So yeah, man, we have busybody up in this building right now. So let's go. Let's spin it around and around and around as you guys are coming back at the right time. Big time trades happening. We're just at the high of the day for ourselves. There goes Nvidia falling off of, well, we just shorted the same kind of thing right there. We've already been short here. We racked that up. We didn't get that very bottom tick. Wish we would have, but here we go. Back down into the downside as well as the TQs. But I know the story's Tesla. Maybe leave it alone now. We'll have a look up 5%. We absolutely nailed this. It was right on the sticky note. I apologize. I'm not even in the chat yet. Big movement here for Nvidia, though. Let's see if we can get the 200 period, which is 107.10.
207. Oh,
107, yeah.
Oh, never mind. You're talking about
Nvidia, yeah.
I mean, yeah, obviously you're talking about Nvidia there. For a split second, you said 107, and then I'm like, well, 207 doesn't make sense for Tesla either because Tesla's at $230. But just quickly, for the afternoon on Tesla, I just got a dark pool wick in there. It doesn't matter. For the afternoon on Tesla, Tesla has a trend which is now trying to form. You got higher highs and higher lows, and it might lose this trend at the top. If it loses the trend off the bottom, strongest stock in the market, in my estimation, that's at least big. If it loses this trend line under 228, bad for the market, but also bad for Tesla. So if it gets under 228, I'd be looking for a short. I am in Rivian right now, but I have to point this out because we're above the Brecher ledge. It broke this. It did break. The SPY broke, and if you were watching the afternoon show or the aftermarket show yesterday, Chris Brecher was mentioning the double bottom on the SPY and the 50-period moving average. That was broken. This rally was getting back above that. So if we fail this break back above the 50-period and the last 2 days lows on the SPY, that could be all she wrote. And I mean, Tesla going under 228 would obviously be a big part of that. So be careful. We have gotten back on the good side, I suppose, of the 50-period on the daily for the SPY, which is a big level. But we're not exactly running away from it here. It's still close.
All right, guys, next on the list here, Nvidia, and there was a couple of headlines today. There was this Bank of America security reiterating the buy on Nvidia and maintaining that $165 price target. There was also this, Nvidia and other microchip names looking to back Applied Digital, Applied Digital with about $160 million in funding to help with the AI cloud build-out, guys. Obviously moving for Nvidia, but Applied Digital got a nice little bounce off it.
Just right now?
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know because I'm in a new version. We're trying to figure out if the new version has wick detection.
I think it's better.
Wick detection AI right there. Okay, so Nvidia. So we're in that right now. It's actually, we can talk about it. Why not? All right, so we just shorted it. How much are we up today? Okay, so we're nowhere near what we were the last couple of days on this name. It's kind of been a relatively flat day for us here on Nvidia. We missed this whole move, but Apple's not even on there. We'll talk about Apple's going to be my number one P&L name for the last little while, and we'll talk about that. So we missed this move up there. That was too bad. It was a big one, right? 105, 104, all the way to 110, 109.50. That was good. We played it back at the 50 period, then tried to defend VWAP. Made some money here when it finally defended VWAP. That was a small piece. Remember, we took it. And then we had a decent spot there. We're making some money, and then it broke VWAP, but we got out of it. Since we're trading underneath, you guys know what we do when that happens, right? Underneath VWAP, we short. So this was a great short. Really worked out. That's where we made all of our money. And then, oops, we did it again. So we're just doing it right now, getting some pieces out. Let's see if we can get something out down a little bit lower than where we are right now into 107.16, and then lower into that 106. So hopefully Nvidia can do it. Look, it's been a rough couple days for this name. I don't know what else to say. It's down 30% or something from its highs of 140 roughly in that area. So bearish behavior here for Nvidia. I feel pretty bearish, honestly, until we get above like this area, 111, 112. It's just like, let's get this garbage out of here and start to feel a little bit better about ourselves going northbound.
What kind? Okay, is it this kind of bearish?
No.
Or is it?
It's the first one.
The better one. I had to wait for it to go.
It's the better graphic.
Or this kind of bearish. So much better. You have the handkerchief going.
I'm more the way I feel is more the second bear because the first bear, because I'm not as actively wanting to short this name, but I think you have to try it until it breaks above 111, 110. So, yeah, we're short Nvidia.
Yeah, look, I'm actually looking at AMD again, and we're in Intel. We'll get to that in a second. Intel's at VWAP, Intel VWAP. But AMD's trying to get under VWAP. It just did this topping tail rejection candle at 140, and I had it for a loss, for a win, for a loss, kind of 1 for 3 and flat on AMD. But now you've got a triple top. See the reversal here? 140.40, triple top, and now a consolidation underneath that. So if it breaks this consolidation down, looking to be short in advanced micro devices. Ooh, that's an interesting name next on the list. I can't remember the last time we talked about Estee Lauder. Earnings.
Yeah, not one you typically see on here, Neil. Certainly. There is a couple of headlines. One I was able to find, one I wasn't. Piper Sandler maintaining their overweight rating on Estee Lauder and boosting the price target to about $114, so good look for them. Also, Estee Lauder owns Tom Ford as of 2023. Thanks, Ram. And they got the appointment of a new creative director on all of their platforms. Hyder Ackerman, guys, being welcomed into the Tom Ford family.
I'm gonna say hater. I don't know, like the closer on the Astros. Even though it's spelled differently. There's Josh Hader is a closer. They got him in free agency, which tanked my my NL team with just losing all of my good talents. So thank you very much. I haven't in a baseball league, but anyways, Estee Lauder is kind of trying to do a V-shaped recovery here. So it's a very good-looking reversal. The daily chart, however, see when this is happening on a stock, it's bottoming. Clearly, that's what's happening, and it hasn't been very good. But for a longer-term look at Estee Lauder, which sometimes that's what people are asking us about when it's a random stock like this, okay, you made the bottom on volume. You need to break out the top, get the 50 period. Like if this can get back above like 96 in the 50 period, then you've got a nice little rounded bottom. As far as trading it this afternoon, the volume isn't huge. It's a nice linear move to the upside, but the volume is very low. Even just as I've called it up, there hasn't been a lit book print for actually, I don't see one on the time and sales at all. So my entire time and sales doesn't have a single print that isn't the D print yet. Still hasn't done it. And that's since I pulled this chart up. So that's not a lot of activity on it. Maybe you like a VWAP, but I'm more interested in when you look at something like that, does it do the round bottom and break out like that 96 level on the daily chart for Estee Lauder? And we've seen it happen with the retail names when they can finally catch some kind of a bid. They can look really, really nice for a while.
Hey, what's up to TX Jet fan? Yeah, good call there. We got out there. We got out this on 16, so 0716. We talked about that. So we are now pretty light. We're actually a little bit less than half, sorry, of our Nvidia position still on. Actually, what am I talking about? It's exactly a third of our position still on there for Nvidia, and then the same thing here with the TQs. We're a little bit lighter in this one. We're not as confident in the futures because we're over VWAP and we're over everything. So we are. I'm just trying to get this out. Like if it comes back into VWAP, then we'll get out a piece and then hold for a little bit more. Look, Estee Lauder, I mean, some of these names have been pretty hot. We've looked at Elf Cosmetics and things like that and Ulta Beauty. Both been taking positions with Berkshire and Warren Buffett. Not Elf, sorry, Ulta Beauty. But Estee Lauder continues to go downside. I thought this kind of would have been the other way when I saw it on the list. I don't know enough about it and haven't been following it, but this looks pretty beat up as well. What is this, a tech name? We'll wait to see if it can break back above $100. I mean, a lot of these names will get figured out. But right now, the trend, like, you got to wait for these things. Like, look at this. Wow, all right, where did this even come from? I mean, there's the 50 period right there. It doesn't actually start to, like I said, get figured out until we break back through. So I think you got to be as very, very patient as you can be. You're close to it, right? $97, $98 will be the first time we've tested the 50 period moving average since April. So I like the stock. If it gets, I don't like the stock, but if it gets above $97, $98, I think you can start to look at it. And then maybe a trend reversal. Be wicked if you can get 90 to 126. That's the 200 period moving average. We are right back into that bottom again for Nvidia. And I just tweeted this out. Look, if you guys aren't following, fine. I mean, a lot of people don't have X. I get it, right? But fortunately, that's sort of what we started here when we started the show. Here's me tweeting this trade out live on the air with Sharif a couple hours ago. There's the first Nvidia short at VWAP. Even explained it. We're going short here at the 200 period and the VWAP. So let's just update this right now, right? So here's the next one here. So this is an hour later right now live on the show again. It's the exact same trade at VWAP again. Obviously, the 200 is now sloped down, so we'll start to take some more out. So fool me once, fool me twice at Nvidia, but either way, we're not fooled this time. It's a nice little short to the downside. We're just starting to cover again. Go follow at Trader TV, Sean, and we'll post all these trades. We don't have a losing trade again here today, so hopefully that can be back-to-back days where we go pretty perfect there. So hopefully we'll be able to have Nvidia going a little bit lower as we watch out the TQQ trade. All right, it's Broadcom earnings time, I believe.
Ooh, earnings tonight.
That fool me once gaffe by George Bush lives in my head rent-free. I mean, I just can't get over that. Yeah, Broadcom reporting after the bell today, essentially flat right now as investors wait to see how they report. Keep in mind, this has been a widely touted Nvidia substitute. Those who couldn't stomach the valuation on Nvidia poured into this name. They did a 10-to-1 split not that long ago. It's been obviously tough for the chips since that time when Nvidia made those all-time highs and the rest of the chips. But guys, Broadcom after the bell.
Then Broadway. Now that's a banger from back in the day. Broadway Joe. I'm sure there's some Jets fans out there, and
yeah, there was that TX Jet fan we saw there.
You know, at the end of the day, we love our community, but nobody's perfect.
Randy's a Jets.
There's no chance Randy's a Jets fan.
No. What?
No.
Cowboys?
Bills. What do you mean maybe?
Okay, so
Hold on a second. Do you
really uninterested? I mean, maybe.
Yeah, do you have a team?
There's a maybe. I have an Earl Grey over here.
Maybe like a CF. Oh, you're drinking the Earl Grey tea?
Yeah.
Nice. I want peppermint. You want peppermint too? All right, cheers. We're drinking tea this afternoon. I don't know why. That's probably the first time that nobody's having a coffee in the afternoon. But what was that?
Oh, Pinky's up. Well, when I was in London, yeah, we had some nice afternoon tea. That was pretty nice.
This is a big mug for the pinky up. It's way too big. I'm not gonna. It doesn't work. It's like a coffee mug in there. We try to keep it real.
We're gonna get to Tesla. Oh no, we have ASTS. Oh, we have Broadcom. Any thoughts on Broadcom?
The report tonight.
You know anything about Broadcom? You liking the chip space at all? Or okay, Ray, first of all, here we go, man. Just real quickly, there it goes. The market's trying to come back down in a little bit. Nvidia is coming into that 107.50. This is a 50-cent winner right now, so it is a little bit coming in right now. We should be bidding down here. I don't know. 106. There we go. No, we got filled in the TQQs. We don't even have an Nvidia bid down here. All right, let's put a bid right there. If we can get it, there we go. We get it right there at the 50 period. Moving average, Randy. I mean, sometimes trading is this easy. It happens once, it happens twice. So here we go. Nice little move down there. And then there's the TQQ with the fall. And again, I thought we got filled there, but we didn't. So we're bidding 11s right now for the triple Qs. Yeah, I don't know. We can go over Broadcom earnings tonight. What's the expected move?
I was just about to pull it up.
I saw you on there, so that's why.
No, I'm loading it up literally right now. I just gotta. There we go. Broadcom's expected only 6%. Yeah, it was like 12.3 the last time. What's going on here with Broadcom? I'm gonna bring you guys to the weekly chart because I don't necessarily like what I see on the weekly chart of Broadcom. It's gonna be tough to see, but see this like downward sloping lower highs. Like that was a big rally that everybody basically had off that August 5th bottom, the panic bottom, 50 period on the weekly. But now you're trending down back into it. And see this 150 level? Like if we lose that, then you've got 130 in here. I mean, it says only 6%. So I suppose they're not pricing in a big breakdown on Broadcom. But the way that everyone's been reacting to some of this, to anything AI or chip related in terms of earnings. And it's not just the ones that go down on decent numbers. You got to throw in something like a Marvell, which was gapped up after they reported and then got tanked. You got to throw in AMD or Nvidia blowing out the numbers and then still heading back into the downside. So I'm a little bit concerned when I look at that Broadcom chart if it loses $150. That's a level I'll be watching tomorrow morning to be sure. That's the key one for me. Yeah, I mean, I don't think we'll trade it. It's going into earnings and it's Broadcom, so I don't see that as an afternoon trade at all. A lot of times you don't want to have, take trades on something that's going to report right after the bell. Could be some bamboozlement there. So I'm going to stay away from that one in the afternoon.
Thanks, Sharif, for that. We never used to say bamboozle one bit, and now it's like one of Neil's go-tos.
You know what it is? We talk all day, right? And it's really easy to fall into habits where I'm not consciously saying weasel in or bamboozlement.
Weasel in, I never hear you say, man. I'm hearing bamboozle a lot. So Sharif.
Well, I'm trying to say
Sharif has
weasel more, so I say bamboozle
no,
less.
bamboozle's fine. I'm just saying I've noticed it with that. So thanks to Sharif for the bamboozlement of that word. Okay, so we'll go to the downside here with Broadcom. I mean, it's trying to take it out here, 153. I don't know. I don't think it'll be a trade for the rest of the afternoon. I don't like to trade things, day of, day after, really, until we get like some kind of a directional pull. And right now on Broadcom, it just doesn't really look like it wants to do that. Again, our charts do not play split prices very nicely. So there it is, a downside move. It's been getting hit with all the other names, but it seems relatively strong. I like the fact that they split. First report since. Let's see what winds up happening. I'd stay away for now. Did we get the implied move?
6.4.
6.4. So that's,
double that last time, though.
I was going to say, I'd probably take that. I think that will probably be in and around that range, if not a little bit more with chip volatility.
I kind of feel more. I'm thinking higher. I'm thinking higher on that one.
There's a good possibility of that. Either way, it's Sharif at the desk.
I like how Neil's copying the guy. You guys can both thank Luca for that bamboozle thing, because I took that off him. He got that in my head. All right, guys, AST Space Mobile. It's been a very strong directional stock as of late. You've seen me trade it multiple times on the How to Trade Midday show. Today, though, nothing we didn't expect an offering. So they did file a prospectus to issue, or offer about $400 million of Class A shares from time to time. In case you're wondering what that time-to-time caveat is, it's typically when the price is favorable for them to issue those shares.
So ASTS, although today, when it's down 15%, we should call it Astis. Okay, so Astis is down 15 points. The good news, there's always a silver lining. Well, I shouldn't say that because there's no silver lining with Mullen. But there's always a silver lining. There is one here. Look at the volume bottom on ASTS. Now, there's a reason why you don't see many indicators on the chart, because I don't want to clog things up, but volume is an important one. And when you see something like this, where you're just all down on a 15-minute on ASTS, it's breaking through the last lines of support, then you get this massive volume candle at the open, and then another continuation candle off that bottom, double tap the bottom, confirming that bottom, and then breaking it back out. That's the kind of reversal trade you're looking for. It's on volume, a definitive buy, but don't like what we see in the afternoon, because yesterday's low is today's resistance at 29 bucks. So underneath 29, it doesn't look good under 29. Needs to break back out here before there's anything fun here in ASTS. What was that on Toyota?
Those kind of stocks always bamboozle me, so I'm going to stay away from that. I didn't even look at ASTS, so thanks, Neil, for looking at that one. All right, guys, over again to, hopefully real money on Nvidia here. Thank you to everybody for watching again today. Like I said today, we'll have we won't count Amazon, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We'll go 5 for 5 again today. We did that yesterday, which was crazy. And we're actually a little bit higher than we were yesterday right now, working our way back. And thanks for asking that. Danielle asks, have I recovered completely from Tuesday? No, but getting very, very close to doing that. And today, again, is another really good day. So we're really proud of the fact that we're battling that back. So that's going to be a good one. 40 cents now in the money on Nvidia. It just bounced again off 107. So we're still here. Let's see what winds up happening. TQs as well goes all the way to the downside. We're still here. We're not going to give anything back here in the afternoon. We're going to look for good opportunities, and when they hit, they're going to hopefully come and give us an easier trade. So what I mean by that is, look what the futures are doing right now. It's going to be impossible to say with confidence which way you think this is going. So you have to wait. Either we pull back into VWAP and we test that long. We'll have a look to see what other names are doing, like in Apple, which was, by the way, Apple. And I just want to say this trade alone is helping get back. I mean, this was an absolute monster. This was more shares, probably XXX amount that we would have put on here normally. We put this one. It was a nice trade. Great move to the upside for Apple. We really took it out. That's a 222 long break, and it just kept on going. Our best out there, 224 within 5 minutes. We got $2 there. It kept on going, man. We did not reload it, but then right up into there, boom, goes the dynamite. It's like 20x the next best stock. So we really, really like Apple right now there today, and it's done really well for us. Sorry, 20, not 20, that's the next best stock. Tesla's here. It's 3x Tesla. And that was a really good one there. Nice upside move on Tesla as well. But look, you know, you can't take blood from a stone. Right now, I'm thinking short. You can see I'm short the futures, short Nvidia right now. Both are doing well, and we're still short Intel. And Intel's been a great stock as well. Look at this name, Tesla. If we can break right there, then you do get that 230 break underneath the 50-period moving average. But then is it worth it for 50 cents? You know, because that's where you get into VWAP, and then you get 229. I'd almost rather wait for a breakdown or some kind of a play near 227.50. Okay, Nvidia, you can come to the party if you're well-dressed as well. It just goes all the way down again to the 200 period of 107. We're just laughing at 50 cents right now. Maybe we should start taking it a little more seriously and get a piece out, especially if we're going to barcode like this.
Yeah, and if we are going to barcode, you know, you got to respect the levels. And I am in Rivian. It did make a big move up. Eventually, we were kind of dogging Rivian for when everything was strong this morning, like Tesla was going crazy. We're dogging Rivian because it was weak. Well, it broke out in a big way. That said, it broke trend. And when it did, there's the consolidation. I wasn't there when it broke this trend line. But once it did, it consolidated underneath. 1387 was the top. I was able to short at 83 a couple of times in there. It's got VWAP in 1365, which is the opening range top, as support. If it breaks down, I think it's got all kinds of room to the downside. And if it holds on here, then I'm going to get out on a trail at 75. So we're in that. VWAP on, we've already talked about VWAP on Intel. And then just to finish just to talk about ASTS here, or ASTS, depending on how you guys want to call it. A lot of times I would look for something like, hey, you can hold VWAP in here at 28, but because that 29 was such a big level, it needs to get above there. If it can't get above 29, then it's not its time to shine just yet. AMD doesn't seem to want to get back into VWAP. It's consolidating underneath. Now what I'm sitting at, it went up to 80s, and I was sitting at like 85. I'm going to sit in the 70s if I can. But I have to acknowledge a stock here. I don't really know why ARM is relatively strong today, but this has been one of the stronger chip names after breaking back out. It's just got resistance here at 124.24. If the market does decide to get going, it looks pretty good for a liquidity grab under 120 and then trying to break out. If ARM decides it wants to go, I look at this floor here, this resistance at 125, and you've got a pretty big gap into the upside. If it doesn't do it today, got to look at this level tomorrow on ARM. I don't know any chip name that looks the way that ARM does right now. I think it's the strongest of the bunch for, I'm not even sure what the reason is. I haven't seen a story on it, but up a couple of points here, ARM. It might not break 125 today, but its relative strength does bear watching. If it loses 122, I'm short under there. If it loses it, I don't know if it's going to lose it, but strong day for ARM, at least for now.
All right, let's just keep barbecuing up the profits. All right, so we'll take out a TQQ here at the 50-period moving average. It's a 30-cent winner. Nvidia right now, I mean, we might as well, it's 70 cents in the money right now. Let's see if we can have these hands. I mean, we just got another piece out at 107. We talked about bidding that. Now, if it goes to the downside, fine. We had this yesterday, man. We had this exact play yesterday, and it turned out to be probably the best trade. Right into here. Look at this. We had this short yesterday into the afternoon. So this is 2 o'clock. It's 2 o'clock now. We're just getting started, baby. So let's see what winds up happening now to the downside here for Nvidia. Let's make this day special. It already is, man. This is already quite the day for me. And again, it's going to sound crazy because we had such a great day yesterday as well. But hey, sometimes when the market's going, the market's going. Intel almost like it's halted here. Nothing's really happening. We only have, this one we have less than 5% of our trade left. Unfortunately, we are just quiet and wait to see what happens down here at 1940. But at the end of the day, this is another sticky note trade. And if you want to follow me, I show this all the time. Just trying to not kill some time here, but you know, we're not really in, Neil has his positions. We have my positions here. It's right here. We already put these trades out. There's Intel 1975. I mean, that trade right here seems to be working out quite nicely, right? That only would have gone 15 cents against you. Didn't even break 90s. So we're back into that. That was a good one. The Tesla 226.50 long was honestly, I made a lot of traders a lot of money. I'll leave it at that. Amazon long all day today. I mean, that's another one there. And then Palantir top 30.75. Let's have another look at that Palantir short, long short at 30.75. So, here it is here. Palantir short, $30.75, right? We actually, this one's on me. There it is right there. There's the high of the day, $30.73. This one's on me. We had looked at this when it was up here and decided not to take it. We were probably just in other things and looking long and not thinking that the short was going to come through. But man, oh man, did that one print. So today the sticky note is for all of you and for me, should be for everybody. Hopefully you guys were following it today. It's big time trades happening over there and it's led us to where we are right now. Just having confidence in your levels, sticking with your trades, right? Putting them out, putting on shares, hitting those trades. Today it's worked out, doesn't all the time, but today and yesterday, big time trading right there. And again, congratulations to the guys behind us that absolutely nailed Tesla and Nvidia the last couple of days.
Yeah, definitely some great opportunities in this market right now. Great looks there. I got to get over to Unity very quickly. Unity's making a move. I'm taking a short in Unity. I'm on the offer right now. It's essentially just a mean reversion trade. I'll go to the 15-minute in a second, but this is the trend. It just went all the way to 17, then pulled back. Something else on United Steel here. Okay, so yeah, nothing. I just thought there was something else on U.S. Steel. Basically, they're just
something about something.
They're basically saying there's national security issues again could lead to Nippon Steel's deal maybe not happening. But we already know this, and it's not moving on U.S. Steel. But the last time there was news during the day on U.S. Steel, you saw it tank like $5. So I'm going to flip over to it. But yeah, not a big deal there. Back over to Unity. So go to the 15-minute just to quickly explain. This is $17 the last couple of days on Unity. This was a resistance spot 2 days ago. It failed underneath. It just wicked right to 17. On a 15-minute, it has been just streaming to the upside. So if it fails 17 now, I'm looking short. 16.5 right here was pre-market highs or like 16.55. So that's one reasonable target. That's out in front of VWAP. But looking to get into short. I just got some here at 88 or 87 actually. Would like to have gotten some in the 90s if it can come up here. But if it breaks 17, I am out of Unity. Another big, strong day for Unity on, I didn't see any news. It's got an 11% short float, so maybe that's the reason why this one is up. But a little trend reversal here for me as it broke the trend line.
How many fills today, says Rivian Trader. Okay, let's have a quick look here. About 120. It's not so many. I mean, it's a lot, but it's not so many. We did, even just on this Tesla, this is just really two trades, right? The first trade is down here long at 225. So if you're, again, we all trade with different amounts of share sizes. And I just when it starts to go up, I just start to piece them out. Never wind up holding enough. That's sort of my crutch. But right there, you can see there's the 226.50. So it's one trade, two trades. So it's really kind of like one trade long idea. That's 229. Just so you guys get a good perspective there. That's $4 from that entry, 250 from there, and then we got out at 230. We wrote down 232 would probably be the high there today. It goes up as high as 234, and then turns around. And right now, it did do that drop off here. We had looked at it and was like, I don't know. And then the other thing was too, just on Apple alone, we only have one trade on Apple today, but 24 fills. So that's, again, we have the ability here to trade different share sizes. So that's what we're going to do. And we put on some decent size. And so when it started popping up, I was like, okay. I took it all out, right? And then there's our top fill up there, top cheese at 225. So good opportunity there. I'm not going to be in tomorrow. Obi will be at this chair. So we got to make the money today. And we, man, oh man, have we done that. So hopefully you guys will be able to see Obi put on some trades tomorrow. I know Neil will be here. So there's lots of action happening. And once again, man, it should be another great day.
End off the week on
every single day is a great day,
especially after Broadcom reports, right? Because that'll be like the last. This earnings season, it's the last one of the big tech names of the big Nasdaq constituents, right? So you're not going to get anybody after them. It was just a rehash of a news story here in BAC that it doesn't seem to be moving a lot to. So there was this story that Bank of America shared non-public info with investors in India, according to a whistleblower. They're actually buying this up, like this dropped in the middle of the day and it broke VWAP and it just came out again and it dipped and then started ripping again. So I guess it's not that big of a deal. Maybe, yeah, I'm not going to try to explain why, because sharing non-public information and whistleblower stuff isn't usually a positive catalyst, but BAC, for whatever reason, it ain't going down off that news, and if it's not going down, then it's usually going to the upside. I'm not going to touch that with a 10-foot pole. It was just pointed out to me that C3AI is back at the high of the day, which I'm not going to lie, surprised me a little bit. C3AI is breaking out. It's now only down 10%. So I had the trade that I'm in on Unity is essentially almost similar to what we did with C3AI into VWAP, where it broke a steep trend to the upside, pulled back into VWAP, but wow, C3AI is now trying to squeeze. It had a huge gap on earnings after market last night, as you can see, and it's now starting to take out this morning high of 2070. Not a lot of acceleration yet, but we should probably keep our eye on this one if it can start going a little bit more rapidly. Great look here for C3AI. I'm going to check back in on Intel because it's still not doing anything, and Rivian is holding on to VWAP. The longer this holds VWAP, I'm just going to start tightening this up even more. If the futures break out this next high, I'm not going to forget, we are back above the 50 period on the ES. If we hold this throughout the afternoon, you would think there could be a bit of a relief rally. And anything that's strong above VWAP that's showing strength today, you might want to take out it might start to take out those tops. A little bit of caution with what we're sitting in. NWHS asking about PDD, Pinduoduo. It's not as bad as it was this morning. There's that for PDD. Pinduoduo, there wasn't a bid at the open. I don't know why. It just sort of happens to Chinese ADR sometimes. But now it's absolutely, what's that word? It's a linear move to the upside on PDD. It's still red on the day, and it's still way under resistance from yesterday. So it's not as bad as it was before. It would probably need to take out 93 or 93.5 and be a little bit more interesting to me. If you're looking at Chinese ADR today, the one was NEO. And even myself, I was out of NEO way too early. Look at it. It's now at 480. It seems to want $5. NEO's just going and going and going like the Energizer Bunny here today. And I did say if it got to $5, I'd be looking short. I still believe that to be true. It's still got 20 cents to go, which for NEO's sake is still a lot. It's only a $4.80 stock. But you can see it just trending, trending, trending. That's the one you want to be trading, I think, over Pinduoduo. But it's just my 2 cents.
Okay, yeah, I think you want to trade the names that are active. We always talk about that. And NEO, some of these Chinese ADRs kind of go to sleep a little bit here in the afternoon, but we'll just continue to do the most active name, maybe, potentially, into the close here. Why not Nvidia? So here it comes in, man. Well, let's just talk about it. We're going to get out another piece in the 40s. So here comes Nvidia trying to spit down again, and man, oh man, do we have it one more time here on this name. So coming back in, here comes Nvidia. So we have the short again. It's now 75 cents in the money. It keeps on wicking and coming back, but if we zoom back out a little bit, sometimes you zoom out, have a better look. That's 106.50. That bottom right there is 106.30. I'm actually at 106.40. I'm going to try to play and see if we can get back into this bottom. And if we break back down below that, then great. And then we could take 106 and we could let it fall, man, back into the downside. A little bit of a risky proposition, obviously, as you sit here and wait for this to happen. So that's why I'm here to tell you we only have 20% left of this trade. So, let's wait to see where it goes. But it's a 20% spot right here on Nvidia, looking to see about a potential downside move. So that's what we're doing. We're waiting for that. We also have the TQQs. Let's go over to Adara.
This part of the show is brought to you by Moomoo. Right now, everyone's focused on this week's non-farm payrolls and unemployment data. These reports will impact whether the U.S. might enter a recession and the Fed's potential rate cuts in September. If the numbers exceed expectations, the U.S. stocks could jump. If not, they could tumble. The data's coming out at 8:30 a.m. on this Friday, right before the market opens. If you want to be one of the first to trade on the news, Moomoo's got your back with pre-market and after-hours trading. By getting in early, you can snag a better price, whether you're buying or selling. Moomoo's an all-in-one investing platform that's partnered with the NASDAQ and even listed on the exchange. They got an extended 16-hour U.S. trading window so you could jump on any opportunity before the traders even wake up. That means better filling prices and more time to trade the market. Plus, Moomoo's fees charge zero commission on trades and zero contract fees, for stock options. Scan the QR code or use the link in the description. You'll also get access to an 8.1% APY on uninvested cash with Cash Sweep, 15 free stocks, and up to $300 in transfer bonuses. Don't miss out.
Thank you very much there, Darren. Shout out to Mumu. Check out that, scan that QR code below. Thank you to our partners there. And, thank you to our unbelievably awesome community. That's why we're trying to keep it real with you. And Nick Dubs, thanks for the super chat. You want thoughts on DocuSign? Going into earnings, you can see here, it's about a 4% short float. They are one of the names that are reporting after the bell tonight. I'll double check in a second what the expected move is. You're going into it and you're up 20% on a swing. I mean, I'm not here to tell you, look, I'm assuming if you're making a trade, part of your plan was to hold it into earnings in the first place, or you wouldn't be in it. Obviously, DocuSign has been on a tear like everything else in the market. You can see the brick wall that's there on a weekly chart of $60. I think that's going to be the trouble spot for Docu. Oh, Tesla's at VWAP. But the other thing to consider, where is DocuSign? There it is. Last time it only moved 5%. Now you're expecting a 10% move on DocuSign, which is double last time. I mean, it all works in both ways. But you got to look at it. Come on, where's that daily chart again? I should have left the trade ideas up. There we go. So right from here, if you bust 10% to the upside, you're taking out massive resistance on the daily chart there. For the greater part of the year, you'd be punching through this before you get to that 10% number. That obviously cuts both ways, but the support's down at $49, and you're a heck of a lot closer to the top there. If it goes 10% down, you're not even at the support levels on DocuSign, where I'm assuming where you bought it. So it looks pretty good going into earnings. I have no idea how those are going to fly. But it seems like it's more likely to break the top than it is the bottom based on the expectations here in DocuSign. So looks pretty good there. But as I was just showing before I pulled that chart up, Tesla's bouncing off VWAP. And if the market's trying to go back up, well, Tesla's been the strongest name out there that I've checked. There's always something else, but I want to say Tesla's the strongest name. I know NIO's got a bigger percentage move, but you start thinking of how many dollars have gone into NIO and how many dollars have gone into Tesla today. And without doing the math, there's more in Tesla by a large amount. So holding on to VWAP and bouncing higher, going to look for entries in Tesla. If we're going to go barcoding, then you got to have something in and out of a range. Intel's giving you VWAP, but it's not really doing anything. If Tesla could bounce off VWAP, that's $1.50 to resistance at 231. Let's see it bounce back in. Get 229.5 in here. You got a local bottom at 229.30 or 29. That's like 30 cents worth of risk if you get VWAP on TSLA, one of the strong ones. And I do have to worry about Rivian picking up again if Tesla's going to do this.
Good question there by Coffee Trader. If I was not on this show, no, I'm not muted. Okay, it's all good, Fabian. I got you, man. The Chilean nightmare over there. If you weren't on this show, would you be trading afternoons? Yes, because I am addicted. Even when, don't tell my boss this, do I have one? That even when I was doing the floor management of opening up a whole bunch of real trading floors and helping onboard them and whatnot, and being the director of trading floor development, I was sitting there trading. So I was on the side trading, obviously. And basically paying for my own salary just by trading. So I think it worked out for everybody as you go. But yeah, no, I don't, no matter what I'm doing this unless I'm on vacation. So yeah, and I just think that it's not about, I mean, the word addicted is probably wrong. It's not that, it's just, I really enjoy doing this. So trying to do it. Yeah, I mean, the passion, I think is quite evident there. So thank you for that one, Fabian. I think that's true. And it's like, this is the show. So what we're doing here is one thing. Often Ramin or Fabian will show me here in the afternoon, and I'm just kind of relaxing, listening to some music, looking at some charts. I talk to my wife 3 or 4 times a day at least, probably. That's just on the phone, let alone on messages and stuff like that. So yeah, my mind is always on so many other things, which is kind of a bad thing sometimes. But yeah, just lots going down and lots going on. So, you got to really like what you're doing. And I mean, that's where the show stemmed from. I mean, the show was always going to be something that we were going to do. We brought Neil on board as well to get this conversation and stuff going, give different looks. And then we brought on now Dara Sharif. And there's been many, many, many iterations of this show that have come through. So yeah, it's really, and I think that's another good word, committed. I mean, it's just, I want to be here every single day and commit to doing all of this. So a big shout out to everybody out there that has those same vibes and same feels. And I mean, that's why we're posting these up, like just trying to show you that this is the real stuff. We're going to have Andrew Rader on right now. Like I basically have only had one job my whole life, and that was a prop trader. And then moving off of that into the same company, assessing risk, doing things like that, building these offices, training traders, doing all that. So always it's been focused around here. So really, really enjoy what we're doing here every single day. And I hope that comes through. And I mean, we don't share P&Ls, but if we did, it would also prove to why we like being here. So yeah, that's it, man. So good. The day continues to be so good.
So good. There's a song called that. I have no idea who sings it, but it's in my head now. But
I mean, maybe you and Raider Trader can drop some beats.
Oh no!
You can start going.
The young. It's a young man's game out there. I'm not going to try to take on
money,
Raider.
they say.
I mean, the guy's he's dropping beats from the streets of Ohio. I don't know, down in Ohio, you know how they do. I don't know if I could handle that.
The streets of Ohio. Oh, there he is. There. Oh, he's.
Oh, waiting. Is that a preview?
He's waiting.
We're going to actually wait 90 seconds.
All right. You know what?
Okay.
Man, the crowd is going nuts. We got to bring him in.
Okay.
Let's
just bring him in, man.
Trader Talk. It's Mr. Raider, his trader, and we are ready to go. What's up, Andrew?
Yo. You guys were talking about passion. I just heard you talking about, I don't think there's two more handsome, passionate traders on Wall Street than Sean and Neil. So I agree with that statement right there.
The amazing part is we're not even
the handsome part. Like I was going to believe you.
I know.
And all of a sudden you're starting talking about this handsome.
We're also not on Wall Street, but that's cool too.
Honestly, this guy's killing me over here.
Wall Street.
Yeah, Wall Street. Yeah, we're chilling out. No,
Maple Syrup Street. My bad.
That's right, Maple Syrup Street. Yeah. No, it's Bay Street here, but it's all good. When are you coming to Toronto? We've been inviting you.
So my schedule's wide open, man. If you give me a ballpark answer, I could be on a flight within 2 weeks.
If we give you a ballpark answer?
Fine.
Like,
challenge accepted.
Like sports, you like baseball. You might, you might as well give me a ballpark and I show up to the game,
See what we're saying?
Well, I'll get you some maple syrup if you want too. Like if you keep talking about maple syrup, I'm not gonna lie, we got a little bit of that in our household. My in-laws make maple syrup, bro, and it's like I'm sure you know this, but once you have it, you don't want anything else to sweeten anything. It's like one of the best things out of Canada, but it's an open invitation. And it's a short flight. You're in Ohio, dude.
It is actually a short flight, and I do have a passport, so it would be smooth.
That's key. That
would help.
Do you need a passport to go? Wait a minute.
I don't know. I'm not sure.
No, I think to go ground, I think you just need a.
You could drive through. Yeah, you don't need a passport drive.
Driver's license.
Oh,
yeah.
Well, I haven't traveled in a while, and you can tell. So.
Yeah.
Can we though?
I would love to have Raider Trader on the floor with us, so we'll get that going. All right, hey, look, what a disaster the last couple of days have been, right? I mean, you were on the show a while ago talking about seasonality, and then now it's hit, right? So here we go, the TQQs, last couple of days starting to go to the downside. We just saw the S&P, though, before Monday was about 1% or so away from all-time highs, and now you're getting the NASDAQ with a little bit of a pullback here, Andrew. What do you think here? Has this satisfied some of what you were talking about now? Are we getting a little bit lower here? Anything on the put-to-call ratio or anything tipping your hand a little bit on next move?
Yeah, absolutely. Sean, I don't come here empty-handed. So I do have a few things to talk about. Number one is, of course, the seasonals. So everyone and their mom has been talking about seasonals lately, and I don't like the crowded trade. There's a lot of people shorting this market right now, and that is evident by this chart right here. You can see into the 920, which is quad witching. We talk about the most important expiration dates and how options influence the equity markets. That's one relationship everyone should know. But there's a ton of put walls being built, and these have continued to be built over the last few weeks. And it seems not everyone is buying calls like everyone is thinking. Everyone's like, oh, the bulls are getting, too greedy. No one's getting greedy. In fact, almost everyone is hedged right now. And so that makes the downside, to me, risk to reward standpoint, very, very limited. And so coming into this quad witching, while I'm not going to go in and buy calls expecting perhaps an all-time high, high, I'm going to be targeting certain sectors and industries for that bounce. Specifically, small caps, I believe, will get a nice bounce, but also some other stocks, which I'll talk about in a bit. But you can see right here, this is the open interest charts. You're seeing massive call walls being built up. And so while you'd like to think, hey, maybe the market can crash, I don't think so. I don't think that's the best risk reward trade, at least into quad witching. And one more thing that's very, very clear is that we've talked about this a few times on the show before, but 30 days before quad witching expiration, you start the shakeout phase. This often sees a fake out. We actually saw that with the drive higher and then now the drop coming into that. This Friday, the 6th, starts the max pain phase, which is 2 weeks before quad witching. What you can expect during this time period, and I've shown charts on this in the past, is you can expect some sort of pivot, some sort of market dynamic change. Does that mean straight up? No. But what that means is there's going to be a big flow of money coming in, and I believe it's going to be on certain tickers like small caps, defensives, and mid cap names for the bounce.
Have the seasonality like you're talking about with the witching coming up there. I mean, the Fed rate cycle is supposed to be starting right now in September, right? The Fed rate cut. So we're going to wait to see, thinking about 75 basis points throughout the end of the year, thinking about possibly 1 full point on that. Any thoughts about that? Are you hearing anything? Are you preparing for the Fed cut at all, or you're just right now focused on witching?
So that's one topic that we can discuss. As far as the rate sensitive trade, things like that, we talk about a lot of names, things like Solars, FSLR, and see how they're doing. They're not doing horrible. They've been consolidating, especially FSLR right here, or even one of my favorites to trade, which is ENPH. These names have been kind of consolidating, waiting for some sort of news. And what I'd like to think that, hey, play any gap ups on this, because again, any gap up in momentum to the upside is going to likely see some follow through ahead of these rate cuts. But one of the things that I actually want to talk about is, I think actually coming up, the SPY is set to add or drop new tickers as well. So I do actually have a few tickers here, specifically being PLTR, LEN, APO, Dell, and WDay. Those tickers, I'm actually looking into 913 calls. Just, purely gamble. Adding tickers to SPY, it's pretty strict, but those are the ones I kind of researched, and I found, it's worth a gamble. So just playing any gap up in those 913 calls.
What was
What was that? What was that?
Look at your screen. What was that? What was that?
I did fire those
I
off.
knew
Wait
it.
a
I
minute.
knew it.
We need to write these down. So
What was that?
PLTR. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a second.
Are you? What was that stock? That
Now
started,
you noticed?
What was that stock that starts with a P?
So now we're on the same wavelength.
Did you say
here.
PayPal?
So,
What
wait
did
a
you say?
minute.
What was
Sean,
the stock?
Do you know something? You need to text me what you know, because that's.
Do I know something? My friend, I've been talking about Palantir since 2020. Right there, Palantir is a big part. We really like that stock, and I agree with you. It is the next one. Let's see if it is the chosen one. We've seen action on Uber, on their inclusion as well.
Trade.
We saw that huge move to the upside. And it was CrowdStrike, I think, into the NASDAQ 100, created some action recently as well, and Tesla and all that. So we do believe here. Palantir. You know what's an exciting name that I was thinking about actually? Does Intel ever get, Neil and I were talking about this on the show the other day, does Intel ever get dropped from the Dow based on that performance? That would be a crazy, that would be a crazy rebalance.
They were set to build a factory in Ohio, like in Columbus, and I don't even know if they're still doing that anymore.
Aren't you the mayor of Columbus?
I mean,
okay. The CEO of Columbus, guys. I'm the CEO of Ohio, all right?
The CEO of Ohio. Is that something you want to put on your resume?
Of Ohio.
I thought that was LeBron James.
Oh, man.
Oh, no. But look, they're coming out. I think Intel's coming out of the Dow. It's just like it's a matter of time there. But, okay, so Palantir, obviously they have strict requirements for Palantir there. Dell's chart doesn't look very good. I know you mentioned Dell as one of those names. And so what's your... Because when you talk about inclusion, they could easily end up, any name can go in or out of an index every single quarter, right? So is a quarter by quarter thing that you're looking at here for any of these types of names? Because the Palantir doesn't go in this quarter. It's going in at some point before the end of next year. And we've been saying this for a while. But what are your thoughts individually on each of those? Like, how are you specifically playing them? I'm curious about Dell because their chart doesn't look very enticing. So I think it could surprise people.
Yeah, so a lot of what I've looked for is, number one, it's got to be liquidity, its performance, of course, earnings, all of that. But when you look at trade, I typically don't even look for trades like this. In fact, I've probably only traded tickers to be added to the S&P probably 3 times in my life. But when we get into these market conditions where the market's expectations are actually pretty like we're not expecting huge moves for the next 2 weeks or so, at least into quad witching. But after is when we're going to see that big move. So during times like this, these are these opportunities that that we actually have to look at. It's going to be pretty dry. I mean, especially the indices, QQQ, SPY, Dow, and IWM. These guys are extremely tough to trade right now just because the indecision within them. And I think that's going to continue, and sticking to individual names is the most profitable. So more so, you just want to look at the earnings, of course. There are strict requirements, like I said, and it purely is a gamble. I don't know, but those were the tickers I narrowed it down to, and it's worth a shot. I mean, if you have a thesis, you might as well follow it. So I did research about 4 or 5 hours of it. So, if it comes out to negative, and, I might have to move to Canada to find a room in Trader TV studio to sleep in. But, no. Okay.
Oh, stop.
It's the best rent around. It's the best rent around. It's
There is a very comfortable couch, like right over there, and I can attest to it because I haven't slept on it. But when the leg got hurt, I'd spend some afternoons spending some time on it. It's a great couch. We got a coffee machine in here. We got the catered food, all that kind of good stuff. So you're more than welcome.
Food. Okay, just real quickly here. Here we go. It is time.
Get down.
We're reloaded right here on Nvidia. Come over to the screen real quick. We just ripped up the view up again once, twice. Can it be thrice? Let's see what happens with Nvidia. Give me that. We're here in the 20s right now for a nice little push back down in for Nvidia. Let's put a bid right there. Let's take some 28s. All right. That's what we're doing right there, Andrew. That's how we do it on the show. Let's put 20, 30 cents in our pocket. Let's see if Nvidia gets a little bit lower as we'll hold on to 2/3 of this.
No way you're trading Nvidia. Okay, so semiconductors, Sean, if you don't mind, I will talk about semiconductors for a second. I'm actually taking a few earnings trades. Now, I never talk about earnings trades on here. You guys know they're absolute gambles. Don't put your life savings into them, but maybe just your weekly allowance. But what I'm saying is for AVGO, there's 2 earnings trades I'm taking today. If you guys want to follow along. AVGO puts, I believe those are the better downside trade than Nvidia. I think Nvidia had too many call sellers, which makes any push up really low risk to reward. But when it comes to this, because call sellers are obligated to sell shares as they get tagged, so you don't really get that big of a rally. But as far as this right here, AVGO, I'm actually showing that into earnings. But also there's one ticker that I'm looking at that I'm straddling, $35 puts. IoT. I believe IoT is about to get, let's just say, ran over by a train. Okay. Now that's just my opinion. Look, I'm straddling it, but I think I saw a bunch of flow orders on this. Now I look for specific ones that meet certain criteria, multi-leg specifically, and this was one that was being hit a lot. So I believe there's going to be a big shocker on IoT. So there you go, guys. There's your, split the weekly allowance. As long as there's food on the table for the kids, then you can go and trade them. All right.
I agree with that. Are they reporting tonight, Samsara? Is that?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, you know what the best thing about it is? So let's tune in. Everybody tune in for the aftermarket show tonight with Sean because, Samsara will get a chance to see it. It's interesting that you put the allowance money in there, but then you're also making sure the kids have food on the table. It's interesting, and
as long as the kids are eating, look, you can starve, you can sell the, Sean's got, Neil's got plenty of assets he can liquidate, such as his unreleased albums, the royalties that go with that, and things like that. But he won't talk about that. But those are at least in the hundreds of thousands for Neil. He's got that. He could easily gamble that, but
hundreds of thousands of pennies is what you're talking. No, absolutely.
That seems like a lot.
No, absolutely.
100,000 rupees.
That's probably more accurate.
I do live in Brampton.
How much is a rupee?
I have no. Is it 1/13th?
It's
ask the CEO of Ohio over there how much.
Down in Ohio, they got all kinds of. By the way, the market is coming back in here. Chip names are now trying to break some of these lows in here, so it's going to be a nice move into the downside. I got AMD to the downside right now, but you just said a little something about Broadcom that's. Mm-hmm. Like, you think that that's going to be scarier than Nvidia. And I feel as if, Broadcom's chart, it doesn't, I really don't like Broadcom's chart. And I was saying this to Sharif, the way that it rallied and lost and has been doing this very channeled trend to the downside. It's a very controlled, since it make the high, lower highs, lower lows. And I think a retest of the 200 period on the daily seems awfully likely. I'm not into the whole, let's go into things before earnings, and then kudos to anybody that does. I like the trend after. And if it doesn't get back above the 50, I'm just thinking trend into the 200 on Broadcom. But you got something pretty specific on there, Andrew. I heard you say small cap names, but was it just plays for index additions that you're looking at, or do you have specific small cap names that you were looking at? Because I heard you say that earlier.
So the best time to shine, again, when it comes to, I'll just say this, when it comes to trading indices, you guys have to understand that when it comes to which ones to long, like let's say we expect a reversal into Friday tomorrow, you actually want to play the most beaten down ones. So if you look at between IWM, the Dow Jones, and SPY QQQ, you'll see that the most beaten down were actually the Dow Jones, of course, being with the negative seasonals, but also IWM has suffered the most out of almost every indice on these last few days here. So this would actually see the biggest reversal. This is just a basic principle that the laggers get bought up the first on a reversal and the leaders get the continuation bounce. So let's say tomorrow we get a reversal and then Monday, Tuesday we see continuation. Monday and Tuesday, you actually want to play SPY and QQQ because those were the leaders, specifically QQQ. So that's how you actually want to play that. So I would play IWM tomorrow for potentially gap up, but the best time to play this, these small caps, is going to be between the 19th and 23rd. That is when I'm going to start taking entry in a lot of these small cap names. We talk about names like CART. We talk about recent IPOs. The theme moving forward into the end of September, October, is look at 52-week high stocks breaking out. I mentioned that last time, but also recent IPOs. Try to find one within the last 2-3 years. That's going to be names like CART. That's going to be names like KVU, LTH, these type of names breaking into their 52-week highs. So that's the best time to play it, 19th through the 24th, 23rd. That's when I'm going to take bigger entries in these, but as far as day trades, I'm looking for a bounce in IWM.
There you go. Get specific, but also be not just about what you're looking at, but when you are looking at it. Always different day trading to swing trading there. I mean, Andrew Rader, we can't thank you enough. That, look, it is a standing invite if you do come to Toronto. Believe me, we'll roll out the red carpet for you. We'll have you live. You can be up on the desk. You can hang out on the floor to be sure. You just got to let us know what your schedule is like. I mean, the thing about us is we're here every single day that the market is open. We're not actually going anywhere. So it's not about our schedule. It's about your schedule. So the red carpet is out there. I know we both said it. We'd love to have you here.
What do you guys do on Halloween? I feel like a Halloween stream would fit my character quite well.
Okay.
Well, we're here, and we don't have a plan for what we're dressing up as, but Sean and I always try to do some kind of a fun costume day. Not everyone on the show participates. I think it would be fun if they all did. I'm just going to throw some people out there. I know Adara will.
So who are you saying specifically then?
Nobody, Brendan. It's not, I don't know, but what? I'm just saying. But no, if you show up and want to do that on Halloween, we're all for it.
I think Halloween week, somewhere in October, we'll plan it, but I think that'd be a funny stream. Yep.
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
I could be a pineapple, Neil could be the pizza, and we just go right together, you know?
That's very cute of you. I think that could definitely work. Yeah, Neil would definitely like that. Look, I got to say one thing. There's very few traders that come out here and actually make predictions and make calls on certain names. You put your neck out there, right there for IoT and AVGO. So I want to thank you for sharing all those ideas with us and with everybody here as well. So a lot of respect for doing that. Well educated and beyond your years. So honestly, I'm saying that truthfully. So thank you, Andrew, for coming through one more time. The market's trying to come back in now. It's 3 o'clock. It's Power Hour. Andrew, thank you so much once again for everything that you've provided for us. We're going to get back. Guys. We're going to get back to trading now, and we're going to write some of those ideas down. It's Raider Trader. Thank you very much. There you go,
guys. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right.
Appreciate you, Raider.
Yeah.
I wrote down that it's Sam Sarah, but IoT. Yep. Sam Sarah reporting after the bell tonight. So make sure you stick around for that one. The aftermarket show should be a lot of fun. It should be Danielle Shea should be on tonight.
Should be on tonight. Yeah, I hope.
Yeah.
So. I'm going to surprise her. She probably doesn't know that I'm on. She always messages me.
I sent her a message saying it would be you.
Oh, okay,
I don't know.
Okay, good. So
I should have checked.
Oh, well, there goes that. No, it's fine.
My bad.
No, it's okay. Then I'll just make her happy earlier. Okay, here we go. There it goes. Let's spin it going again right here. There goes Nvidia. Down now in the money now, another 40 cents as we were reloaded. Man, we did it again on this name. Andrew Rader, look, great kid, obviously sticks his neck out. I just gave him a lot of respect there, and I do mean it. But we're actually making these calls live on the air as well. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, right down in the downside. I want to thank all of you guys today for watching. Thank you, Andrew, for coming on. But there goes another move down there for Nvidia. Hope some of you guys took some of that. I'm probably just going to get out of Intel right now. We're coming back into this spot. If the market does hit, obviously, then we'll see about getting down. What's happening?
There's Amazon concerns with their AI.
Oh yeah, something about Business Insider.
Yeah.
All right, let's just. Oh, and Microsoft. Okay, hold on a second. Microsoft and Amazon
I think
coming
gonna
through. Yeah, Dara will go find it out when we see it on the Benzinga Pro platform. We'll get it. I don't think it's anything. Nothing's really moving. Microsoft not having an effect on that. I mean, the market's coming down. It's been doing that for a minute, obviously, as we sit into these shorts. And Amazon, same difference. So I don't think this is anything major, but we will get that story for y'all in a minute. All right, so Intel and Nvidia. Oh, we did get stopped out of that 15% there for flat once that broke, which is crazy because there's, again, we get out at the very top of the futures. Wow. We're up on this name. It's going to be a big name. It's actually the third most profitable name on the show today is the TQs, and we didn't even trade it that hard. We just hit this here and then again there. But we did get stopped out. You got to be disciplined, and that's one part of the game that I've really completely changed is trying to make sure that we do stop ourselves out at realistic prices, not hold out for like, oh, if it comes back up here, we're going to get stopped out. That's how you lose too much money. So at the end of the day, big time trading happening, man. 40 cents in the money each on Nvidia and on Intel. And we'll look for a little bit more Tesla. Look, there it is, man. It's that same trade.
It's bouncing off VWAP.
Yeah, now
it's trying to bounce off VWAP.
It's right there. I mean, I don't know if you guys want to take it.
It tagged it. I got it at 63. It tagged up to like 85, 90s, and then pulled right back in. So you're retesting. The market looks weak. This is what the NASDAQ just wicked the top and came back underneath 1900. So this is what it looks like on a 15-minute here for the NASDAQ. We broke the high, right back underneath. Now you're holding underneath 19. That looks awfully bearish. I mean, Tesla is one of the few stocks that looks strong, so if we can bounce off VWAP, I'll be happy if it gets back to 230.5. I do prefer the bear side of things in the afternoon. Didn't see many things that were strong. Let me just cancel the reload on AMD. We got AMD at VWAP while we were talking to Andrew. It finally pulled into VWAP. Now it's retesting 139. If it breaks 39, when I got the short last time off VWAP, it stalled at 138.70. Almost exactly the same entry, and then VWAP was the same thing because it hasn't really moved this much during lunch. So if it gets down through 139, I want to look to take it out here 138.60, 270. Adara?
Here's the story here with regards to Amazon. About 6 minutes ago, Business Insider publishing this report here, basically including how leaked messages are showing there's some challenges for Amazon's AI products. There's also apparently some concerns for Amazon's with regards to losing customers to Microsoft. So MSFT could also be on watch here. Amazon itself not doing too much volume on this. And it's worth noting this is not the first time recently that Business Insider has done some of these articles with related to Amazon and leaks about AI. A couple weeks ago, they had an article about this leaked recording with regards to Amazon cloud chiefs saying that some of these cloud developers can stop working because of AI. So lots of interesting things happening here with regards to Business Insider and some of these AI Amazon sources. This story, though, apparently about Amazon being concerned with their AI product amidst MSFT competition, guys.
Okay, so I mean, we knew it was kind of those. I got to check my message here.
Yeah, that looks a little more.
We have a big playoff game here.
It didn't make sense to me. I'm like, well, why would it be bad for both of those, but good for, in a sense, Microsoft. Amazon's above VWAP right now, so this might not be the one on that news to try the fade. I mean, if it were to break 177.5, that would be one thing. Just one other update for you. Rivian still refuses to break VWAP. The good news is it was finding support at the morning range high, 1365. It's since lost that and now holding on to VWAP. I'm still bidding in front of 1350. It's kind of an obvious level. Look at the tape teleportation, the way it accelerated off 1350. It's a round number as well. So if it breaks VWAP, that's a target. But if it cannot break VWAP, I was going to trail it to 75. I'm simply just moving the trail. There's no new entry for me on Rivian. You can see it's not really doing a heck of a lot, so I don't see a reason to trade it, but I do want to move the trail on this. And this was one of those trend reversal trades that we got in there. Millennial Farmer just said WBA. Like, is that actually moving? Because the days that this decides to move, now that it's so cheap, when you get stocks like this that get this cheap, it's not going to take much for Walgreens to, well, I mean, it's only up 1%, to do like 5-10% types of days. And I know it's been bleeding every single day. This could be an update for them, which is saying a lot. I would love for this to start rounding out and making money. Anything in the retail space that looks like this, I'm just looking for curls on a lot of these stocks. I think you might just get 1 or 2 days of fantastic long opportunities. Unfortunately, Walgreens is not really breaking out $9 or any big resistance levels, so we'll have to put that off for another time. But I think they're worth a look. any of those beaten up names, certainly when they start going, like an example of that, obviously, recently you saw it when Target got its first little move to the upside. That was fantastic. I want to say even the Chinese ADRs, like a NEO, like when it's been so beaten and the chart's down for a year, all it takes is 1 or 2 solid days, and then you can really start to get going. So Tesla's about to lose out on VWAP here. We're able to get a scalp of like 30 pennies, but I think it's going to lose this in here, and there it is. I'm just getting out of it. It needs to reestablish itself, maybe break the 30 level. But the way I saw the futures going, I'd rather be bearish overall, and I want to look to places to add. If we're going to add on AMD, great. I was also thinking about ARM, because ARM is about to retest a pretty big trend from earlier this morning, and it's just not a lot of velocity. The only thing keeping me away from ARM is that it's not doing a heck of a lot of volume. Oops, I picked the wrong line. You always want the infinity line. There you go. That way I don't have to actually draw the whole thing for you. It's trying to break a trend as well. I just don't know why it's not moving more. The market's volatile. Maybe GOs tonight. Chips are moving around here. Yet ARM is holding on to the highs. And then it's got no reason to be up here. There's no news on this thing. Why is it up 2 points?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is Nvidia, I mean, some of these names some of the beat up names, I feel like, trying to get back upside again. I mean, even Nvidia here, even though it's starting to go down and we are short this name, you're still up 1%. So I think a little bit of a battle back here today. One name that's battled back a little bit as well. We're going to still wait for Google. I was going to talk about Google, but we're still going to wait for Nvidia to go down. If we get stopped out, guys, we get stopped out. We already know where the high is right here. I might actually just take another piece out at the 200 period. I mean, the market's at VWAP. If it continues to work, good on us. But I don't have too much faith that this market is going to just continue to move the way we want it to, right? I mean, it could go sideways for a minute. I don't think Broadcom has anything to do with it or any of those earnings. It's just we've made this move. If it breaks, great. We don't really need to take that risk here with Nvidia. It seems like it wants to dance around a little bit at these levels. So let's just put a bid here. There it is. We take a bid at 13s. Now we take that out. And if it drops in, we'll hold a small piece now as we are getting lighter and lighter in all of these positions. The name I want to look at quickly was Google. Okay, well, let me open up another level too. Remember, I am on.
You're on the new version.
Okay, but that's okay. That'll load up real quick. All right, so GOOGL right now. Come back in there. I think I might have hit the enter button a little bit too many times there. So, all right, here we go. Google falling back in, but it was actually a good day. It was actually much better not too long ago when I thought we were going to be breaking through VWAP on a strong market. But we're underneath. So this could be one. I remember we said we'd have to wait for something to happen. Well, this is a good happen spot right here. 156.50. Look at this move on Google early. I didn't even realize this happened, man. This went straight up $4 right off the open. Wow. Okay, so that was an absolutely huge move off the open. Falls all the way back in there into pretty much nothing. I mean, yesterday's close, I guess, is a good area. We always talk about those numbers as being something to look at. So I guess that's exactly what it did, 156.50. So I take that back. But now, good opportunity there to short, especially underneath, and a good opportunity there to short. So you can either wait for this to bump back up, or I think we'd be patient here. I mean, if the market falls down, sure, we'll have Nvidia, we'll have Intel, but this could be a new position because we could give it all back. I mean, it's a nice move up. We didn't hold. I mean, that 160, even on the daily, right? I mean, you would have liked to see that. You still have work to do after that. 163, 165, more upside there for Google. I just want to check in on HUD 8. This is not a name that we've traded today. It's only going to remind me that we had Raheem on today. And, he's just talking about how bad some of these... Yeah, it's up today, but how bad some of these names have been. I remember getting out of this name at $13 or $14 right into this area here. It wasn't back in June. It was well before that. Oh, it was on that split. That's right. Yeah. So we split up. We got back into there, out in and around this area, which was good for us. And now that's where we're hovering again. But it does rip up to $20 there. That was
Look at this thing compared.
Yeah, Mara, that's what I'm saying. HUD 8's really weird. It doesn't trade the same as MAR.
No.
That is for sure. Okay, so we covered some NVIDIA there. But anyways, HUD 8, it's up today. I'm going to rewind. Again, it's becoming less and less. I think he said something like they were making $43,000 per mined coin or something like that. I don't know. Don't remember the exact number. But obviously under the price of Bitcoin. So still a reasonable investment for them to be doing that.
Just not what they're making.
But not, cutting into margins, I believe is the story with some of these miners. And then you still have Mara.
Dude, Mara is literally breaking the low of the day. It's interesting to see HUD doing what it is when Mara is bleeding to the downside. I mean, Mara is getting, you know what, insert something. Sometimes I catch myself. I was about to say something inappropriate, but you're getting woodshedded here on Mara. If this loses $13, there's nothing underneath here. Well, okay, not nothing. There's $7. That was a consolidation level for a breakout. There's no major moving averages to be seen. This is nasty. Clearly, it's relatively weak. We didn't have any prints on Mara today. It's been down every single day for like 7 days in a row. I'm just going to slap the old fail on it. Usually, we're looking out for a Mara short. At some point when it's doing this, it just didn't happen today. I don't remember the reason why.
Wow.
I know it didn't have a good reason. Down 6.5 points. It's baffling to me. I'm not going to try and come up with an explanation for HUD 8. It just is what it is, and just sort of respect what's happening. That's nasty, nasty, nasty. It's a good thing we got out of Tesla. Tesla did just get down to 29 even, but it's holding on to 229 even, I should say, not $29. But it is holding on to that even dollar. It's still looking like it's a stair step to the downside. Broke down at VWAP. It to me looks like we're about to have a bit of a flush going into the last 40 minutes of the day here. Still Rivian, but I'm looking for an entry into something. It might just have to be a re-entry into what we're already in. If we're not getting back to VWAP, there's always lower highs that you can play with. And AMD's got this lower high. Support is turning into resistance at 139.30. And if that's going to be the case, then if I was going to trail it to that price anyways, then why not play a re-entry in there? And why not? If to me it's to trail out to here to wait to there, then we can play the short here because there's still room to the low. If we were at the low of the day, it'd be a different story, but we're not actually at the low of the day just yet. So I want to see if we can get something in the 20s on advanced micro devices, move my stop just above this 30 level. It'll be a trail for the shares that we have left, and we'll see if we can add to it as well. Robbie V saying coin looks dicey. Well,
crypto.
If Mara looks like that chart, I can't imagine coin's having a good day, but it's not the same as the miners at all. Where is coin on my drop down? There we go. Coin saying, you know what? Coin's not really moving much. It's holding the low of the day. It does look dicey. Oh, look at this long. If you were trading coin today, look at the 160 reversal. We were just talking about reversals on volume earlier in the day, and this is what I mean by it. Why can't I? There, now you can see it even better. Look at the volume candle. It's the second largest. Well, obviously this is a dark pool one because it didn't move. But the open, and then right here, when it failed a 160 breakdown. So there's the hold. Always good opportunities for a reversal when you get that kind of a wick on that kind of volume. You try to catch it on the way back up. Maybe in here at the 50 level, it gets a clean move for a buck. It kind of barcodes after that, which tells you how weak the stock is. It couldn't even get to VWAP. So not a good look for any of these crypto names. Coinbase at least is holding on to the low. I don't like where this one's headed either. Look at that chart. You're already at the this is the August 5th panic bottom right here at $160. That's what it bounced off of. If it loses 160 again, look out below on coin. That's nasty. This does look terrible.
All right, well, as Neil's talking, hopefully you guys see the bottom. There's the short off VWAP. Oh my. Wow. Okay. Yeah. We can get a 50 bid here. That happened way quicker than we thought. Neil, we just put 50 cents in our pocket right there, as quick as that. Wow. Okay, here we go, man. Our net rate now, let's get to the downside as the market be flushing down. It's now $1. I don't know if there's news that just hit now. We are $1 in the money on Nvidia. We are 70 cents in the money on the futures. And here we go again, guys. It is time to get paid one more time here. Good. Let's go. We still have 60% of this trade. Where will the TQs end? Nobody knows, but we have a rough idea because we can look at support. What about 61.20? Let's put our bid right there right now. Just another trade that we had on. We just put this one on. Risk to reward, baby. Honestly, this is pretty good. Up to the 50 period moving average. We'll give this trade I wanted to get more shares at the 50 period. Did not come through. Nice move down right there. Good move on the markets. We'll find out if there is anything going on in the broader space. But Nvidia really cracked there as well, right into support. Let's see if it holds. I mean, it just got right into this level. We're waiting for this to break. We sort of talked about that. So hopefully that will come through again once, twice. I mean, these are NFTs right there. Thank you to everybody in the chat as well. There you go. Scan that QR code right there. Learn how to trade or just follow what we're trying to do here. And hopefully you'll be able to learn a little bit on that. 61.32 bottom right there for the TQs. I'm in the 20s, I believe. Yeah, so we'll wait at quarters. See if we can get that fill as there it goes, man, down to the downside. Yeah, what's up, Honest Abe, and everybody else there in the chat. This is what it is, so let's go. What's up, Sinful Davey? Sinful Davey, I think you're new here. Welcome, thank you for being here.
What up?
You will soon see what we're all about, and we'll just hope that we can continue to do this. I mean, we take not as big. Well, I mean, sometimes we have $5 winner today as well. We have Apple was a monster winner. I mean, there's different trades we'll go for different things, right? Like Apple by far is P&L number one here today, and it's just off one trade. It's taking a lot of shares and just getting them out, and then that's 224. This is a 222. So that's $2.50 right there. That's the high of the day. So you piece some of it out as we go, but especially here into the close. I mean, Coffee Trader was asked. Thank you so much, Adam DeLuz, and thank you so much, Kyle Burdett as well. I mean, you guys, some of you that have been here, and this is the most legitimate for me because some of you traders that have been here for a while have seen this happen more often than not. So that's the part. Not only do we could sit here and justify what we're doing to you, but you guys stamp the legitimacy of all of this every single day. So I want to definitely say thank you so much to you guys as well. All right, that's what that is. So let's gonna figure out what we're doing now. It's Nvidia 70 cents, it's Intel 40 cents, and it's the NASDAQ with that little dip down.
There was no news. I was listening. I looked. There was nothing happening. We just rolled the heck over. So that's why you got to be in those shorts, everybody. I got taken out on that wick. I was already bidding. Look, I was bidding AMD here. Remember, we showed that level. It's like VWAP into where it came last time. So I was sitting on the bid at previous lows as we were looking to re-enter it, and then the market dumped. I'm going to leave my order in there, 139.20-ish, if we do end up pouncing back to the upside. But remember, we lost that 19,000 on the NASDAQ, so it's an important one. But you know what? Okay, Sean, you're going to want to pay attention to this. Because this is a game changer for stock traders.
I don't have the thing up. Okay, wait 1 second here. Yes, you can get funds to trade stocks and don't even have to be a professional trader. Anyone can join.
Anybody like Rivian Millionaire, hold my beer in the chat.
No,
doesn't
those guys
matter
can't
who.
join. No, not
anybody can. But Trade the Pool is a prop firm that funds stock traders worldwide. No more risking your own money. And no more PDT rule, which I know you guys all hate. You can even get a account funded with up to $260,000 worth of buying power.
You trade real shares. You can short penny stocks. You don't have to trade alone either. You can join the traders and Trade the Pool community live on Discord. Search for tradethepool.com and you'll find all the information you need. I truly do wish there was something like this. When I started trading, it's amazing and it's a great opportunity for all of us to get involved right now, get funded, get your 10% off, scan that QR code immediately. Look, at least scan it and go figure out what it's all about.
Exactly.
I mean, that was the one thing to do.
Costs you nothing to check it out.
It does cost you
due diligence.
Absolutely nothing. Yeah, thank you again to everybody in the chat. I mean, if you guys are part of funded trading or anything like that, I mean, if I'm going to be 5 for 5 today on the symbols that we've traded. Whether or not you're taking profit here, taking profit there, that is completely going to be up to you. But we've shown you today trades that, boom, there's Apple, right? Amazon long right into here, right? That we got out of that one. We sort of talked about that. Intel with the short. Okay, and these were all, by the way, written down. This is not like, some of these are trades that we got in the wild, but not Intel. Apple, yes. Nvidia is a trade in the wild, long until we're wrong. Short. Coming back in on Nvidia, that's a positive name. The futures today, if you are a futures trader, man, I've got you right there. Nice moves on the TQQs. This is probably P&L number one for me over the last 2 months, and P&L probably number one for the show. I would say, obviously, there. TQQs as well. That's a downside move. And then here we go, Tesla, P&L number 2 today because it broke through 226.50. And I think I've gotten rid of my sticky note somewhere, but it's on there right there. 226.50 is your trade of the day. So anybody joining for the first time, these are free trade ideas given out just by following me at Trader TV Sean. And it's called the Sticky Notes. You can go hashtag all of that. So yeah, thank you again for all of the talk in the chat. And yeah, make sure you scan all of the QR codes, including that Benzinga one where we get the news from.
You never really know, right? Like when you get like anything on the news, you have no clue. We saw U.S. Steel the other day. That's why if I hear anything with regards to like a stock that's being bought,
yeah,
like
U.S. Steel was.
Like you got to go over to, like if I hear something like North, it doesn't matter because if a deal falls apart, I've seen it happen a few times and it can bleed. Speaking of, Midday.
$4 on that trade.
This part of the show is brought to you by Benzinga Pro. If you feel lost in the noise of the market, then you need Benzinga Pro. Benzinga Pro cuts through the clutter and gives you the insights you need to make smarter, faster trades. From real-time news to unusual options activity, we'll show you exactly what's moving the market and why. Don't miss out on your chance to trade like a pro. Visit benzinga.com/pro to start your free trial today. Also worth noting, I'm seeing some announcement here about Robinhood, HOOD. Apparently, Vlad Tenev, CEO, is set to, quote, share the next chapter for Robinhood on Wednesday, October 16th at 6:30 p.m. Eastern time. So potential Robinhood update in just over a month from now, guys.
Okay. Potential Robinhood update in just over a month. Hopefully it goes a little better than when PayPal was supposed to shock the world. That didn't work out too well for them in the moment. And things have gone a heck of a lot better since, but good luck to Vlad there. I wanted to update. I got out of AMD. Rivian, like I said, we were in that earlier and it hasn't moved. Intel did come back into VWAP, but it's now broken. I want to say the opening range bottom, but technically that's not the opening range bottom. It's like 1130 or so. Had this at VWAP multiple times, but as you can see, like early and sometimes 930, it is what it is. Like you have bigger opportunities to move, so you give it a little bit more room. But started out in the red, we're able to get tops, and then it's been VWAP ever since. At this point, if it gets back above the 40 level, I want to jump out of Intel. There's usually an imbalance with Intel of a couple of million shares that gets paired off, but if it comes out in the other direction, then I want to be getting out if I can. So Intel, I'm trailing into 1940. We'll see what happens there. Amazon, nothing really happening over there in Amazon. And I do want to go back over and just if we can get that same fill on AMD. I'm still sitting on the offer. At some point, put up or shut up. Is it going to bounce to be able to fade again? I don't think we're going to see VWAP. I think that'd be extreme if it gets to VWAP again, but I'm looking at 139.20 where it kind of broke to the downside the second time. Now that we're out of it, just looking for a re-entry, it's going to be the chips that I would like to be in if we can get them. And shout out to everyone that was long C3AI. Wow. I mean, it worked short, but it's been a long. No question about it. How is this stock above $21 at this point? It doesn't matter. No such thing as good or bad earnings. There's just earnings, and then what the market decides to do with it. It was an SSR bounce play, not one that I was looking for, but it 100% was. Down 20%, catching a bid right away off the open. It held on to VWAP, and now taking out some fresh highs. It hasn't even been an uncontrolled move. There's no, outside of the morning, there's no like crazy you know what type of candles. Just a very strong linear move here in C3AI. I'd be worried if this is a day 2 play tomorrow, because if it comes right back into prior resistance, I still think it's going to be a short up there at $22. You come back into resistance, support, I should say, turning into resistance, and I'm going to want to fade this, especially the way it dropped in the aftermarket. You guys all saw it live. There was no bid to be seen. If it gets up to 22, I can see the same thing happening again.
Okay, we just covered some more there on the TQQs at 61.60, 61.68 or 69 there. Just noticing that, hey man, that big drop down, we definitely took advantage of it. I mean, it fell right into our lap there. We just managed to watch it, saw it like sort of come back upside there, got filled, did not continue its downside push. So barring any kind of news, I mean, we did have that Amazon, Microsoft stuff that didn't look like it was doing much there. So we'll just take advantage of some of these moves. I mean, there's the break of VWAP. That could have been part of it. I mean, we've been talking about VWAP for 25 years. So that was a good move there. So that could be it. And that's why we're short. We've talked about shorting stocks like Nvidia at VWAP today. I mean, come on, these all paid out. We don't have very many shares left. This was a decent out right here at 107 and change because I really thought the 200 period could hold. So now we're holding like, again, another 10% here waiting for a downside play. We basically have 10% of everything. We have 40% left of the TQQs. This is our biggest position right now by far. Intel and Nvidia are both fine. They're obviously well in the money now, but pretty light positions as we've been getting out. I said already earlier, someone asked me about how many shares we had left on the TQs, and that was right here, actually, when we got stopped. Here it is right here. We got back in. It's when we got stopped out right here. And I said we only had 15% left. And I said because my conviction was minimal. And that's the thing. You know, in order to put on big shares, you know, I mean, big shares is one thing, because if you have your levels to get out, I feel like it's fine. But to be able to hold on, like to say, I'm holding on to half of this trade, or I'm holding on to 75% of this trade, you have to have reasons to do that. My reason, and I said it, I thought we were going to be barcoding for a minute and we'd have to take out VWAP for something to really happen. Well, it took out VWAP, so we put on a trade and something happened. So we cashed out of it, man. We cashed out 20% there early, just in case. We always take stuff out at the 200 period. Then we get into past support. That's a banger trade. That's 50 cents. And then we take out another 20% as we kind of watch it do nothing. So right now, that's kind of my logic. I'd like to see a break lower. Did Google break that level? I mean, that was another name that we were going to look at right there. No, it does not. That came pretty close, though, on that scare down there to 156.50. I think that could be a trade for sure. If it wants to break lower, that's definitely in the realm of possibilities to hit that. Thing is, if you're going to hit that Google trade short, you have to at least give it to the 200 period, and I'd prefer giving it to the 50 period. So that's 70 cents. Now, you have to ask yourself, do you have 70 cents in this name into the close? I mean, yeah, if the market continues to go down, we should be able to see a 156 possibly into there. There'll be probably other names that will be better shorts, but I like that. I don't think it's, again, not another max position or anything, but I think that would be one of the shorts that I would like in there. And then we did, just because we've been hitting Tesla pretty good, let's go over and have another look here. So we had looked at this earlier up here and talked about maybe shorting it. This was the better short. Up here, it's kind of risky because we could easily break. But when it comes back up, you're playing the momentum would stop at this level. So you could have averaged into it using sort of this as your stop, and then now you get the pay dirt back down. I much better like that short rather than sitting here and doing that. For a name like Tesla, that's very aggressive, up 4.5%. Generally, I don't like to go short names that are already up so much. So that's why we pick on the futures today, because they're down. Intel, not down today, but I was
under
wrong.
VWAP.
Is down today, actually. And under VWAP.
It was green at one point, though.
Yeah, the Intel trade is a completely different story because we're still in this trade from earlier. So this is just a hold. And then Nvidia, yeah, it's under VWAP. But Nvidia's still up on the day.
And the other thing, too, is like, I don't mind something. Like, if you're short something that it could be at the high of the day, but it could have like 7 days down in a row or be in a downward trend on a daily chart. There's other things to look at for strong and weak stocks. So like Intel can be up on a day, but I mean, given what's happened on the stock for the last few months, it's difficult to ever have it be a long. Let's go to Adara. It's almost 3:30 in here. We're about to get some early looking balances, but have a look at the sector board.
Today we're going to actually take a look at some of these sectors with outstanding weakness, some of these stocks with outstanding weakness, a lot of strength in some of these tech names, but let's take a look at the other side. A lot of these are going to be in the health space. Eli Lilly kicking off the list here. This one, near low of days here, down about 3%. They did have some data here for its once weekly insulin showing a non-inferior reaction, so the market not reacting too positively to this news. It seems pretty neutral, but LLY sharply to the downside. Zimmer Biomet down about 8% here. During the midday, this company was at a conference, and there was some reports speculating that their enterprise planning here apparently is going to impact their revenue going forward. So ZBH also sharply weak here. Then we have McKesson down about 11%. This one having their Q2 fiscal 2025 guidance just issued, below expectation here for adjusted earnings per share, and within the range here when they reaffirmed their EPS guidance for the year. So Q2 EPS lower than expected, mid-range fiscal year 2025 EPS for MCK down about 11%. Some weakness in this market despite the earlier strength, guys.
No McLovin at all for McKesson there, down that 10 points. Quite unlike the other earnings we were just looking at that bounce like C3AI. That one just all the way to the downside. But you know what? If you're interested in trading and passionate about trading and love trading like we do, and you are in Canada, the campus program is for you at Real Trading. Scan that QR code below. Check out realtrading.com/campus. Check out the description in the video. This is a free program brought to you by Real Trading where you get to learn the basics. Everyone starts out from a different point, whether you went to school for economics or business, whether you've traded before, whether you have absolutely no experience, market experience whatsoever. Do you have a passion for trading, and do you want to be involved as a trader and do it the right way? If the answers are yes, then to me, this is for you. Market introductions where you start. Then you get to trade this platform, P Pro 8, that we've been trading on for years and years. It is built for traders by traders. We can put suggestions in, we put tickets in, and they give updates to us. As a matter of fact, there's a new version just coming out. They're always improving this thing. After a couple of weeks of introduction, you get to go into the simulator, phase 3, called TMS, one-on-one coaching the entire way through. This is about 1 month long. You get a certificate at the end of it. Then you get the real nitty-gritty. That's when you get to go live, trade real money, and earn real money with a top possible funded account. All you have to do is meet some metrics, get green, and then you have the opportunity to level it up. You're going to be trading 16 hours a week. So I know I said it's free, but you've got to put in time. That's what your currency is here. As a trader, sometimes you got to open up an account, burn your own money. In this case, you've got to put in time and effort. You're still going to get that one-on-one coaching on a daily basis. Some of the boys in the back that you see walking past here are going to be training you and helping you out personally. You're going to meet some objectives. I'm not saying it's easy. I am saying it's free, and I am saying if you have a passion, then scan that QR code below. If you want to be a trader, you might as well do it right. It's hard enough trading by yourself. It's hard enough trying to figure out internal discipline, but it's better if you can do it with a tried and tested program and a tried and tested platform. And again, affirm where your goals are going to be aligned. I think that's very important. Let's go to Adair.
An update here in Eastside Distilling, one of the strongest small cap names this morning. This one was up at one point over 250% initially here after announcing its merger with Beeline Financial Holdings. Now around 3:30, we have a gap to the down, or a move to the downside here at downside halt. Eastside Distilling now announcing a $400,000 registered direct offering under the NASDAQ. For context, they do have a market cap of about $1.3 million, 1.5 million share float. And I am seeing a theoretical auction price right now of $1.38 for anyone following EAST, guys.
Thank you very much there, Dara. And just quickly, early look imbalances. HPE, they reported last night, 1.2 to million to the buy side, actually. They were tanked this morning and actually recovering pretty well. I just trailed out of Rivian. That just came out. I just trailed out of Intel. That also came back out as we just got through 19.4. So I'm not any more positions right now. I'm not in an AMD, but I just got flat after a couple of trailouts. And Veronica asked a great question that I'm not sure the answer to. I know you have to be an adult to trade with Real Trading, so you do have to be 18. I could make the assumption that the campus program is the same, but we can always double check and get a definitive answer. That's a great question. If you're interested in trading, you can never start your education too early. I'll give you that. So if you have passion for it when you're young, I mean, watch our program, read up. We have some educational videos that I think we're going to try and get back into. So you can always start learning at absolutely any age. You're never too young to learn about the financial markets and maybe take a little bit of control of your own personal finances there. But the market, just a little bit of a bounce there. So we'll see. I think it is going to be 18, is what it is. So Intel trail out, definitely the trail out there. I also saw this in Coin. Like Coin did break 160. And now it's right back above. So there was a bit of a reversal. I wasn't tracking Bitcoin when that happened, but with the market just making a little bit of a bounce, I'm just going to throw up IBIT. They probably wicked. Yeah, there's a bounce in IBIT. So it looks like all of those names came back in. AMD, like I'm not in AMD. I got filled a couple of minutes ago while we're doing the read, and it broke the resistance almost immediately. So essentially in and out for like 1 or 2 cents, but I'm not in that position right now. I might get back into it, but I'm not in that position, just to show you guys.
All right, Intel. Okay, hold on a second. I got to refresh this as well because one more time I threw out the wrong amount of shares. It seemed like. Okay, all right. So TQQ.
Gotcha.
So that goes right back up. So we got stopped out. We tried it one more time. We talked about that. Came back up right there. Breakthrough view up. We get out there at a break of 10s. So out of the TQQ. So our last try will be a flush down. We're still at pretty much the highest spot we've been at all day here. I was going to get out of Intel right now because I just feel that why not get out of Intel? It's already to the downside. Maybe my keys. Do I? Keeps on sending a different default. I have to make sure I actually even have these shares. Yeah, okay, we have them. All right, so we'll get out of them. All right, so hopefully it fills us, and we'll get out of Intel, and then we won't worry about it. We still are short Nvidia. That just had a reload spot. Again, we weren't sitting here. We went and got another T. We have a big baseball game tonight, so we have to make sure our voice is okay. But we are off tomorrow. Join Obi and Neil tomorrow. That should be a lot of fun there to take you through on Fridays, and we'll talk about, they'll have all their different ideas coming through tomorrow. That is 107.55. It's 3:37. We're minutes away from the imbalances. We can wait to see if anything else is happening right now. We can check on a name that we haven't looked at yet today, Micron. This is a pretty beat up name, still under that $90. It did get going there today through 90, stopped at 90.50, under view up, under. Again, this could be another name that winds up trying to break as well. That's going to be Micron. Oh, we did get that fill on. Intel, so good. So now we are flat. Shows us only in Nvidia perfectly. So that is the right trade right now. Just trying to find out if anything else is moving. Shopify, no. Affirm, no. Let me just check out AVGO here heading into the close one more time for Broadcom. We talked about it maybe not doing anything at all. Looks like Broadcom is right and not doing much at all into the close. So we'll wait to see for that one. Over 6% looking for that move tonight. Over. And then IoT, we had our friend, I guess it must be a New York name there, Raider Trader, talking about trouble underneath this name. So we'll see what's happening with IoT, loading data 26, 27. So an IoT, nice upside move now, but that's just kind of following the market. So we'll wait to see if there's anything there. About down 4 of the last 5 days heading into earnings, not looking great there. But that's what we're looking for right now. Meta may be moving. You know what name that, again, the number one name for me today is going to be Apple, and we sort of talked about that a little bit. It's falling back into those levels again of 222. So again, right off there. I mean, that's a great break level as well. I mean, is this market going to fall apart here into the close? I mean, we've seen this happen before. Seems like it's trying to happen right now. Falling into the close here, 221.90. Watch out for that of a break there for Apple. These imbalances might be sell side, man. I don't know. Getting that opinion here, getting that feeling, but we'll wait. Some of these bigger names trying to come back in. We did get shaken out of that Q's position. Maybe we'll get back in it.
Yeah, I got shaken out of AMD, no question about it there. I just heard news on some stuff, but I couldn't even call it up, so it doesn't really matter. Coinbase back underneath that 160. I probably still like AMD better, but man, Coin, that 160 level is gigantic on the daily chart. Just want to see it sell underneath. Bitcoin's not doing anything. So I did get shaken out of AMD. When I was doing the read, I had the offer out there, and I saw the futures out of the corner of my eye. I'm like, okay, I usually like getting in on the way down, not on the way up. When it snapped up like that, it was like, that's not the way I want to take a fill. And I saw the futures looking very strong in that moment. I was able to get out essentially flat. So it's not like I lost any money on it, but clearly that was a shakeout. You can see it starting to come back into the downside, and I don't want to chase it. Not right now. I am eyeballing Coinbase now that it's back underneath that 160 level. I don't have to pull out that daily chart. 160 was the August 5th panic low. And it still says, you know what, I'm going to hit my refresh because I don't know why that's... We probably need to refresh the position board. I'm not in AMD. That's why I keep showing you guys. Finally. Like I was shaken out of that trade. So I'm not in AMD and I'm not chasing it. I'm just going to refresh to make sure that's true. But I did punch out of that trade.
All right. We just put on another trade here onto the futures. I mean, I was saying that I thought this is going to be a short play again for the futures. And so we just kind of put our money where our mouth is. It breaks through the 200 period. We take a little bit of a bid there. It does drop into 72. I'm actually bidding 70s. Hopefully that will come through. Just picked it because it's right here. You got to put your orders out pretty quick, and sometimes we just kind of throw it out there and just pick even levels and things like that. So this is the next stop down here could be 60s. Look, if the market comes in, the market comes in. There's nothing. We're just going to sit there and take fills. Otherwise, we'll try to stop out again, maybe even at the same area, maybe even earlier than that, man. I mean, if we take out VWAP, what about pens? Well, that's pretty much where we got stopped out. I mean, you're just talking about pennies at these levels right now, so I feel comfortable about holding it. Let's see if it wants to work. We're bidding 70s, but again, there he comes. Come on. That's had 71 on the bid. All right, I'm just going to put a bid at 74. Maybe we'll get it. That's too bad. So we just missed that fill by, again, 1 cent. Let's just take it. There we go. We'll take a 74 anyways. And again, we should have sat on our hands because there's 70 right, almost right there. All right, 20 cents in the money. This is why we trade this style, man. The profits are coming quick and fast and furious when you make plays like this. This is a 3 times levered NASDAQ ETF. So as opposed to trading the triple Qs, which you'll see right here, now down flat. So I don't know how it's going to, okay, well, bouncing around now, but if you go, this will be triple one way. So there goes 0.6 to 0.24. So as you can see, it's very, very volatile right now at these levels, but that's what the TQQs are. Let's go. Look at that fill right there, guys. You want to talk about a chicken dinner winner. Again, we get right back on that horse, man. There is no problem, or in this situation, bear, get right there, put on the trades, and then looky, right? There's that fill down there waiting for us into that area. We talked about getting bids into areas of support. So get stopped out, make the money, reload it, get stopped out. That stop out right there is 99s, that's 10s. That's about 12 cents of a stop out. Put the trade back on, and now we'll see if we can fail here into the close. It's just $1 winner for Nvidia, guys, to the downside right there. Again, another reload off VWAP. This T is going to wind up costing me a little bit of money, but that was a good trade. Hopefully you guys had it again. Nice move to the downside. Let's see if we do bleed here into the close. 342 now. 8 minutes left. Adam and everybody, again, thanks for the talk about the trades. We're just trying to do our best, man. And if they line up, we're going to put them on. And today we're putting them on. So not too much of a bias into direction other than short, but not a huge one. The market's just right now minus 0.1.
But it is trending to the downside.
Yeah.
There's no question about it. So, like I said, I'm not going to chase Coinbase. I'm actually going to cancel my order through 60 on Coin. Coin is not as liquid as I thought it was going to be. So when it broke to the downside and 60 went, the spread was 20, 30 cents, and it's still the same spread, and it just floated down. There was really no effective way to get in, especially if you're risking back to 160.50. So unfortunately, AMD, this is what happened. It is what it is. I'm not in position. I did get in and out, and now it's right back at the lows. Like, this is the one that I was short. This is the one that I wanted to reload on. We got out of our other shorts, and I don't want to chase any of these bottoms just yet. Not with the market coming toward the end of the day. We have 5 minutes to the imbalances. I'd rather react to that than try to punch out try to punch anything at the low of the day. You got to be careful. We've seen sometimes reversals. And if we do get a reversal at 350, I'd want to be able to react to that trade as opposed to testing some lows. I mean, Tesla got back above VWAP very briefly and looked like it might go. I think if there's a long at 350, this would be the only one I'd be interested in if it came out as a buy and balance. Not to say that it would, but even as I say that one's starting to tank again there. So still heading into the downside is Tesla. It's a good thing we got out of it. It's okay to be wrong on Tesla. We got a small scalp trade out of it, thankfully, but you don't want to stay wrong. As if you get frustrated with this on the long side, you're now bleeding on that long trade. So I'm not going to short this bottom on AMD. We got to look for a pop here. I like 139. I like 139.25. If it breaks the low, there's about $1 of room to the downside. I'd rather have that play after 340 as opposed to entering a trade at 345 in there. And I'm eyeballing C3AI for a mean reversion. It's starting to look a little bit decent here. All I have to do is go sideways and break 21. Quick little scalp trade if it breaks that 21 level, as it's finally doing some kind of reversal. It's been a huge reverse trade for a C3AI here, but it's got to break that 21 before 350.
Remember we were mentioning that we had given some back and we were not at our high of the day? That was before this little move happened to the downside. So right now we are well on our way here. We only have now 20% left of the TQQs. So we'll hit the sirens up for that one because, again, like, this is what we're trying to do. You know, we take that trade, comes in. Now let's just be smart about it. We had this opportunity to get out before. We didn't get out of everything. We wound up losing on it. Let's just get out now. We're not even reloading anything. We're in this name. We're fine. This has been a big, big close, man. Again, 345, only 4 minutes left, and then we'll get those imbalances coming through. So here's what the imbalances are going to look like. Right now we have PBA, we have GM. What even is PBA, actually? PBA.
Is that Petrobras?
No, Pembina.
Oh, it's Pembina now.
Apparently there.
What?
So,
okay.
Yeah, Petrobras, yeah, PETR4 and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
All right, or PBR. All right, so there you go, PBA. Big sell imbalance. So we'll see if that's going to do anything. You can see it is making a move down in there. GM with a big sell imbalance. I mean, there's a nice little move here. This is twice. It's so nice. TRP and TPR. Okay. Something's a mistake here for sure as we go.
100%.
Because it's literally the same number. HPE with a buy there. EDU, Citigroup with a sell. Let's see what's happening with some of these bank names into the close. Yeah, selling off a little bit here. Dow. Oh, NIO. So NIO with a little bit of a buy imbalance, but going the other way as well. Okay, so that's just what it is right now. I'm going to refresh this and only look at NASDAQ and NYSE imbalances. So bye-bye broker. These are all from 9:30. Once this populates in 3 minutes, then we will see what good. We, again, only have 5% left of Nvidia and 20% left of our TQQ trade, but Nvidia is still making it sing, man. I mean, this is still a good trade for us as it's coming back into the lows. It's now $1 in the money on this one. Okay, good. They got rid of their position there. So nicely done there. $1 in the money, $1 in the money, $1 in the money right now for Nvidia, and a big move now in the NASDAQ, man. I'm really glad that we were favoring that short as we described to you. So big time happening right now. What was your reason for the Nvidia short? Come on, man. Who asked that? What's up, Xenon? I hope that you've been following the show, but this is the reason, my friend. This is called the volume-weighted average price. Once, twice, thrice. Should have had it there, went and got a T. It's okay. You miss trades sometimes. We had a big trade yesterday, a couple big trades here today again. So we'll watch out for Nvidia $1. And then the TQs was kind of the same thing. Just had some feels about weakness. It's been weak the last little while here into the close. We've had good market days and then sort of gave it back. Apple giving it back was one of the indications as well for me. But the fact that that was back into 222 was okay. I didn't even think it was here yet, but the fact that it was coming back into this level that we loved earlier, gave everything back all day. When the leader gives it up, man, you got to sort of take your hats off to that play. And then there's Google right near that breaking spot. But guys, we are today, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for 5, right? On our ideas. So it's been really working. A minute and a half until we go. Thank you to Real Trading. Let's open the gates of hell into the close. We're short. We're short. If they open up, they open up.
Yeah, I mean, it's been trending down, no question. Gates of hell, I think you reserve for when we're doing those 2%, 3% kind of days like we had a couple of days ago. But I don't know. I have no idea if we get that. I'm going to have 2 names up, well, maybe 3, because I always try to throw Nvidia on chance. AMD, which we've been in. Tesla, which has been relatively strong. So when the imbalances drop, one of those 3 names is the ones I'll be looking for. Something else pops up, maybe we can be fast to it. There was a couple of things for index actions, but none that I think we're going to care about, like just some small ones in there, and then something in Toronto. But I'm going to have eyeballs on some chip names going into this 350 imbalance. GM doesn't really concern me for that imbalance. I think that doesn't really matter. I've seen it there before. It usually pairs off. HPE could be interesting, though. So if we do see that, if that comes out bigger than the 1.3 that it's saying, I could be interested in going on over to that one. So I'm looking for any kind of sell imbalance on one of the chip names here, specifically AMD or Nvidia. Try to look to a short into the low of the day. Coinbase continues to bleed. I don't think I've ever seen a crypto name with an imbalance on it. The chip names do, the big cap tech do, and then if there's an index action, watch for that. So you're getting a move up here going into the imbalances, at least on AMD, which is what I'm watching, and I think a little one in Nvidia. So in about 10 seconds or just under that, you're going to see these start to populate. You'll probably have GM still be big, but we'll see if there's anything that joins it in just a couple of seconds. And here comes it. Nvidia's a buy of 1.7. Intel's a buy of 2 million. So there goes that. HP came out as expected. It's just those 2. JD is a sell of 1.8 million shares. That's decently big. So I'm going to go over to JP, not JP Morgan, JD. JD.com.
JD.Vance.
JD, yeah. So that's actually heading to the downside is Wow, JD was taking it on the chin a little bit here today. Not a good day for JD, but that is a 1.8 million sell imbalance. Too bad it's already at the lows of the day. I can't remember the last time a Chinese name had a big imbalance on it without an index action. It's a weird one for JD, but it is falling. If this one sticks around, it's only done 7.3 million shares on the day. So that's a quarter of the day's volume here on JD. Rather not chase it, but if I can get anything in the mid-30s, that could be a good entry. Just give it to the 40 level here on JD. 1.8 million. We'll keep a look at it just in case it pairs off. Intel and Nvidia both buy imbalances. JD is the one that sticks out to me right now.
All right. Yeah, we might as well just, I mean, we don't really have too much to prove here, obviously. Let's just go down and get out of the position. Now, if this cup falls back into the 50s or so, let's just take this out for Nvidia. I mean, that's been the low. I know it was a buy imbalance, I think, but it wasn't really, hold on a second. It wasn't really reacting to that, though. Yeah,
not that
buy,
big.
so it's not really doing too much right into there. But there it is. There's the fill. Oh, my. There you go, Kyle. There you go, Kyle. There you go, Kyle. As we get that little move to the downside right now. And yes, sir, that's what we're talking about, man. That is your dollar club to end the day. Are you kidding me right now? And then we do have right here the TQQ as well, waiting to put some damage back on that one right into the close with only a few minutes left. Wow, this day just got elevated real quick for me again. So happy with today's performance. Join me and Danielle Shea on the Market Recap Show, which will be promptly ended at 4:30. 61.27 is the low. How low can we go? What about a 61 or so bid on this one and end this with $1 as well? But hey, we're just playing sort of the ranges here. Sometimes we get hit holding into the close. Today, actually, I guess I can cancel all my stop orders because they won't be affected right now. But yeah, really great trading into the close. That's Nvidia there. The TQs was huge. We're just putting it up today. Big day again. And just do not join me tomorrow. Join Neil and Obi and Sharif and Adara as they'll be going over trades as well tomorrow morning with all of you. Thank you to Kyle Burdett and everybody as well as we continue to sort of melt down a little
coin
bit.
is getting bled.
Yeah, look at crypto,
right
man. 55 and change.
We broke 56. Crypto hasn't been looking healthy, but Coinbase, it broke 160, it broke 159, it tagged 158. Mara was already taken on the chin. I'm very curious to see if Hut 8 is still holding the tops, then that's insane. Where is it doing? There, it is. Hut 8 is still holding the highs. That's impressive day for Hut. It doesn't seem to matter. They were going up, and it's a bit of an inverse relationship, but you're headed to the downside to be sure. I don't know if I want to chase JD. We're not getting picked up, and I don't want to get filled in front of 355 because I think at 355, JD probably pairs off. I did check to see if there was some kind of index action explaining why randomly it had an imbalance. There isn't one. This isn't like new. Like the difference between NU and a lot of the other imbalance trades from last week is it was expected to be a gigantic upweight and it came out as a gigantic bid. That's very different from when you randomly see a big imbalance. I would not want to be sitting around if this just pairs off. And if it pairs from a short or a sell into a buy and you're sitting on the offer, the algorithms just take you out and you're just snapping out of the trade. So we're running out of time to be able to get into that one. It didn't really move all that much anyways for JD.com. Robbie V, where do we think the next support is for Coinbase? I mean, the simple answer is I just always pull out the daily. And why I was saying 160 mattered so much was there isn't much of anything underneath it that's obvious. That's that August low when we had all that panic, and you've got this level right in here. Consolidation breakout was at $137. That goes back to February of this year. I don't know if it's going to bounce there. It's got 150 on a Friday before it gets there, so that's obviously a psychological level. But yeah, on the daily chart, $137 on Coinbase is what looks like the next significant price level to me. And if it gets to that price, a lot of people are going to be in pain, but it's been a short till it's not on Coinbase, as it just bleeds every single day. Same thing with Mara. Very similar. So 355 is about to hit. I'm assuming this is going to pair off on JD. Just paired off. That was the expectation. That's why I didn't want to chase that move. Had there been an action, I think it could have been a little bit more interesting on JD.com. And as a matter of fact, it just bounced upside.
All right, we'll just wrap up our day here real quick. Just want to say that we are going to be getting out at 61.77. That was sort of that high right there for the triple Qs. We are getting out of, we only have 20% left, 20, 40, 60, 80. So if it breaks there, unfortunately, we had an opportunity to get it out down there. We got Nvidia out, but we did not get out the triple Qs. So we'll wait, maybe 60, let's put a bid. Maybe we get lucky. We were bidding 61.10, so we were really trying to, get those bottoms. We weren't even bidding here, so we weren't thinking about it. And this is what happens into the close there. Market was an 850 million to buy imbalance. NASDAQ was 600 million to buy. And then sometimes that does get paired off. Here we go, right back in. We're going to bid something in the 50s. Maybe we do get that. Make sure you do like and subscribe to the feed as we are live every single day. There's the Nvidia, oopsies. There's the Nvidia out for us there as well. So that was a good one. We'll see if, literally the best we could have had almost all afternoon. We took right there, so that was actually a fantastic out. So really happy with that. Join me and Danielle Shea in just a matter of minutes. 4 minutes to be exact. Here we go.
Yes, sir.
We are about to get out of the, come on, just break it. There we go. We are out of the triple Qs, man. What a great day it's been. It was another one followed by
another
one.
Another one.
Well, that's that, man. Hopefully you guys have these good memories to take you into tomorrow when it should be a good Friday, man. A very, very violent week, I think, to say the least, on many of these names, and I'm sure you guys will be trading those tomorrow. So best of luck.
Good for trading. It might not be good for the market, though, the way that we've been going. Before you get out of here, it's 3 points. Chiefs or Ravens tonight? It's in KC. And they
I
got
would take
3.
KC, but that's a tough one.
I got Patrick Mahomes in both of my leagues. I know Raheem doesn't want to hear that, but Raheem Alani, fantastic. We love him. We love Raheem. He's a big Baltimore guy. I don't remember the story behind it, why he's a Baltimore fan, but
you had some, I don't know, he's always going, I think he has friends down there.
He's always going down there, but it probably makes sense he has some friends. But let's go Chiefs, although they are the Bills' nemesis. It's all about fantasy for me, and Patrick Mahomes is a bit of a beast. I'm seeing a lot of names getting thrown out there. We only have about 2.5 minutes. There is a bounce happening in the market. If this was a price that I saw 10 minutes ago, I would be taking AMD there again, but there's no chance. Not the way things are headed back in. You got Nvidia bouncing about, call it 70 pennies. AMD just made a bounce of about $1 up in here. I want to see how Tesla's holding up, because Tesla is trying to hold on to VWAP. This is a great look for Tesla to just basically hug VWAP. This is the key level for it to hold. Tesla's local high was 228.30 on the daily chart here. So holding above 229 is a good sign. It'd be even better if it could have got through that 235 zone, as you guys can obviously see that resistance on the daily. Tesla's the big winner for sure. There's other names that went up today. You see C3AI made a big recovery. That was great for them, but Tesla almost 5 points to the upside on a day where the market is essentially flat. It's not an overly impressive day for the markets, and taking it on the chin were the crypto names. At some point, it's a short till it's not. That's Coinbase. That's Mara. They haven't had a green day in like 6 or 7, and it's been pretty nasty to the downside. Boston Frank sports are not fixed. Come on. You might have the odd ref that makes a questionable decision. But we like to have fun with it in there. That's what it's all about. Robbie V saying AVGO selling off into the close. Well, we're going to be interested in not just Broadcom, but also IoT, thanks to Raider Trader. We'll be looking at that. Broadcom reporting after the bell. They're down a point, little bit of a move down. So it's not a huge move here happening in Broadcom, but they are not bouncing with the rest of the chip names. Like I just saw, like I said, AMD and Nvidia were making a bit of a bounce. Broadcom heading back down into local bottoms, not the low of the day. This is the big earnings name. It's the last major constituent of both indexes that is going to report in this earnings season. So they got a lot on their shoulders here for Broadcom. And you're going to get that after the bell with Sean, with Danielle Shea, and of course, don't forget about that IoT. I've never looked at them before, but after Raider came on, we're going to be watching them with great interest. So you know what to do about this time. You got to get the camera off of me and get it on the lady in black. A great look. I like the all black there. As we drop the countdown on this Thursday, a couple more of these to end out the week. Let's drop it in 3, 2, and 1. It's off a bit. Ring it. Casino closed. The NASDAQ, believe it or not, the NASDAQ just ticked green to end the day there. So the NASDAQ ends up 0.09 to the upside with the ES down about a quarter of a point. Late rally, what was the culprit there that actually got us up? Apple ticked a bit. That managed to stay green. So pretty good end to the day there with a bounce. We were sitting red on the Qs the whole way. Nvidia gets back into 107. I'm just going to double check AMD. That actually got back into VWAP. So a pretty decent end right there at the end of the day. Good look there for anybody that might have had something going to the long side. That IoT Samsara, we're expecting them and Broadcom reporting after the bell. Look, it's going to be a fun one. I got to give a big shout out to Fabian and Ramin on the 1s and 2s. To both Sharif and Adara on the midday, to all of our fantastic guests, from Raheem Alani this morning to Raider Trader in the afternoon. Want to thank him for that shout out on Samsara, which we'll be looking at. But you know what time it is. It's time to ride, because it ain't over. We've got the market recap show. We've got Danielle Shea. We've got Sean Catino. We got the Big Desk. We've got Broadcom earnings. We've got Samsara earnings, and we got them now.
What's up, everybody? Thank you so much for joining us here one more time for the Market Recap Show. Yeah, we got a couple earnings coming through, and we will have them for you live as they hit. And Danielle Shea also, look, today Dow Jones, man, down 0.54. It was really a story of the NASDAQ. We see that they're changing today, 0.25 right now for the change on the NASDAQ. I thought it was a little bit higher than that, but I guess not. 0.25 right there. S&P still down. Pretty red on the board today. Canada red as well. The VIX takes a hit down today, down 7% on the VIX, closing in and around 1987 for that one. The DAX was up there in Germany. Paris down. Euro stocks down. Small cap 2000 right there. The Russell right now down 0.84 as well. Thanks to investing.com for all of that. Here's the comp right here, the NASDAQ composite, as you can see, 0.25 right now to the upside. We just talked about that. Nice little day. We had the disaster day on Monday, followed by 2 nice days now coming back in. Remember, we have Broadcom tonight. That should help figure out what's going on with these semis, man. We have Danielle Shea's going to come on. She's been all over Broadcom. We'll figure out where she's positioned for this report, which should hit at 4:15. We also have IoT coming out. I've got everything in my ears, so as soon as it hits, we should be able to have it. DocuSign 405, UiPath 405 as well. We can go over to Docu right now. This is a name that had a buyout behind them at one point. DocuSign still done well, man. I mean, on the daily chart, DocuSign seems like it wants to hold up okay for right now, but we'll wait to see with a 1-minute chart what's happening right now. I got someone calling me from an 844 number. I think that's probably a scam thing, so we'll just say bye-bye to that. I don't know about you guys. I really only answer the phone unless it's my family, to be honest with you. All right. Yeah, this is not a Steelers jersey here, but it's just is what it is for right now. It is black and gold, though, so you are right about that. All right, Berkshire today with a nice upside move, up 2.85%. Let's go over things that you care about. Gas, UNG, up 5. Silver up 2. It's the weed names, puff, puff, pass on those names, up 1.85%. That's a good one, right? Gold, everything gold right now. These are 1-minute charts. I'm going to flip over to a daily so you can see gold at the all-time high level as well, trying to break through 234 as we get more and more nervous. Although it was nice to see the VIX down 7% today. We'll take it. But gold right now trying to get higher. All right, so that's what's going on there. USO today. I saw gas, believe it or not, $1.45, $1.45 a liter. I mean, that's going to be different than that. Actually, I can double check here. This is, there's 3.78 liters in a gallon. I was going to say, we used to have a hydration nation, and then boom, right away. Must be Ramin over there. There's no way Fabian would have been that fast. Shout out to Ramin. All right, ARC today. We had Raider Trader on talking all about different sectors. I should have asked him about ARC. ARC is another one here, Kathy Wood name, that if rates are going to be coming in question again, of course, with a lowering interest rate coming, apparently, just around the corner, we could see ARC in for better days as well. But ARC will be spurned by UiPath as well. This is another Kathy Wood name. We will wait to hear, I don't know if they're out yet. We are sponsored by Benzinga Pro. This should be blasting in my ear. So if we do get a chance here, I will bring it to you. This is what it looks like. This is the Benzinga Pro platform. It will just scroll down. As soon as I see, and you guys yell to me in the chat too, I do have it up. If there were any names you want to look at that are reporting earnings, let me know. We should be able to get them in my ear. ASAP. All right, there it is. SN, a bunch of names coming through, none that we're looking for right now. UiPath upside, DocuSign right now in the aftermarket. That looks like upside. I would say these numbers must be close to being out right now. DocuSign starting to go. Let's go bang side right now for DocuSign. It looks like a nice upside move into 59, into $60, pulling back in right now. So here we go, 59 and change, trying to go back up into 60. You could see a nice move here for DocuSign. If that does come in, we'll drop that to you immediately. Still waiting for those to come in right now. DocuSign, as soon as we get them, we'll get them. $60 has been the top. A breakout spot right here on the chart, 61.50. I mean, that would sort of be what you're looking for. And then an all clear sign through 65 on DocuSign. And then, of course, Broadcom. I have the note here for Broadcom, everybody. Hello, everybody. Broadcom is not out until 4:15. We are expecting a 6 to 7% move on AVGO. Of course, Broadcom recently split. So a relatively new name to the show as far as trading is concerned, but Broadcom, a lot of traders all over this. The first report since the split. All right, uranium down 2% today. We can have a quick look at that here as well, down into 24 and looking to break lower here on on uranium, not having a great opportunity here, breaking through the 50 period and then just really bouncing off of it again. Nice downside move for uranium today. Nothing spared, right? XLF, all that was hot over the last little while, starting to pull back. Feel like there's going to be a good opportunity here to take advantage of some of these plays as we get into more earnings and names. There's only one big name left, right? Adobe, I feel like after today. If I'm wrong, let me know about that one in the chat. We still get some nice movements up on marijuana. I don't think this story is going to be over yet. Donald Trump, although the betting sites have it 50-50 right now, I know the polls are leaning, I believe, Democratic. So I feel like, I don't know, Donald Trump and the Republicans had a good talk over the weekend about marijuana and cannabis in Florida, and that sort of helped it over the last couple of days. MSOS. Back there it is. DocuSign is out, so my earpiece must not be working, which is fine. We'll get that all figured out. There comes DocuSign. Earnings now out and going the other way. Let me bring this to you from Benzinga Pro. Here it is right here. DocuSign, Q2 adjusted, 97 cents, beats 80 cents. Sales, 736, beats 727 estimate. So we will wait for the guide on DocuSign. Everything green right now, but the guide must be a little lower. DocuSign giving some back right now. We will have more as it comes through, but there's DocuSign down to $54, now making that move back up. Relatively flat on this. The expected move that I had written down here, 9% on DocuSign. So with a close of $56, we do expect this name to get above 60 or below 50. And right now, kind of a snooze fest here for DocuSign. We'll have those reports when they come out. We already have the report. It's 97 cents versus 80. That's a beat. And they also beat on sales. 7% increase on the revenue, but we do not know the guide yet for DocuSign as I keep on looking over there to see if we can get it. All right, that's the market little recap today. Before we get more names, I'm still going to be watching, but let's do a quick little overview of how this market looked today. So if we can get the screen here, Amin, and that'd be perfect. Yeah, perfect. Thank you for that. There it is right here. So after what was a little bit of a strong recovery off the open here, we did see that rally in Apple. Apple today goes from 222, right? All the way up here off the open. This is just a daily chart. Still trying to hold out as we wait for that Apple event coming in one more time. I need to go back to this. How do I go back to all of them? Oh no, S&P 500 index. Oh no, what have we done? We have to get out of this technology. 1 second here, guys. There it is. Nvidia today also up that 1%. We'll see if that can hold from Broadcom. Last 2 days of selling found a little bit of a bid today in many names. Google finds a bid today. Meta finds a bid today. Amazon, the Mag 7 did the heavy lifting. We talked about the NASDAQ being a positive stock. Let's go back to this quickly. We do have Nvidia moving on the DOJ talk there, but it seems like they brushed that off. Tesla and Amazon, consumer discretionary. We talked about that today with a nice move up. There's consumer durables and Tesla up 5%. Coke, P&G, and Pepsi all pulling back. Actually, Pepsi looks like they're up. Coke down 1.92% as these have been leading the way, right? Consumer non-durables. If we're going to have a quick look, and I'll just, we can probably, Eli Lilly was something else I want to talk about with healthcare. Hit today, AbbVie, Eli Lilly, J&J, Amgen, again on not more worries about GLP, but just let's let these studies come in. The competition is going to come in as well. Eli Lilly near highs. No surprise that some of that comes off Wells Fargo. Berk B. I mean, what was eventually going to have to happen? Berkshire B, here, it's right here. BRK.B, again, on a 1 minute, forget about it. Look at it on a daily. Real impressive until it's not. Nice move back in, covering up basically the last week back down into 461. Probably a good buying opportunity, down 3%. You don't see that often again. Why is that? Bank of America. We talked about that being down a little bit here today. Coke, a big holding there. Downside as well. Ulta Beauty, a new position for Warren and friends. Warren Buffett, I think, is 96 or 97. That actually held out pretty good there today. Ulta Beauty to the upside as well. But with finances our financials getting hit, that's what winds up happening. So we'll wait to see on that one. Oh, IoT was one that we didn't look at. Internet of Things. We had this one. Let me just look at this real quickly. There it is. We did have Raider Trader talking about this name. We'll get those earnings when we do get them for you. Benzinga Pro. Let's go find out. Is that UiPath is now out? There it is. Samsara. So reporting Q2 revenue of $300 million. 37% year-over-year growth. We'll find out what the market was expecting from Samsara, but right now it is a downside move or upside move for IoT. UiPath takes on expanded role, Chief Operating Officer. There's the results, but again, they're just listed like this. 10% all green, it looks like here for UiPath. Here is the consolidated earnings. There it is, man. 3 cents a share. 4 cents a share, beating 3 cents. I mean, is that a big move? We'll take it. Nice one there. The company also reporting quarterly sales of $316 million versus $303. So it looks like UiPath starting to head to the upside. Hopefully this is a good sign. Let's go over and see what the stock is doing. IoT. Oh no, Raider Trader. Oh no. Nice little move up there for IoT. But hey, day's still young. Broadcom's coming on, and I promised you we'd look at UiPath to the rescue. You know who's going to like this one? Kathy Wood. Nice move to the upside here for UiPath. We just went over the numbers. Q2, 3 cents, beaten by 4. They report 4 cents versus an expected 3, with sales also going to the upside right there. IoT, here's the numbers for IoT as well. Internet of Things, IoT Samsara, 5 cents, beats the 1 cent. Sales 300, beating 289. Looks like IoT wants to head to the upside. But are we worried about this? Let's have a quick look. If you can break that high right there, up 8% for IoT. What's up, Ramin? Fabian had to show you there, of course. You got the sweater, man. I got the hat. You got the sweater. We like that. Oh, you stole it. Short, yeah, we're short thievery around here. All right, 42 and change right now for IoT, looking to get higher. What was the other name? It was DocuSign today. So DocuSign right now trying to pull upside and then downside. Right now, DocuSign down to $55. I don't think there's really too much blood in the streets with this name at all, but DocuSign looks like it wants to go downside. We will have Danielle Shea on in just a couple seconds. But Nvidia, man, this is a good trade for us today. It was one of the better ones. We had a good short there into the close on Nvidia. I didn't load up my trade software or anything like that, but we had a good trade there. And we also had some good trades on the TQQs. Our best trade of the day, though, Apple. Apple this morning breaks higher and breaks through. So there's Apple. Well, I got to look at this earlier. What a great start to the day, man. The NASDAQ was trying to push 1%. Remember the NASDAQ was up 0.9 and I was like, oh man, maybe we do get that big recovery day. But no, slapped to the downside is Apple. And Apple actually closing kind of uneventfully. I mean, it's still up 0.67. I like the 2/3 of 1%. But at the end of the day, it bounces off of 222. We're not here tomorrow, but that has to be a level to look at. You have to look at 222 there for Apple. I think it might be a slippery slope. Let's wait to see what happens with Broadcom, which, by the way, is not out. We'll wait to see when Broadcom comes out right now. But for now, we are starting to sort of flatten out. Nice little upside move there. Before I call Danielle, because Broadcom is going to be at 415. UiPath trying to pull back a little bit right now. So that's another name. IoT, another name reporting today. Kind of stable on that. And then DocuSign was the other name. So yeah, man, Broadcom, AVGO, a name of our guest. Danielle Shea has been talking about Broadcom well before the split. Let's go get her opinion quickly. And we're back together again. Hi, Danielle, how are you?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm all right, actually. I'm doing pretty well. We had a really good day today trading, a lot of opportunities. When the volatility starts going around, we like to trade volatility around here. And we had a very busy morning, kind of a slow afternoon. But I did want to get your opinion real quickly. I know you've been talking a lot about Broadcom on this show and probably elsewhere. You expecting anything from this report here today?
You know, the number one thing that I'm expecting is that the market's going to move based off of it, because when you look at what happened with Nvidia last week and the way that Nvidia faltered, I think that was a major catalyst to bring the semiconductors lower, as well as the Magnificent Seven stocks. And so This report is absolutely critical. I can see right now that
It's
just,
moving around now.
higher briefly, and now it's trading lower. But
Here it comes. We only have an expected move right now, Danielle, of only 6.3% or so. So the implied volatility is not huge on this one, but we are starting to go lower. We'll see if we have the numbers. Let me just check our screen right now. I don't have the numbers out exactly yet, but it is 4:15. So momentarily, we'll wait for Broadcom. But yeah, it's ticking a little bit lower into 147 and change. And I know that's something that you look at is how have these names moved off of their past reports? I feel like 6.7% or whatever the implied move is seems a little light considering what we've seen in the chip space. I guess it's kind of one of those trades where if we come out as expected, great. You're looking for volatility. You're looking for outsized moves.
Well, it's not necessarily that I'm looking for outsized moves. It's just that, this is really the last major catalyst that we have as far as earnings is concerned. And with the way that the semiconductors have taken a beating this week, I just feel like this report is the last chance that we have to hold SMH on the 200 simple, because if you look at what SMH has done, it's normal for the market to pull back in September and for there to be some volatility. But the problem here is that SMH is holding right up above the 200 simple on the daily chart. And so if we can't get any of these semiconductors to be a positive catalyst and hold that ETF and hold this area of the market higher, then what's going to happen? It's going to break down below support. And so that's why I think Broadcom's report is really important. Actually, Broadcom doesn't normally move as much as most of the other semiconductors do. If we look at the way that it's moved in the past, I mean, yes, it did move a lot last quarter. We had a 14% move, but that was because they announced the split as well. In the past, I mean, it hasn't moved that much. 0.9%, 0.6, 2.3, 0.1, 3.2, 3.7. So it's not that I'm looking for a huge move. It's just that I feel like it's really critical with the way that Nvidia is traded after the report. And specifically because SMH is basically teetering on a brink here at the 200 simple.
We always talk about how important that is because all of these ETFs, right? There's the SOXL, the SMH. I mean, there's probably 3 or 4 other ones that do significant volume. And when they have to react and sort of reweight based on they want to sell Broadcom, they don't, these names have to react, and Broadcom shares right now. Let me break away from this quickly. Broadcom right here. It looks like the numbers are fine, Danielle. 124. Come over to the screen right here. We'll show them. Thank you, Ramin. We'll zoom in a little bit. Here's Broadcom right now. 124 beats 120. Sales beat as well. Broadcom shares are trading lower, though. We'll find out what's going on with Broadcom right now. Revenue seems to be a beat right now. Trying to trade a little bit lower is Broadcom. DocuSign sees forward revenue higher than expected as well. I guess the problem is going to be this, Danielle. Sometimes you have to be priced to perfection. I mean, what are we expecting? Like Nvidia actually had, if you're looking at the numbers, their quarter wasn't that bad. Sure, maybe they delayed Blackwell numbers, but those numbers are coming, and Nvidia still gets hit. Now down 30+% from the highs. But it's not all about the semis, is it? I mean, there has to be something else, Danielle. You and I go back and forth about Deere, about Caterpillar, other names like that. Is there something that's maybe away from earnings right now that you're looking at?
Yeah, well, as the semiconductors have pulled back and as tech has pulled back, I'm definitely watching the Magnificent Seven too. We have a couple of those that are bouncing off of the 200 simple, and that's exactly what we need to see on those daily charts. But I will point out Costco because I love Costco. Costco has earnings coming up in a couple weeks. I think that it's pulled back really nicely from the highs, and it's consolidating again, and it looks like it's going to make another move higher. So, you have a lot of these consumer staples names that are already at new all-time highs. The sector has been really strong, but you can't really buy them here. So that's why I would just point out the lovely Costco that's apparently selling $200 million of gold bars now per quarter. So if you check this one out, you can see that it's consolidating really well on this lower time frame chart. You have earnings coming up on the 25th of September. And yeah, I mean, I just think it's nice pullback, nice little easier name to trade rather than, crazy semiconductors.
That's what I was going to ask you about. I mean, I've looked at Walmart. I mean, Walmart has been a rocket to the upside as well. And I don't know if you've looked at Berkshire over the last couple of days, Brady, if you come over to my screen. This name has been like, wow, $1 trillion. Like, I mean, this has been a huge move. And look at this candle, Danielle. If you didn't notice it, maybe something to look at because today Berkshire finally gets that pullback. I mean, what a nice move off the 50 period going all the way back to August the 6th right now. Okay, so just a little bit of an update here. Broadcom, again, just giving you what the notes are saying here. Broadcom says we expect revenue from AI to be in the $12 billion range for fiscal 2024, which is a much bigger upside than reported before. Right now, AVGO trying to hold. I'm okay with where we are right now, 147.50. That 200 period definitely needs to hold. And what Danielle's been talking about is SMH. Let's see if that can hold. Let me get a live quote on SMH right now. That 200 period, Danielle, is at 216 and change. Right now, we are down. Okay, we're not even doing that much here in the after hours on SMH. So taking Broadcom with oh no. Danielle, did you know this? Costco wholesale numbers just came out right now for the retail month of August. How funny is that? Here they are right here. Costco Corporation reports, it's not that much for the month of August. Just almost $20 billion right there for the month of August. Absolutely unbelievable as spend goes up, and away for Costco. Wow, absolutely amazing. An increase of over 1% year over or month over month there for Costco. So there you go again, Danielle. Looks like people are still shopping. Look, I know you got a bunch of little ones running around. What was it like for you this year for shopping with back to school?
Well, I always look for those bargains, Sean. And so I'm always shopping at Costco. And that's one of the reasons why I like to buy shares and invest in the company, because every single time I go there, that place is packed.
Rammed.
So, Kohl's, they've got some deals, Walmart, Costco. And, I've noticed that a lot of the retailers are discounting things right now. Costco obviously doesn't discount too much since it already has low margins, but I have noticed that there's a ton of discounts everywhere. So that just tells me that, retailers are having to lower their prices because it's tough right now with inflation. Everything's expensive. So a couple different things I've noticed recently.
I think consumers right now are sort of leveling that down a little bit on the retail side of things. And I think Walmart actually nailed it because of the fact that, who's over there, Ramin? Because of the fact that you can get groceries there. You can like a stop one shop. Is that, what am I talking about? Right there as we go. All right, one other name I want to talk about quickly because we got a football game tonight. It's your Kansas City Chiefs against the Baltimore Ravens. And of course, everyone's favorite pop star will be showed probably at least 3 or 4 times today. We'll wait for some Taylor Swift, and then we've got a Little League game tonight as well. Oh, update on the turkeys. Are they still running around your backyard or what?
Okay, so I have a wild turkey that is running around, and it was recommended to me that I buy some female turkeys,
right.
So I could get more turkeys. Haven't quite done that yet, but I did get all the land ready. I'm going to be planting an orchard. I'm going to plant some blueberry bushes and cherry trees, apple trees, and all that kind of stuff. I'm set to have this baby in November, so I don't think I can get any animals right now. But after the baby is a couple months old, next spring will be time for the animals.
You'll have your hands full for a minute with the little ones running around there. I am certain of that. All right, can we look at IWM together? I'll give you a second to sort of open up some charts. This is a name that always gets talked about. If you come over here, Ramin, this is a name, Danielle, that always gets talked about on our show. Everybody that comes on seems to be wanting to buy dips in IWM, and I understand why. There's the interest rate story, right? We're in the Fed rate cut cycle right now. We're looking for 0.75 by the end of the year. I think we could even go to 1 by the time that happens. Maybe a surprise half-point cut, not this month, maybe in November. We'll see if that comes through. But at the end of the day, is this a buy? We're at the 50-period moving average. I know you like to look at some ETFs. This, of course, is the Russell 2000, very interest rate sensitive sector. I'm not convinced on this. I don't know. What do you think about IWM?
I've never found this to be a good trading product, and people ask me about it all the time too. And I don't really understand just because I don't find it to be a good trading product. I mean, I think if you want to buy and hold it, it's perfectly fine. You do have a nice weekly chart here. You have consolidation. If you throw on some fib levels here, we have some pretty decent upside targets. It's close to those previous highs, and then you have a longer term target at 266. But the reason why I don't like trading it is because it's just not in a solid trend. You're going to have a much simpler time in life when you're trading if you trade something that's in a better trend. I mean, this one is up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. Yeah. And, it has been, more up than down recently. But I just don't find it to be a very good trading product. So I avoid it unless you're just going to throw it in a long-term account and hold it.
Yeah, I shouldn't have asked you about it. I agree with you actually on that one too. It's been pretty boring as of late. Danielle, let me check in on Broadcom right now, as many people in the chat wondering what's going on with Broadcom. So let's have a quick look here on the 1 minute chart. Broadcom starting to head lower. We did have a little bit of a bounce back up there into 148, but Broadcom turning on its head a little bit down into 143. Just a quick check on other reports today. IoT, Samsara upside as well. That's starting to get hit for anybody on those puts. And then DocuSign right now pretty flat. So looks like we have a relatively uneventful move right here. All right, I don't know what's going on with oil these days, but today it was relatively flat. But you can see here with USO, we are starting to push downside with oil. We have the XLE is another trading engine that I like to use. I'm buying these dips. I think the oil story still has more to go. Very election sensitive, of course, as we talk about energy. We've seen uranium getting hit. Like everything right now in the energy space seems to be going the wrong way. Is there something you like in energy right now, whether or not it be solar or uranium or any sort of names or ETFs you're looking at?
Yeah, sure. We can definitely look at that. But I'll tell you about Broadcom. I mean, I don't know. I would say that it's a little bit more, I think the situation's a little bit worse than what it seems, because the expected move was $8.81. And it's already down almost 10. And I think the problem with it is that it's broken through the 100 simple on the daily chart. And, here's the thing. You're already back down to almost the lows in August. And I think the most important thing here is that if this opens up down, $10 or more, it's probably going to get sold more tomorrow. So, I agree with you. The numbers were good, but this is exactly what happened with Nvidia. The Nvidia numbers were good as well. It just wasn't good enough and exciting enough. So, I don't know. I would encourage people to keep looking at that overnight, especially because of those long-term levels. But all right. I'm a little disappointed because we needed Broadcom to hold, but let me go ahead and look at your next question here. So what do you think about this Broadcom move, Sean?
For me, so I was just looking at it as well. This Broadcom right now is taking out this 106 area. That's Nvidia. I want to look at Nvidia quickly because I wanted to think about what you were saying. SMH Nvidia is going to be the biggest hold in that name. And if they're going to pull down on this as well, obviously they're not going to be directly affected by Broadcom. But yeah, the weakness potentially in the space hitting this name as well. Nvidia coming down, again, a player in the space. It looks like they're heading to the downside. And then what I feel about this stock overall, I don't like that we tested that 148 and bounced back to the downside. But if we can hold 144, I don't know, on a daily chart, I don't get really too concerned, honestly, until we break through the 200 simple. But again, if we do that, then this is where we get worried, because then what about 120? Like a lot of these names, we could say, well, that's only $24 away. But then as you said, you come in tomorrow and this move is maybe down 10%. Well, guess what? I think it flushes more off of that, right? The more action that we get outside of the expected earnings, and you taught me this, the more likely it is to continue. So I like what you're talking about there. Danielle, we have 2 minutes because I'm flying out of here at 4:30. Running, walking, something like that. But I'm going to be out of here very quickly. Give me your thoughts on something energy related. That was sort of that next question.
Yeah, of course. I do not like the way that XLE is breaking through the 200 simple on the daily chart. That's generally a spot where if you break that zone, especially on high volume, you can usually short it. It has consolidation. If it breaks the lows of August, I think it'll probably accelerate to the downside. A lot of these other names too within the space. Chevron, it has that consolidation. It's ready to break out to the downside. XOM, that one broke through the 50 simple and the 100 simple. That one looks like it's going to 110. Even MPC is generally a good relative strength one to trade. but this one's breaking down below the 200 simple as well. So it looks to me like energy here is pulling back, and I would focus on shorting the names that break through that critical support to the downside, especially on high volume.
Danielle Shea, I have some news for you. Me and Neil are switching days, so I think you'll get a little bit more of me as we go forward, and I apologize for that. But I think we had a great segment today. Let's hope that Broadcom can hold this level. You're going to be watching the Chiefs game tonight?
Of course I'm watching the Chiefs game. I already have my tacos in the crock pot.
Do you make your own guacamole or things like this? Like what happens at the Shea household? Because I'm a sucker for homemade guacamole. I'm on that next flight.
Oh, yeah. I'm just one of those homestead moms, making the guacamole, I'm making desserts, making
What's for dessert? What's for dessert tonight?
Well, I've been making berry crisp. I have blueberries, I have apples, I have all kinds of agriculture around me. So I make bread, I make crisps, I even got my own ice cream maker recently. So we've been making our own ice cream, all kinds of stuff.
Throw down some pistachio. We really like that one. Thank you so much. It's Danielle Shea. Best of luck to your Kansas City Chiefs, and thank you so much for everything that you do. We'll run over. Everyone can find you on YouTube at Trader Danielle as well. We'll go over all of that next time. Thank you so much, Danielle, and best of luck with everything. Go Broadcom.
Thank you.
Ciao, that's Danielle Shea, and it's Trader Talk. I'm already losing my voice, and I got to go start to yell at some kids. But right now, I'm going to start. I don't yell. I'm very, very nice. There's Danielle. Bye, Danielle. Let's do the roll call real quick because we got to get out of here. All right. Ahmed. I forgot to say this. Danielle, if you're still there, Ahmed gave a super chat here. He wanted to ask you about the $ ad. So I don't know exactly what that is, but there it is. Ahmed, thank you so much for the super chat. If you come over to my screen, Ramin will do the roll call real quick. There it is right there. Thank you so much, Ahmed. And if Danielle's still around, if not, I'll make sure to get her to answer. I'll message her and ask her about that one. Thank you so much. Danielle Shea, one of my favorites, and hopefully we'll be able to be together a little bit more. All right, here we go. Thank you to Bristol, Royal Dixon, the badger, the honey badger, one of the most dangerous animals out there. I hope Danielle does not have any honey badgers running around her property because those turkeys would be in trouble. What's up to Hugh? Oh, Hugh, I see you want me to say your name. I'm not going to do it. What's up, Bakar City? BGZ is here. Raul, Michael Lee is in the building. Zion Lala, is Danielle a Cowboy fan? I do not believe so. Here we go, Steelers, says Bob S. Thank you so much to Maurizio for being here. Hey, Davis. Hey, I notice you. You're always there. What's up to Rivian Millionaire? CompuCare team said, hey, was I going to do the roll call today? Yeah, man, we're doing the roll call. Shout out to CompuCare team as well. Thanks to the Piper. Thank you to Ramin today. Thank you to Mary. Thank you to JR. Everybody that's still here, Future Eddie, and everybody else. I just got a text, and one of our best players is not attending tonight. So I got to get out of here. I got to redo the lineup. This is going to be a problem for sure. Hey, yo, Future Eddie says his son was born today. Boom on that one, Future Eddie. I hope for much success and health to you and yours. Jarhead. I remember you, man. That's a real one over there. Shout out to Jarhead as well. Hey, look, man, it's been a great day. I want to say thank you to everybody. Have a great weekend. Have a great tomorrow. I'm back on Monday. For then and for now, this is Trader TV Live, and I'm Sean Katina. Go find me everywhere. Thank you, and I'll see you tomorrow. Ciao. I won't see you tomorrow.